Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents The Little Woods by A.G. Mock. Narrated by Joe Hempel. A personal note from A.G. Mock. The little woods you are about to enter are real. The nearby wooded enclave called the Beech Nut is also real, as is the small, idyllic neighborhood nestled innocently at their beckoning edge. I find it worth sharing that nearly all who spent their childhood here have not only moved away, but moved very far away. Cast like grains of salt across the earth, the places where most of my friends now call home are invariably thousands of miles from the little woods. For me, I couldn't seem to get far enough away. In my own exodus, I chose to traverse an entire ocean to live and work in the United Kingdom. Amazingly, I later came to learn that one of my closest friends from the neighborhood had made precisely the same migration. So, the names of the wooded enclaves and mystical childhood landmarks in this story will likely have eroded from use in the real world, as the very few who had ascribed them have long ago drifted far, far away. The result is that only a very small handful of people today actually know about the little woods you are about to enter, as well as its real location. For those individuals, the memory of that dark and pervasive wood will undoubtedly elicit a convoluted mix of intense emotions, from affectionate sentiment to gut-wrenching anxiety. I am one of them. After reading this book, I hope you will be too. While the following story is fully a work of fiction, some of the incidents portrayed within are inspired by events which actually took place, in some form or other in or around 1977. I will leave it to you to decide which. This novel and the two that follow in the new Apocrypha trilogy are therefore born from a troubling and lifelong lack of understanding as to why so many tragedies befell what, by outward appearances, seemed a genuinely paradisiacal place to grow up. From chronic, debilitating illness to premature deaths, alleged arson to suicide, our tightly knit community experienced an onslaught of tragedies far exceeding statistical probability for a neighborhood of such minuscule size. So, if you were to ask me if evil actually exists, a nebulous, invisible, but ubiquitous force able to exert influence upon and change forever the lives of those who encounter it, I ask you, new friend, to read on. Perhaps the story about to unfold will resound in your soul as deeply as it does mine. If I've done my job well, the next time you go for a trek in the woods you might just hesitate, if only for the briefest moment, as your soul conjures an echo of our time together in the pages that follow. And please remember, any resemblance to persons living or dead is a matter of coincidence, as all characters and events portrayed herein are of my own tortured imagination. They are not mere aliases fabricated to protect the innocent, or the others. So now it's time. Come with me, and we'll head into the darkness together. After all, you're not afraid to come play in the woods, are you? Spookily yours, A.G. Mock. It's indescribable how darkness brings on the feelings which come in the night, how everything changes and becomes more ominous somehow. Normality takes on a different guise as we hide beneath the covers, to protect ourselves from the things out there. Prologue. The beginning. Deep, deep within the primeval woods the boys would one day call the Little Woods, beyond the warm yellow glow of summer's evening and the color of the wildflowers, a presence cast its shadow across the darkness which already lived there. It moved through this sanctum of silence and artificial night as nothing did besides, into the bleakest depths where the air pulls crisp and cold at the lungs and the lichen and moss prosper. As it moved, it grew, enveloping the forest in gloom as the scant rogue flowers there fell before its path, laying in withered remains like funereal displays of the poor. Around this presence came a wind. Brushing the leaves on the trees, it compelled their branches into enchanting, ever-increasing motion. With this dance came a sound, like the eerie, distant whispering of countless discordant flutes. As the presence seized its new realm, this whistling of the trees grew, and from it, through it, the presence seemed to speak. This, in the swaying of the trees. is where I shall be. This is where I shall wait." The declaration rumbled like thunder, undulating in echoes across the wood's canopy and becoming stronger as it dared to move beyond, high into the dusk sky. Could it have been heard, it would have been dismissed as imagination. When it was heard, it was. This is where I shall feed. This presence was evil. It was looking for a home. 1. 1995. In the noise of voices speaking half-conversations into a dozen telephones and myriad papers rustling in frenzied hands, Ian sat at his desk staring vacantly at the boxy blue-gray screen of his computer monitor. The cursor blinked back at him with equal vacuity. He let out a long, calculated breath and rocked his chair onto its rear legs, scratching at the left side of his head and unconsciously running his finger along an indistinct scar there, just above his temple at the edge of his thick mat of hair. Waiting on the Parker account was really pissing him off now. He'd spent endless days and more nights of his spare time than he wished to consider, strategizing the precisely perfect print marketing campaign for the fast-rising Parker Realty Group. With new offices popping up across the various boroughs of the city almost faster than one could keep track, Parker had the potential to become a major advertising account for the Manhattan Bulletin. As the newspaper's VP of sales, Ian was sure his investment of time and, yes, even emotional buy-in was about to pay off. Sometimes you can just feel it. He was also counting on landing the account for his team to meet revenue budget this quarter. He wanted them to get their bonuses, and right now this was the only way he could see that happening. But then came the fax transmission from Aaron Parker himself, the group's namesake. It simply read, "May look to the times after all. Maybe try next year. AP." Most people would say Ian was reasonably easygoing, but that single-line fax had him about ready to pitch a fit. Hours and hours of effort lost. More in-person meetings, lunches, and drinks than he cared to consider. Oh, and don't forget the ingratiating ass-kissing. There had been plenty of that. Now, with a meager one-line fax, Ian's budget was out the window. Just like that. Fuck. He closed his eyes, hard, and could feel the blood coursing unnaturally through his eyelids. It was a threatening sensation he'd had before and was aware of the significance of it. Okay, kid. Breathe. Find your happy place, man. He'd committed long ago that he wouldn't take his job, or anything much for that matter, too seriously. No way he wanted to end up like his father. Year after year, Ian had watched him bring all the stress and burden home with him. Every night, chasing the money so hard and taking his work so deeply to heart that one day that heart had nearly decided that enough was enough. But the whole Parker thing was pushing him too far. He slammed his mug on his desk and the remnant sludge of cold black coffee splashed up, out, and over his keyboard. God damn it! Brilliant, Cockerton. Nice job. Sticky rivulets ran down between the keys before he could grab something to wipe it off. So instead, he sat there and simply watched. Time to rethink strategy. He grunted and swiveled his chair a 180. Hey, Felipe, let's grab a cool one, down the major league. Felipe gestured for Ian to keep his voice down as he pressed his ear tighter to the dirty receiver of his tan-colored desk phone. He was unconsciously wrapping its spiraled cord between his fingers as he listened intently to the other end, intermittently peppering monosyllabic comments into a conversation only he could hear. Yeah? Yeah, well, he answered in spurts. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Uh-huh. Yes. Yeah. Yes. Bye. Felipe Menendez held the receiver at arm's length, stared at it for a single judicious moment, then slammed it into its cradle, hard, grimacing as he bit his lip. At least I'm not the only one having a shitty morning, Ian thought. Then immediately felt bad about thinking it, then laughed out loud anyway. Menendez shook his head, rolled his eyes, and sort of laughed along with him. But his was a pitchy, nervous sound like that of a child in trouble. I hope the old man hung up before I slammed the phone down. Jeremy Jones, a.k.a. the Old Man, was the paper's CEO and president, responsible for both the bulletin's editorial content and overall revenue stream. Jones oversaw the journalists, the ad sales reps, accounting, photography, and design. All of it. The whole kit and caboodle, as they say. Not nearly as ancient as the nickname would suggest, the Old Man was a good manager. But like most in this industry, he was tough. No pussyfooting around when it came to telling his senior managers exactly what he was thinking. Ian, as head of the Bulletin's advertising sales operations, often envied Jones's style, wishing he could be so blunt. But alas, the advertising department was different. Ian's team, not his staff nor his employees, but his team, were ultimately an insecure bunch. It just wouldn't do to take the same hard-knock approach. Things had to be handled somewhat more gingerly to get the best results from these earnest, hard-working, but somewhat fragile egos who all had something to prove. And also a little something to make them each, well, convoluted, for want of a better word. You play to your crowd, Ian thought and smiled inwardly, amusing himself over sudden images of some of their various quirks. I think I heard a click, he replied to Menendez as he came back to the moment, but shrugged as he said it and raised his pitch at the end, just enough to impart that perfectly subtle element of doubt. So it was actually delivered more like, I think I heard a click? And by the time those 6 words made their way to his vulnerable ears, Felipe had mutated their conveyance to, I didn't hear him hang up yet, so yes, you slammed the phone down on your hard-ass boss and now you're toast and your career is in ruins, so you might as well pack your bags. Amazing how the slightest change of pitch or tone could indelibly alter the meaning of a few simple words. Of course, Ian did hear the click as Jones had hung up on the other end. He'd heard it loud and clear, in fact. But he wasn't about to tell Menendez that. This was too easy and straight-up fun. Oh, shit. You're shitting me, right, Cockerton? Ian shrugged noncommittally. Menendez bit his lip. Oh, son of a... He cracked his number 2 pencil into the same number of pieces and threw them across the room where they narrowly missed a part-time receptionist named Sally, who scowled madly if a little too overly dramatic. Felipe snarled whimsically back and both smirked. So, what do you say? Ian coaxed. Forget about it? Over a quick beer. And the Yankees-Pittsburgh game. Menendez pored over the work lying on his desk. Papers galore were scattered among pens, cigarette stubs, expense vouchers, and Lord knows what else. His PC barely squinted out from between manila envelopes, folders, memos. I don't know, man. Jones wasn't very happy about that report I submitted on the Hoskins case. Ian leaned back in his chair, clasped his hands behind his head, and became statuesque still. He stared at his friend and said nothing. Menendez plopped down in his swivel chair and rustled through some of the clutter on his desk. When he looked up and recognized the cue, he swiveled to face Ian, folded his hands in front of him, and stared back just as blankly, silent and motionless. Game on. A solid minute passed. Maybe another. Perhaps an eternity of minutes. It was a stupid thing they did, just staring dumbly at each other. No movement, no eye blinks, no twitches. Statues in a moment. Sometimes a colleague would inadvertently stumble into this connected nothingness and, upon receiving no acknowledgement from either colleague, move on with a headshake and a mutter, usually about how unprofessional it was. Sophomoric, downright ridiculous. Then abruptly, as though the freeze had never occurred, "You're right," Menendez blurted out. His voice was as loud as the silence had been deafening just moments before. "Balls to it. I'll take another look at the Hoskins case when I get back. Let's go." 2. The Major League was a sports bar around the corner. It wasn't one of those trendy new high-tech sports-themed with multi-tiered TV screens everywhere and MTV blaring from every speaker kind of bars that were springing up all over New York these days. The Major League was old school. The real deal. A guy called Tony Lamont ran it, an Italian-American who'd taken over the bar from his father in '64 and hadn't changed much since. A huge expanse of scuffed and dated linoleum bar ran the full length of a single open room, and only 2 boxy Zenith TVs, one at each end of the bar, played the game of the day. unless there were two games of equal interest to Tony, in which case each one played and usually competed audibly for your attention, as Tony had the annoying habit of keeping the volume up on both of them at the same time. It made Ian feel a little schizo. He'd said so to Lamont once, laughing as he dramatically covered his ears. But Tony told him if he didn't like it, Ian could just go drink somewhere else. It wasn't said aggressively, just sort of matter-of-factly. That's how Tony was. He didn't cater to his customers. There were too many for him anyhow, he'd often said. So instead, he let his customers choose him. The games on the Zeniths were therefore the games Tony wanted to watch. If you didn't like it, or asked for something else, well then, I'm afraid that was just your tough luck out. Now, that's not to say Tony Lamont was a hard man or didn't care about the people who paid his living. It was like this. If you decided to give his public house your patronage, then great. If you liked it and wanted to come back again, then better still. And if you really liked it and became a regular, well then, let's just say Tony had no family of his own, and that's what you became. His family. And you were treated accordingly. Which, as we can all attest, is sometimes pleasant, and sometimes not so much. Ian and Felipe were regulars, and when they walked into the bar this lunchtime, they were greeted with a warm and boisterous Italian-accented, "Hello!" Felipe laid his 35mm cannon on the bar. "Hiya, Tone." He held out an open hand, and Lamont was already there with a capped glass bottle of beer, condensation dripping enticingly down its brown glass side. Ian held his hand out, and Tony provided the same to him. Then the bar owner lifted his own bottle, tipping it toward the boys. "Cheers, my friends." "Cheers," Ian and Felipe responded in discordant harmony as they lifted theirs, and the three bottles clinked. "Tone, the game on yet?" Ian took a swig. On the TV, a fatherly businessman was holding up a shaver and famously proclaiming that he liked it so much he bought the company. "No, not yet, but soon." Tony stepped out of the way to provide evidence to his statement. On the dusty, flickering screen, a sophisticated blonde was espousing the qualities of her slim cigarette as she inhaled with a look of climactic joy, then sensually wisped the smoke from her plump red lips. Ian puckered his own lips and espoused her qualities. He blew a loud and emphatic kiss toward the TV, and elbowed Felipe so hard he nearly knocked the beer from his friend's hand. "Look at that, will ya?" "That chick? Man, you get too excited, Cockerton. She's way too false. And too—" Felipe surveyed the bar to make sure none were within earshot. "Too blonde. You can never be too blonde." "I agree with the Felipe." Tony leaned down, propping his elbows on the bar between them as he continued to polish a glass. "She is a too blonde, my friend. That's your trouble, Ian. You go for those phony types. You should find yourself a nice dark Italian girl, one who knows how to cook her mama's pasta. That's what you need." Felipe laughed and voiced his concurrence. Yeah, so you always tell me, Tone." "Well, you always ask, my friend. So I tell you. And you need my advice. It will get you far. That I promise you." "That's just the problem," Ian muttered as the barman turned to serve another. "I don't ask." The barman turned around, slowly, placing his hand to his ear. "I didn't hear you, my friend." Ian's eyes were saucers. Nothing, Tony." But there it was again, that mischievous pivotal pitch, so his words had actually come out like, nothing, Tony." Only this time Ian hadn't intended the betraying rise in his tone. Nope, that was all nerves. He cleared his throat. "Just appreciative of your sage advice, Tone." Lamont considered this glaringly obvious recant for a moment, cocking his head to one side. Ian could virtually see the cogs turning as Lamont considered his next move. Would he be kicked out of the bar today? Banned for a week? For life? You just never knew with Tony Lamont. "No problem," Tony answered, except it actually did sound a lot more like "no problem," and returned to serving an anonymous customer Ian hadn't seen around the Major League before. But then again, 10 million people in the city, you're bound to bump into a new face or two, even at your local hangout. Ian spun on his stool and squared up to Menendez. "Oh yeah, that's one." He thrust his index finger in Menendez's face. Felipe shrugged. "Man, you've got 19 more to go before you beat my record, son." For weeks they'd had a running bet on how many times in a single sitting Tony Lamont would say, "no problem," without them unduly prompting him. Felipe was in the lead, and had been for nearly 2 weeks, which meant a free beer from Ian every visit until the record was broken and there was a changing of the guard, as it were. Like the Parker account, this, too, was pissing off Ian in a big kind of way. Still a whole game to go, my friend. For some reason, Ian acted out a lame impression of Groucho Marx flicking his cigar. Felipe was confused, but didn't like to ask, so he simply laughed instead. Not really with Ian, but at him. Sometimes Felipe thought that was just the best way. The roar of the crowd crackled weakly from the two Zenith's crusty speakers as some West End musical chick finished the national anthem. Before she'd even completed the word brave, 20,000 people were applauding wildly. Whether this was in response to her performance or anticipation of the game, Ian couldn't decide. It was more exciting to believe that it was in bated anticipation, so that's what he convinced himself as the Pittsburgh Pirates trotted onto the field at Yankee Stadium. "Sweetness," he said aloud, probably without realizing it. "You must be joking," Felipe returned, as only a true New York Yankees fan would. "Pirates? Those guys couldn't steal milk from their mamas. Never seen a sorrier bunch." His words trailed away as the Yankees threw the first pitch, a low fastball, just below the batter's knee. It was met with a beautifully firm crack of the bat, and the ball rocketed in a crisp, level flight over the pitcher's head. It gained height as it soared over the shortstop, passed above the outfielders, who reached desperately but fruitlessly, then arched and dropped into the stands where a throng of fans scrambled to catch it. After an uncertain moment, one middle-aged man appeared from the melee and held the ball high in the air, met with a low, muttered chorus of disappointment. "Home run." "Yes! Homer!" Ian exclaimed as he beat his hands furiously against the bar. "Sweetness!" Felipe Menendez's gaze was stone-like. His eyes bore calmly into Ian's face and ripped out his friend's tongue. If only he could. "Already? I don't believe it," Tony said disconsolately as he shook his head. "Just don't believe it." "I know," Menendez said, and extended his hands to the bar owner, who in turn took them and patted them. Theirs was a remorse that could only be dealt them by the Pirates. The Pittsburgh Pirates, for God's sake. The two bowed their heads in silence while Ian, always one to be sensitive to his friends, that and the fact that he was indeed sitting in a city bar in the heart of Yankees territory, got up from his bar stool, looked around at the variously disappointed New York faces, and, of course, started to dance, and scream, and shout, and laugh. "Homer! Homer! Homer!" he chanted, the grin on his face so wide he looked almost insane. He wouldn't have believed it if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes. Lewis, the batter, was rounding the bases and about to take home plate. The stadium, well, perhaps a tenth of it anyway, went wild. Pirates 1, Yankees 0. "Did you see that, Menendez? Did you see that?" Yeah, Cockerton, I saw it." Then a voice, loud and unfamiliar, bellowed from the shadows at the back of the barroom. "Hey, you! Pirate boy!" The intonation of the voice was flat but deep, and somehow inexplicably malicious. Ian turned to find the source of the voice. A large, burly man in a corner booth sporting a camo jacket and a matted dark beard. The anonymous man Tony had been serving just a moment earlier. Anonymous was silent for a moment. Then he rose from his booth and calmly, but oh so clearly, instructed Ian to shut the fuck up. "Shut the fuck up right now, pirate boy." Everything and everyone in the bar fell silent, except for the two dusty televisions which, oblivious to the drama about to unfold in a small saloon on 42nd and 3rd, were crackling with a tinny organ melody as a cartoon Yankees pitcher threw a strike across the stadium's jumbotron, then winked to the crowd as the rally text, "Let's go Yankees," spun across the giant screen. It was a disturbingly surreal backdrop to Anonymous pulling out a .38 Magnum from his waistband and aiming it squarely at Ian. Ian's gut loosened as his chest tightened, pulling his body internally in two different directions at once. His lungs constricted, the ribs pressing down upon them. Prickles spread down his spine. Anonymous took a step forward, and the barrel of the revolver was now so close that Ian felt he was staring down the mouth of a cannon. It was unreal. This is fucking unreal, Ian thought, rebuffing what his eyes were seeing. Except it wasn't. Now look, buddy, he stuttered, trying hard not to stumble over the words as they forced through his lips on the barest wisps of air. He swallowed, a hard, dry effort. Look, I meant no offense. Anonymous did not move, except the tip of his index finger, which tightened on the trigger. While it may have been imperceptible to everyone else in the bar, to Ian it was a terrifyingly tangible motion. The .38's cylinder softly clicked along its natural clockwise rotation, and the hammer pulled back, locking into firing position. "Fucking outsider, bastard scum," Anonymous calmly said in an almost soothing, eerie monotone. Then he shouted it at the top of his voice. "Fucking bastard scum!" Menendez, hands up and palms out in the accepted gesture of non-confrontation, eased cautiously off his barstool. "Look, I think we can," he calmly began, until Anonymous spun the revolver toward him so swiftly it was astonishing. "Fuck off, Tex-Mex. You're another one. Fucking bastard outsider scum. Now sit back down. Sit back down right now before I blow your spick ass all the way back to Tijuana where it belongs." Menendez backed slowly up onto his barstool. Anonymous returned his attention to Ian but did not alter the .38's aim upon Menendez. "Now, pirate boy, tell me one good reason why I shouldn't blow your friend's cock off." Without breaking eye contact with Ian, he quite accurately lowered the revolver's barrel just the perfect number of degrees so that it was now aimed squarely at Felipe's crotch. It was a move that reeked of extreme familiarity with aiming this weapon at a human target at close range. Almost muscle memory. "Tell me!" "Wait," Ian pleaded. "You've got no argument with him. It's me that's pissed you off. Point that damn thing at me." Anonymous shrugged, his mouth pulling into something like a twisted mimic of a smile. "How sweet. Sticking up for your faggot boyfriend. But I do have something against him. Against all of you. Fucking faggots. Fucking weirdos, bringing this country down, the lot of ya. Outsider shits and freaks." His voice had broken to a disturbing crescendo and then flattened just as abruptly as he returned the gun's aim upon Ian. Silence, except for the baseball game which played on. Something in the recesses of Ian's mind told him the Yankees had just scored a homer of their own, and with the bases loaded. And just like that, the Pirates had lost their advantage. Sitting at the end of the bar on his own, an elderly man began to hyperventilate. His face was dirty and unshaven, hair and clothes ruffled and filthy. What no one knew was that the elderly man had scraped together whatever he could just to pay for that single beer he was about to nurse for the next 3 hours. Equally, what no passerby on the street knew, nearly all who had refused him their pocket change, was that a $2 beer would keep the elderly man out of the searing summer heat and provide, for a few hours anyway, the meekest sense of social belonging. It would allow him to watch a baseball game alongside a handful of fellow human beings, which meant, for at least that period of time, the elderly man wasn't homeless, wasn't an outcast, wasn't a pariah. For the next few hours, the elderly man was just a regular guy, watching a baseball game, and just like everyone else in about every way. Except that he wasn't. Right now, everyone else in the bar was silent, statuesque, except the elderly man. Coming unbalanced atop his bar stool, he was clutching alarmingly at his chest as his breath escaped his mouth in shallow, rapid bursts, Shrill, hissing whimpers issued between these as he urgently sucked the air right back in again. It was the excuse Anonymous needed. He spun toward the sound and pulled his index finger. Twice. The first shot exploded the old man's chest, throwing him from the bar stool as his insides came out. Despite the shot's deafening thunder, it was the sound the hollow point made as it shattered the old man's ribs that Ian would never forget. The revolver's barrel unwavering, its second round removed half of the elderly man's face as he had already begun sliding from the stool. Lifeless, his body slumped to the dirty tile floor, and in the centrally cooled air, a small plume of steam rose from the man's insides. Soft moans and wails filled the bar where, only minutes before, the men there had been laughing and swearing, reveling in the venue's inherent machismo. Now all of that had vanished to insignificance as the murmur of stifled cries lent an odious, unnatural quality to the barroom's new vulnerability. Frozen, his palms still held high in the air, Ian peered from the corner of his eye to see that even Menendez was weeping silently. And Ian screamed, "Jesus! He was only scared!" Anonymous pivoted, and the .38 Magnum was again pointing back at Ian's forehead. This time it was held a little less steadily, the smoking barrel swaying in the smallest, wavering ellipses. Ian could smell the gunmetal and sulfur scent of it, wafting foreign amidst the more familiar odors of stale beer and sweat. Then came the stink of the old man's ruptured organs, reeking like liquid iron. Ian doubled over and retched. No liquid came with the reflex, but the acid taste of bile rose into his throat. Anonymous required no further aggression. His index finger pulled back upon the .38's trigger a third time, and an explosion seemed to rupture Ian's skull. It was an echoing boom, 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 the unbearable percussion of a turntable's needle dropping onto a vinyl record at maximum volume and bouncing erratically across the tracks. The world faded to gray as Ian collapsed. And behind him, Tony Lamont was reeling from the recoil of the 12-gauge sawn-off shotgun he'd just drawn from beneath the bar. Anonymous's face dissolved, evaporating its features as the shotgun's flash of light and concussive sound filled the room. His body buckled unnaturally as it pitched backward, arms windmilling wildly as his index finger completed its pull upon the .38's trigger. The shot went wide and embedded into a far wall as Anonymous, or what was left of him, crashed through a table and the revolver skidded across the floor, spinning. The vile liquid of Ian's stomach finally released itself as his eyes, and his consciousness, shut to the nightmare scene. 3. The car is in the road, on a hill. Hamburger Hill, they used to call it. It's an old Ford. Oh, his parents had one like that. But this one is a crumpled mess. Ian steps, floats, closer to it, and sees the people. How could this have happened? The front passenger seat extends well beyond where the windshield once was. The steering wheel is cocked and twisted, the driver's torso spread against it as if in rest. The man could be mistaken for asleep, if not for the spherical white bone poking through his skin. 20 yards from the car, the woman lays on the road. Her torso is folded backward. At first, the sound of the sirens are a whisper in the distance. They grow louder and louder, a kind of inharmonious whistling as their shrieking tones combine, a binaural calliope which raises the skin on the back of Ian's neck. Their lights illuminate the night sky, washing the backdrop of trees in a mixing, moving glow of blue and red. They grow brighter and brighter until they crest the top of the hill, as the light within the man and woman grows dimmer and dimmer, then is extinguished altogether. 4. The voice in Ian's ear was muffled, barely distinguishable. It sounded like it could be saying his name, but he wasn't certain. It was coming to him in discordant, binaural tones blaring through, behind, a static ringing. He began to lift his head from the floor when a thick pain lodged at the top of his skull, dull and throbbing, as if someone had thumped him with a sledgehammer. "Gonna be a hell of a headache," he warned himself, though he wasn't entirely certain why he felt this way, or even where he was. He opened his eyes to the nauseating wash of swimming red and blue lights from the emergency service vehicles. "What?" he started, but speaking made the blunt thud in his skull even worse. Then came the stench of his own vomit, and he began to remember. He was lifting his head from the pool of it when he felt someone tugging on his shoulders, trying to help him off the floor. "Jesus, buddy." "Some afternoon," Menendez said, straddled over him and pulling him up. The words came to Ian faint and muffled as though underwater. They grew more clear once the ringing in his ears had risen to a crescendo, then softened. "But you're going to be okay. Let's just take you to those nice people over there." Menendez positioned Ian's arm around his neck and carefully walked his friend around the dead man. Anonymous, Ian realized, laying virtually faceless upon the remnants of a splintered wooden table. Ian's stomach contracted and pulled. Outside, paramedics were frantically sliding gurneys out of ambulances and rushing into the bar, laden with cases of equipment. "Gunshock," Menendez said to one of them, as if he had the slightest clue what he was talking about. It only made him sound doltish. "He was only like a foot away when the shotgun discharged. I thought he was—" "We'll take it from here," the medic interrupted with objective disinterest and carefully placed Ian upon a gurney. Two more responders seemed to descend upon him from out of nowhere, and now all three surrounded the gurney, each picking or prodding or appraising as Ian lay there dazed and motionless. Vultures descending upon a carcass. Felipe couldn't help but think, as the image seemed to change before his eyes like something out of an old Roadrunner cartoon. He almost grinned, then instantly reprimanded himself. "Come on, Felipe. These are caring people. What a shit job they had to do, especially in this fucking city." He didn't know how long he stood there like that, or when he stepped away from the flurry of activity. But when Felipe Menendez opened his eyes again, the cartoon scene was gone and he was back inside the bar. Half a dozen men and women in black, shiny coroner jackets were hunched over the remains of what had, just minutes earlier, been Anonymous and the elderly man. Behind the bar, a handful of cops were fervently interviewing Tony Lamont. The proprietor's eyes were streaming, his face contorted, mouth unnaturally stretching with every word, the way a toddler's does when it's on the verge of a meltdown. It was clear Lamont was trying his best to answer their questions, but also trying desperately not to lose his composure. It wasn't working. Tony broke down sobbing and buried his head in his hands, dropping to his knees while the cops looked on with barely disguised derision. Felipe had obviously never seen the unflappable bar owner this way, and it was this realization, more than any other, that made him feel weak and suddenly very unsteady himself. He reached for his camera bag and noticed his hands were cold and trembling. As though not his own, but merely on loan, his fingers were thick and slow as he fumbled through its contents. It was odd and slightly unnerving, the way it feels the first time you drive an unfamiliar car. Meanwhile, unaware he was being watched, one of the cops with Tony rolled his eyes and chuckled. He shook his head as Lamont continued trying to lift himself from his knees but couldn't. Another cop mouthed the word, "pussy," and all of his buddies smirked and had to lower their gazes to keep from busting into full-blown laughter. Vultures may be a little unfair, Felipe thought. Unfair, but accurate. He pulled his 35mm Canon from his camera bag and reeled off some shots for the newspaper. Fuck the Hoskins story. Jones is gonna love these. 5. That night, in his modest studio apartment overlooking North Central Park West, Ian paced the hardwood floors in aimless circles. There was an unexpected sense of comfort in the way his sock-laden feet made their gently muted, "fund" sound as they padded over the glossed hardwood floors. He hugged himself, repeatedly rubbing his upper arms to keep warm, despite the thermometer on the apartment's terrace reading 76 degrees. Across the avenue, amber evening light was slowly waning as his idyllic little piece of Central Park started to succumb to shades of gray. Once again, the silhouette of his 108th Street apartment building was beginning its nightly trek into the northern edge of the park. Soon it would fully envelop the blockhouse and choke off all daylight from the iconic rocky stronghold. And there the park's woodland, which by day offered such wonderfully innocent respite to a haggard city's people, would begin spawning the stuff of nightmares for untold victims, unfortunate or witless enough to be lulled into the glow of cool evening enchantment. For human predators, not monsters, stalked those wooded glades by night, transforming their beauty into a dangerous bête noire. Maybe they are monsters, Ian reconsidered, and a tingle passed through his body, starting between his shoulder blades and working down his back. How could such a presence of peace and enjoyment devolve into such a tyrannical horror after the sun had cast its daily farewell? The park stared back at him and had no answer, only smirked. The sound whistled through the branches of the trees. It wasn't long after he moved into the apartment that Ian realized he would spend most of his evenings out here on the terrace, where things could be nicest. It didn't really matter how big or small the studio apartment was. He essentially lived on this 6x9 wrought iron balcony, safely 25 feet above the throngs and happenings of the street, for as much of the year as he could muster. It made him wish that... With a sudden jolt, the cordless phone on the small table next to him screamed to life, its shrill electronic ring so loud and foreign to the rest of the gentle twilight murmurs that Ian winced. He'd left the ringer on its loud setting because the phone was usually out here, and that was the only way it could be heard over the street noise. But tonight was oddly quiet, and it didn't help that his nerves were already frayed, or that he was standing just a foot away as it audibly exploded. He caught his breath, picked up the receiver in trembling fingers, and pulled the antenna from its sheath, extending it fully. "Hello?" His greeting was terse. He didn't really care. "Ian, it's Felipe. How are you? I mean, really?" Ian paused before lying. "Fine, I'm okay. How are you?" There was zero hesitation from Felipe. "Great. I mean, we got a great story down there, and you should see the pics." "Yeah, great," Ian replied in scantily disguised indifference. 2 men dead, a friend questioned by the cops from the same precinct accused of beating the shit out of a vigilante in Midtown just 2 weeks earlier. But at least the bulletin would have tomorrow's exclusive front page, and that's what mattered, right? "Brilliant," he added listlessly. Felipe didn't pick up what he was laying down. "Yeah, man, isn't it? And hey, you're sure you're okay, right?" Ian didn't want to answer again, so he said nothing. Menendez ignored the silence. "Oh, yeah, and the old man says we can have tomorrow off. How about that?" Felipe chuckled nervously as he debated in his own mind whether or not to say what was lingering there. He decided he'd just say it. "Any other hangouts we can get a great story tomorrow lunchtime?" When the comment was met with a click from Ian's end, Menendez knew he'd taken it a step too far. He softly placed the phone in its cradle with a frown. Despite all the outward bravado, Felipe had come home that afternoon and sobbed alone as he rocked back and forth on his bed, the day's horrific events playing over and over again in his mind. And when his beautiful wife, Luisa, had come home from work, Felipe cried again as she cradled him in her arms. He was sure Ian would know he was only joking on the phone. Well, sort of joking. He'd go to Cockerton's in the morning, then get some bran muffins and freshly squeezed juice from their favorite deli near Times Square, and everything would be all right again. Across town, Ian shivered on the terrace and switched off the cordless handset. He placed it on the metal table where tiny droplets of condensation were already beginning to form in the swiftly cooling night air. Hearing Felipe's voice had revived the nightmare at the bar in a tidal wave of emotion. Anonymous. The revolver barrel in his face big as a cannon. The elderly man wheezing. His torso splintering. Then from nowhere, the car on the road, the crumpled mess. Ian railed against the horrifying image, pushing the disjointed scene away before it was allowed to fully take hold of him. But those people... Why do I feel like I should know those people? He stepped inside and reached for the scotch. It would help. For now. He poured more fingers than normal over precisely 3 cubes of ice, always 3, and settled deep into the soft cushions of his futon as the sounds of the evening outside washed over him. lifting the tumbler to his lips again and again. Soon only the discolored cubes of ice remained. Then he closed his eyes. It wasn't more than 2 hours later when he awoke from the same hazy dream he had experienced at the bar. Its lingering sensation, an uneasy feeling more than anything, caused him to tentatively scan the studio apartment. He'd left the French doors open to the terrace, and the summer's night breeze was wafting in through the curtains to reveal in spurts both the glare of the lights and the sounds of the traffic and passerby below. The mix was soothingly tangible against the angst of the uncertain dream which, along with the sounds and the lights, commingled upon his waking state in ebbs and flows as the curtains billowed open, gently fell back upon the doors, then wafted open once more. The car. Another fragment of the unsettling dream, filling him with a sense of despair that made his stomach heavy. Ian stepped onto the terrace and picked the cordless phone from its cradle. He switched it back on and dialed the 814 area code before pausing to look at his watch. 9:32 p.m. Hesitation. That old feeling of impotent vulnerability. Then the rest of the dream which flooded his senses in a deluge. The frayed images. The hill. The man pressed into the steering wheel. The contorted woman on the road. And feelings joining in a way that, while still not making sense, were suddenly all too real. He punched in the rest of his brother's number. It rang only twice before it was answered. "Hello?" A soft, rounded female accent greeted him. It was Brian's wife, Rebecca. Ian forced an unnatural smile as he spoke, knowing the physical act would change the tone of his voice, perhaps hide his concern a little more effectively than he felt able to do otherwise. "Rebecca, it's Ian." A moment of silence as the name registered. Then, "Ian, oh my God, how are you? It's been such a long time." I know, and I'm sorry. I've just been so busy, at work, you know? Yeah, tell me about it. Yeah, hey, Beck, is Brian there? Yeah, sure, hun. Hang on a mo. Muffled by a hand over the receiver, Rebecca called out his brother's name. He's coming now, Ian. I'll talk to you later, okay? Ian's reply dwindled away as he heard her speaking over him in the background, telling his brother who it was just before Brian picked up. "Little brother, how the hell are you?" Brian asked genuinely. "Okay, I'm all right. How about you?" Truth was, Ian wasn't interested in eliciting an actual response. He was too anxious to get to the meat of the conversation, but he knew he'd have to take it slow at first. No need to upset his brother or the man's entire family without being certain of this whole thing. He'd just scout around for some info that might confirm or rebuff his worry. Meanwhile, Brian had been answering his question, and Ian hadn't heard a single word of it. "Good," Ian interjected randomly at what felt like an appropriate break, and breathed a bit easier when it seemed to fit. "Hey, listen. How are Mom and Dad?" At last he'd been able to cut to the reason for the call. It was an eternity before Brian answered, the line clicking silently as the sound of the live electronics connected them across the 300-odd miles of phone line. Ian hadn't spoken to his father for nearly 4 years. His mother sometimes when she was alone. But his father never. Not since the argument. Not since Ian had left for New York. Harold Cockerton, everyone called him Hare like those oversized rabbits, wasn't so keen on his youngest son's plans to leave home for the Big Apple. Hare knew only too well what kind of things went on in the city and had no intention of seeing Ian fall into those same traps. Hare Cockerton himself lived in New York for a spell as a young man, before eventually coming back to settle into adulthood in the same small Pennsylvania town where he'd grown up. And he was scared witless about Ian going, about losing him. Besides, the boy had done nothing but odd jobs after college, none of which he stuck to for more than 6 months at a time. And now, at 26, the boy planned to not only leave town but go to a dirty, crowded, mean city like New York, and get a job, and supposedly a career. Yes, and a good one, Ian had confidently asserted, but Hare Cockerton didn't like the idea of it, not one bit. He was sure Ian would be better off staying home and getting an entry-level job at the mill. He'd see what he could rustle up. "What makes you ask?" Brian's voice finally closed the gap, and as the silence evaporated, so did the memory. Ian shook his head to separate, sort and understand the muddle of thoughts trying to confuse him. The car. Look, Brian, he snapped. Stop messing with me. I need to know, so just tell me. Now. Are they okay? Are they safe? Silence. A breath. Brian, fucking tell me! All right already. They're fine, just fine. Why? What's with the sudden interest, Ian? A hint of that old protective tone was beginning to creep into his tone. Are you sure, Brian? Jesus, Ian, yeah, I'm sure. You're starting to scare me a little here. I think the question is, are you okay? Ian thought about answering truthfully, and nearly did. God, how it would have been comforting to tell his big brother the whole story. The bar, the psycho, the 38, the blood, the weird dream. Just to have someone believe him. It was all so crazy. For someone to simply hear him, to tell him it was all going to be all right would mean everything right now. I'm fine, Ian finally replied. Just a strange thing happened to me today, nothing big. He paused. But it made me think of Mom and Dad. Brian said, and then paused a good couple of moments himself. You're sure? I'm sure, I promise, Ian affirmed. What Brian could not see was the slow, negative shake of Ian's head as the words had come out of his mouth. A manifestation of his subconscious mind. Ian himself was not even aware of the gesture. And you're telling me straight about the aged parents? Dead straight, Brian assured him. In fact, they just left, like an hour ago. They were over here to see the kids. I mean, it's been at least 3 full days since they last saw them. He chuckled awkwardly and cleared his throat. I end up getting the overdose of attention to make up for what they can't give you. It's great. For a fleeting moment, he almost prompted Ian to give them a call, but his better judgment decided against it. He'd rather just keep the peace, and then he completely ignored his own advice. Ian, why don't you call the old man, I'm not calling him Bry. He should have called me years ago, when I first came out here, even if only to see that I was all right. You know he wanted to, and you know he cared, Brian said more sternly. Do I? Hell yeah. His tone softened. He had me telling him everything you were up to every time you and me talked or wrote. He was just too damn stubborn to pick up the phone. Manly pride. Where the hell do you think you get it from? Safely hidden within the blindness of the telephone, Ian allowed himself a slight smile. He was happy they weren't speaking in person. He wasn't quite ready to surrender. Not just yet, anyway. Yeah. Tell me another one, Bry. Next you'll be saying he misses me. Honestly, there's no pleasing you sometimes. There really isn't. The conversation continued for another 10 minutes as they pivoted to talking about sports and what the kids were up to and other catch-up type nothingness. And for a short while, Ian actually forgot about the bar and the dream. His brother always had a way of doing that for him. Ian took a quick minute to also chat cordially with Rebecca before hanging up, telling her to give the kids a kiss from their Uncle Ian, then called it a night. He hadn't noticed the chill as he talked, but now, as he looked out over that park and the darkness there, he felt the feeling of cold creeping back over him. Again he embraced himself, rubbing his hands over his thickly knit sweater before stepping back inside and gently pulling the French doors closed behind him. The sounds of the busy street below disappeared as he nestled back into the futon, and like the remainder of the scotch, the slumber which came was warm and soothingly encompassing. At first. 6. In the receptivity of deepest sleep, Ian's mind opened and dream and reality mixed together. They ebbed and flowed as Ian's subconscious searched for something, someone, a forgotten face he hadn't even known he'd forgotten, someone from his childhood. There's a tree. The face is a friend. And there's woods? Ian rolled uneasily in the slumber, his pillow pulled tightly to his chest. The lines of his forehead folded into deep furrows as the scene morphed. Now he was watching a car on Hamburger Hill. The husband and wife are on the front bench seat of the car. They are laughing and smiling as they climb toward the crest of the hill, until the woman's smile skews instantly into the shape of a scream. A boy suddenly appeared beside the road, as the tractor-trailer is a behemoth heading towards them. The boy was, and crosses the center line, the husband tugging hard on the steering wheel, his foot planted against the brake pedal. The car's tail slides, careening first to one side then the other. The pungent stench of blistering tire rubber is the last sensation the couple experience before the truck and car. A childhood pal, one Ian had long ago forgotten. Despite the nightmare dreamscape playing out behind this boy, Ian smiled at the fond remembrance of him. Come together, metals blending, the woman thrown from the soft, comfortable glow of the car's cabin. As swiftly as it had come, Ian's smile evaporated, and a serrated sheet of metal slices so easily through the soft flesh of the man's neck, and his mouth opened to a scream, as the boy along the roadside is enthralled, his face alight at the violence and the chaos. He claps and bounces in giddy excitement as the car is swallowed up by the truck and they meld together, a single twisted mass of metal and rubber and glass and smoke, scraping across the blacktop. They come to a jarring rest in the thicket of brown grass along the verge. Though Ian sucked air deep into his lungs in his sleep, he was frozen with fear. The scream would not expel. As the boy slowly turns and looks directly at Ian, thin, bloodless lips curl into a distorted grin as the boy exposes the impossible awareness, a morose cognizance between he as dream figure and Ian as dream maker. The boy knows Ian is watching him. The jarring peal of the cordless phone wrenched Ian from the vision, his hand scrabbling reflexively for the handset. Trembling beyond capability, the phone slid from his grasp and he had to fumble blindly for it in the dark. It continued to ring, slightly muffled as it skirted under the futon where he lay. He snatched it up with considerable effort as the trembling in his hand spread like a drowning wave through his entire body. Before he even heard the voice on the other end of the line, tears of apprehension were already running down his face. Thin and uncertain, the voice was Brian's. It numbly said, "Ian, I think you should come home." 7. The note Ian left on the call buzzer box in the lobby would be waiting for his friend when Felipe came for breakfast. Felipe always came for breakfast, and the two always went to the same deli near Times Square where the Mexican would offer to pay for them both, then conveniently forget that he did so by the end of the meal. All the note said was that there were problems at home and Ian would be taking more than just the one day off. He would need a few. Be sure to tell Jones, it finished. Felipe was concerned when he found the note, but not overly so. At least he wouldn't have to pretend to buy breakfast today. 8. It was not an easy journey home, and Ian certainly could have made it a great deal easier. But despite the urgency, he wanted to do it this way. He needed to do it this way. He needed the time. Time to think, time to digest, time to breathe. It took 22 minutes to the Port Authority bus terminal in the center of the city. Despite Ian's insistence, there was no hurry. The taxi driver zigged and zagged through midtown traffic, slicing minutes off the ride as he adeptly cleared untold numbers of yellow lights just before turning red. Ian initially thought the driver was trying to provide exceptional service by getting his fare to his destination ASAP, but then he realized the cabbie was merely trying to get rid of him as soon as possible. With that base charge, quicker trips mean more fares per shift, which means more money for Yosef, the Hungarian driver's name. The driver's genuine gratitude for a modest $2 tip made Ian realize just how different their worlds were. It was then a little over an hour as he then waited at the terminal's below-ground gate, which would make a perfectly good dungeon should its utilization ever change, Ian thought, as any number of various night crawlers offered to carry his bags or slit his throat for a $5, whichever he preferred. Tonight, the bags won the toss. They might not have only a day earlier, before blind, youthful bravado had been bested by the shockingly thin veneer of mortality. Another hour and a bit crossing the city and a small segment of urban New Jersey. 4 more hours as the Greyhound rolled ceaselessly on through the dead of night, eating mile after mile of Pennsylvania's desolate central corridor, which is Interstate 80. 25 minutes for a quick bite and a desperately needed slash when the bus driver pulled into a Love's truck stop, sliding the bus effortlessly into an elongated space along 3 other buses and at least 6 or 7 tractor-trailers, all enjoying the benefit of cozy sleeper cabs. As the sun came up, there were 2 more hours which passed the slowest as golden morning light slowly revealed the landmarks of his youth. Then 6 2/3 minutes while Ian waited to offload his bags from the bus. Not too bad considering his were first on, last off. So all in all, and 10 hours later, Ian was home. 9. There were few people in the bus depot as he waited for Brian. Its empty halls echoed with every footstep or self-conscious murmur. It was cold and unpalatable, not at all the grand terminal of bustling excitement it once would have been. The gloomy disparity only served to make him all the more nervous at being here. It had been a very long time, and what shit circumstances. Again. Ian walked about the station, listening to the hypnotic sound of his steps as they padded slowly about the polished stone floor. To say he was exhausted after traveling all night would be an understatement, and the soft, firm rhythm of his leather-soled boots sounded as a metronome to drown out the world, seducing him to the side of warm, soft sleep. He did not allow himself to succumb. Instead, he paced slowly up and down the cool marble hall, listening, thinking, remembering. After several circuits around the concourse, he dropped back against a smooth stone column, the leather of his jacket smacking with a reassuring sound as it kissed the marble. The trip had given him some breathing space, a critically needed separation between his normal daily life and this. Yet the anxiety of his youth, which he recognized all too well, began to bubble and simmer as the weight of this new reality truly began to sink in. He could not accept it. This was not real. None of it. How could it be? While the journey had helped him center, it hadn't actually presented any clarity or managed to answer anything at all. In fact, it hadn't changed a single damn thing. Because his parents were dead. And here he was, waiting in the bus station for his brother to come pick him up and take him back to their childhood home. The place where it had all changed, and where he'd committed he would never return. Yet here he was. This is not real. He kept repeating the mantra, but it didn't change the facts. But then again, he hadn't expected that it would. It would possess such powers other than God. What he had expected was that it would calm his nerves, turn off the burner beneath his simmering anxiety. Somehow it did the opposite, the falsehood of the statement burnishing the tension rather than assuaging it. And yet in so many ways this actually was not real, because this just didn't happen, not in everyday life. Not to normal people. Surely, things like this only took place somewhere out there in the place we don't see, to people we don't know, in a hypothetical circumstance that does not really exist. So you see, this wasn't real life. At the very least, it couldn't be his life, could it? The car is imploding, metal and plastic slicing through the driver's flesh, firing the passenger from its safe haven. A sickening explosion of ribs and blood-dissolving features. The disturbing images made Ian feel tangibly sick. But try as he might, he couldn't prevent their intrusion. Then again appeared the boy. At first, the child was foreign to Ian. So long had it been since he'd consciously thought of him. But then came that warm, crooked smile, and he recognized the expression he had experienced at least 1,000,000 times before, buck teeth and all. The boy was Ian's dearest childhood friend, Matt Chauncey. Behind Matt's smiling visage, the car collapses. The man behind the wheel is swallowed up and becomes indiscernible from the vehicle. The woman bounces off the blacktop and comes to rest, bent and contorted, at the end of a spray of her own blood that begins to pool on the warm tar beneath her. Ian silently retched as he grappled to understand why a long-forgotten friend from his childhood was so disparately inserted into this brutal nightmare vision of his parents. Then came an array of fresh images, new yet ancient, intimately familiar yet distant. They rose from somewhere deep, in a place he had not accessed in a very, very long time, and were soothing and unsettling at once. It was a film which flickered beneath his conscious thought, enveloped by a haze so thick he was unable to process little more than the feeling of it. Yet somehow he was aware that this memory would soon be revealed, frame by frame. The one thing he does see, with absolute clarity, is that he and Matt are together. They are in a wood. A shrill, piercing screech ripped Ian from the memory, and he was relieved to see that he was still in the bus depot, comforted by the growing number of people making their way to buses and trains. He pressed the palm of his hand against the cool marble pillar he was still leaning against, and that, too, provided grounding relief. Across the large hall, the shrieking sound was coming from a young boy in basketball shorts and a psychedelic Fresh Prince t-shirt who had discovered what happens when you scrape your sneakers across a smooth, hard surface. The boy was reveling at the array of high-pitched, penetrating tones he could elicit as he dragged his foot across the polished stone floor in varying amounts of pressure and duration. He would then beam with sheer delight as each of the resulting skin-prickling screeches echoed impressively throughout the great acoustical concourse. Ian found himself deeply entranced as the boy shimmied this way and that, consumed only by his own unique world, expertly playing the floor like an inharmonious instrument. He hadn't thought about those childhood days for a very, very long time, and now he was beginning to realize just how much he missed them. Then the sneaker squeaker abruptly stopped. Somehow, through the increasing hustle and bustle of the station, the boy met Ian's gaze from far across the great hall, seemingly aware of the intangible connection between them. At first the boy's countenance was guarded. The stare he returned resolute and uncharacteristically confident for the boy's young age. The firmness softened, however, when Ian gently smiled and waved. The boy waved back, rather enthusiastically, and Ian realized he was actually laughing out loud for the first time in days. Until it was no longer the sneaker squeaker's smile which brought into that face, no longer the boy in the Fresh Prince t-shirt waving back at him. In less than a blink of an eye, the steadfast reality of the bus terminal had morphed, time bending to 1/4 speed. It was now the crooked but affable smile of Matt Chauncey beaming at him from across the busying concourse. Matt was wearing jean shorts and a t-shirt featuring Arnold Horseshack and the words, "Oh, oh, oh!" emblazoned across the top. Matt was waving wildly, first from within the bus terminal, then somehow, even more impossibly, from the edge of a large open field. Behind him, the columns of the great hall had transformed into towering trees, the passerby suddenly the familiar faces of their childhood friends. Everyone is here, playing and running and roughhousing, next to the woods. And then, something. A vast, twisted tree. The bright luster of Ian's memory began to change. Something feels wrong, the sheen of it darkening and quickly souring. Now it was another memory, one Ian had buried deep, deep in the recesses of his mind. It had been locked away, in a secret place where the dark things waited, pushed from the light long ago because it had never been fully vanquished. Ian's chest tightened over his ribs, his breathing shallowed. Something pierces the darkness now, a scream, a cry, pain, a boy's fright, but also laughter, chanting. Ian stood transfixed, mouth frozen in a soundless scream as time within the bus terminal ticked slower and slower, as the great hall devolved into the dark place of his past. His eyes saw only inward as he sank beneath the murky waters of submerged consciousness. He therefore did not see the sneaker squeaker pick effortlessly through the syrupy movement of the growing throng of people, each in oblivious sloth to the malevolent distortion occurring around them. He did not see this same boy, who had somehow become his childhood friend, now transform into the t-shirt-clad demon it was. Nor did Ian see how the abomination tilted its head curiously this way and that, as it regarded so closely the grown man for whose benefit it had been summoned, and who now stood blind to the creature's very presence before him. Ian did not see the demon's unmitigated grin as it planted a cloven foot against the floor and, with just the right amount of pressure, dragged it hard and slow across the polished marble so that the motion released a perfect falsetto shriek, perverting the hall in great, abhorrent sound. The sound of the whistling through the trees. Broken, tired, and powerless against the darkness which for so many years he had internally battled, the sound enveloped Ian like flood waters and dragged him down to the furthest depths of his soul, back to the place where it all happened. 2. 1977. The woods were dark and deep. The sun, which shone so brightly upon the adjoining fields, soon dissipated and then was gone altogether as the woods thickened. Here the trees which flourished were domineering towers, only the mightiest earning the life-giving light above the competing canopy. By equal measure the brush on the forest floor grew tighter and thornier, the ragged type of dense thicket which not only survives but thrives in scantest light. This was where the mushrooms grew, where the dank air smelt thick with darkest greens, almost grays, as the moss and lichen prospered and the colors of the flowers were muted, waned, and then lost. This was where the boys played, in the little woods, the bulk of their summer days. It was a private, tree-filled haven for them, a secret world of their own creation. In the woods they were free from parents, from teachers, from rules. Free from the real world. They played a game in the little woods, a tournament of sorts in which all the boys unquestionably participated. They called this game simply war. More than tradition, the game was a rite of passage, a deeply ingrained rubric upon their lives ascribed by some unknown enigmatic force which beckoned them every summer. And every summer they dutifully came. None of them knew exactly how to describe the inexplicable pull the game had upon them, or who had first created it, or when the game had begun. They never wondered who had established the rules or recruited the first teams. All they ever knew or thought was that the game had always just been. The first week of June, the boys' minds would inevitably begin to wander from dreary classrooms and final exams to a summer full of fantastical, elevated adventures. It would also be this same time that each of the boys would stumble upon the realization that team selections for the war had begun, and were invariably occurring behind his back. This would then spur a feverish dance, as each of the boys chummed up to this boy or that, jockeying for a position on what they felt was the strongest team. None were aware that the maneuvers being orchestrated were the aggregate of thousands of years of finely honed survival instinct, represented in one neat little microcosm. As their factions developed, so corresponding plans and tactics arose. Top-secret strategies, replete with myriad unnecessary intricacies, would be found enthusiastically, if complicatedly, drawn across the last available pages of tattered, spiral-bound notebooks. Of course, it was only a matter of time before the best of these plans would be dismissed and thrown out for the dumb shit idea it was, only to be unashamedly resurrected, and with the barest of tweaks, by the very boy who had pooh-poohed it in the first place. The fact he would then boldly pass off the plagiarized plan as his own goes without saying. So was the dynamic as the boys vied for alpha position, unknowingly establishing an inherent balance to the group as the team hierarchy inevitably fell neatly into place and the last of the year's school days fell neatly away. And when that long-anticipated dismissal bell finally rang, its clanging peal officially announcing the start of 3 months of summer vacation, the boys would pour from the school in a human torrent. They'd sprint through the pale blue linoleum-tiled hallways, taking staircases 2 and 3 steps at a time, while woeful teachers looked impotently on. As they burst, and not a minute too soon, through the school's vast main entrance doors, they would delight in sliding headlong down the metal railings along the front steps, even though Nate Franklin Jr. had broken off a tooth last year in the most resplendent, blood-gushing fashion. They did this because, why not? In what was then acknowledged as the single most glorious moment of the year, Each boy would take a last labored step through the flimsy bifold doors of school bus number 33 and, in lifting a well-worn sneaker upon the bus's permanently mud-encrusted stair riser, step onto the bus and into freedom. One small step for boy, one giant leap for boyhood. At last, summer was here. 2. Brian Cockerton was psyched for the game, big time. It felt like his brother Ian, 3 years younger, finally had some kind of grasp of the strategies and tactics the war required. Too many seasons had passed with Brian discovering Ian huddled in some thicket or bushes, crying his eyes out because a couple of the older kids had been a bit too rough with him, or prancing about in the woods with Craig and Matt, giggling and laughing and taking none of the game seriously, basically acting like the stupid little kids they were. It really put a wild hair up his ass. But this summer was going to be different. He could feel it. This time, Brian felt he might actually have a formidable player in his little brother who wasn't so little anymore. The game of war commenced like clockwork on the first morning after school let out. As the sun crept above the horizon and most of the parents slipped joylessly off to work, the boys busied themselves packing brown bag lunches and waiting with keen anticipation for the march to come knocking on their door. This year was no different. As the two oldest boys from the neighborhood had moved away for college, Brian and Ian now lived farthest from the woods, which meant this summer they were commissioned to lead the march. From his bedroom above the garage, Ian peered through the brown and red plaid curtains and watched their mother pull steadily away in her faded yellow Pontiac. He waited patiently until she'd driven all the way to the end of the neighborhood's top street, turning right onto Route 60, before letting the curtain drop closed. "She's gone!" he shouted excitedly down the hallway as he hopped on one foot and pulled a sneaker clumsily onto the other. Downstairs in the kitchen, Brian was scooping up the last 2 mellow yellow bottles from the fridge. 2 brown paper bags atop the speckled Formica counter had already been stuffed with a perfectly assembled fluffer-nutter sandwich, a thin veneer of smooth, creamy peanut butter on one slice of spongy white bread, a decadently thick layer of marshmallow fluff on the other, a chocolate pudding pack, a trio of lunch cakes, and of course, a PB&J made by using hamburger buns because the fluffernutters had taken the last of the bread. He dropped the first of the sodas into a paper sack and cringed as the heavy glass bottle flattened the hamburger bun PB&J. Grape jelly squirted from all sides and filled the air pockets and creases of the plastic wrap enveloping it. "Okay," he thought. "Guess that'll be Ian's." He more carefully slid the second bottle into his own bag, inching the sandwich to the side. "Ian!" he shouted up the stairs. "Come on, let's go!" Ian bounded down the stairs, and Brian tossed him the paper sack as he rounded the corner. Pushing and shoving as they raced for the door, the boys burst from the house in a bout of laughter. Heading down the top street and picking their way through the neighborhood, they knocked on door after door until all but one of their gang were in tow. The march then paraded in blissful ignorance toward the woods as a growing melange of boisterous insults, jibes, plans, and laughs, and the grand dreams of youth, all grew to such a raucous buzz that not a single voice was discerned above any other. In what could then only be described as a collective Jungian unconsciousness, the indecipherable cacophony abruptly faded into silence. Instead of the sound of their own pubescent voices, the group focused only on the cadence of their feet. The satisfying thwap of sneakers against the warm, leathery blacktop became the only sound, as 16 rubber-soled shoes slapped in steady, rhythmic strides. At the bottom of the hill, alongside a smattering of houses at the neighborhood's westernmost edge, a field of swaying corn marked the end of the neighborhood proper and the beginning of what they called the wild place. Twin ruts, the deep parallel gouges resultant of countless coarse-treaded tractor tires, started where the blacktop ended and cut across the field to form a primitive path. It wound through the corn and far into the distance until it vanished into the shadows beneath a thick cluster of trees. Ian Cockerton stared down this track, his eyes transfixed on the receding line as the warm June breeze swayed the honeyed tips of immature corn on either side of the path. The stalks danced hypnotically in a pattern of repeating, cyclical waves across the field. "Hey, doofus!" Brian shouted as he forced himself between his brother's 1,000-yard stare and whatever it was out there that had so captivated his attention. "You with us or what?" Ian snapped out of the moment to find his older brother's face mere inches from his own. Without thinking about it, he pushed him away, harder than he'd expected, and was suddenly wide-eyed as Brian almost tumbled to the ground. Once he was aware his brother had caught his balance, he felt it safe to add for good measure, "Jerk off, fat ass!" "Okay, so that's the way you want to play it?" Brian replied, squaring up to him again. "We'll see who's the fat ass when I reach those woods before you and ambush your skinny little ass." Brian gestured toward the twin ponds, barely visible at the far end of the trail. The path there split into a distinct Y just before the two reservoirs. One branch cut to the right, disappearing beneath the thick line of trees rising suddenly from the cornfield. The other struggled on in the opposite direction, thinned, then disappeared into the field's swollen edges, presumably from lack of use. "You'd better be quick," Brian added as he leaned into a stance, ready to run. "We're showing no mercy today, little boy." He dug his sneakers into the dirt and shot off, a greyhound after a rabbit. A slightly overweight greyhound, perhaps, but a greyhound nonetheless. For a moment, Ian hesitated, staring in the distance. He decided to let it go when he realized Brian was already a good 30 yards down the dirt track, his heavy-footed strides pounding the packed dirt like a Clydesdale. He took off after him. It required a heavy sprint for the first 20 yards, but then he was able to settle into a good, even pace, stretching his legs into a long, smooth stride. In just a matter of moments, he was within spitting distance of Brian. A few more, and he was level with him. Brian cocked his head, scowled, and pulled out all the speed he could muster. Ian did the same, and clouds of dust billowed up from behind them both. For a spell they were neck and neck, then Brian pulled ahead, then Ian. As the Y and the trail grew closer, the twin ponds looming, the boys finally drew together, neither able to exceed the other's pace. Their arms and legs flailed at the air as both skidded to a stop and collapsed gracelessly onto the dusty trail. Each boy pulled at his sides, stepping in tight circles and gasping for fresh air to replace the furnace heat in their lungs. It was like this for a good minute or two before Ian was the first to barely speak. "Dick-ba. The sound emanated weakly between dry, heaving pants. "Dick-bag." A hollow victory, but better than nothing. "To," Brian replied weakly, and after such a long pause that even the minimalist impact of the feeble retort was lost. Then, as his labored breathing calmed, "Let me help you up." He pulled himself to his feet and extended his hand to Ian, and both dusted off before continuing down the path as the rest of the gang soon caught up. As the march made its way the last few minutes toward the tree line, some heads were lowered in repose, others held high in a defiant, unblinking stare. All said nothing as they prepared to leave the sun behind and step into the beckoning shadows, which all recognized as the gateway to the little woods. If you were to look at this particular patch of woodland today, you might not feel it was an especially distinctive sight, just the typical pine, oak, and beech of western Pennsylvania. But something close to a deeply seated reverence resonated within each one of the boys as they traded the bright heat of summer's light for the cool darkness beneath the trees. Perhaps it was an adrenaline-fueled blend of foreboding, perhaps a long-awaited anticipation of the game they were about to play. Perhaps it was merely overactive imagination. Whatever it was, the effect the Little Woods had on each of them that day would stay with them for a lifetime. 3. Matt Chauncey's apprehension of both the game of war and the Little Woods, while having no sentient foundation, was nonetheless very real to him. It was an anxiety that progressed over time, worsening as each summer approached. It crippled aspects of his interaction with the other boys to the point of becoming socially estranged from the group. He openly admitted he would no longer enter the woods alone, a fact he did not seem ashamed of, despite the fiercely cutting derision of the older boys in the gang. Maybe Matt was just too stupid to realize how childish he appeared to everyone else. Or maybe he was only admitting what the other boys secretly felt. Despite this palpable dread, still Matt came again and again, never once failing to take part in the boys' game of war in the woods, even when every nerve in his body was screaming with electric fire not to join in. Now, whether he made any real contribution to the war once he was there was a matter of little debate. But you could never take away from him the fact that Matt showed up, despite his overwhelming inner monologue which desperately persuaded, at times even cajoled him, to stay home. "We can just stay right here, bud, right? Eat PB&Js all day, watch Tom and Jerry in our pajamas," he would convince himself. "That would be more fun, right? And safer." In the years that followed, the few boys able to remember would look back and realize that Matt had, without a doubt, been the most courageous of them all. Then it finally happened. This year, Matt Chauncey hadn't joined in the march. When the troop had knocked on his door, the manic banging of at least 3 of the boys echoing loud and hollow through the Chauncey's house, the brusque announcement of their presence was met only by the bellowing barks of Ruby, the family's Irish setter. Ian Cockerton was Matt's best friend, perhaps his only real friend, so of course he knew him better than anyone. And it was no surprise to Ian when Matt didn't come to the door this time. To be honest, none of the boys were very surprised. To be brutally honest, none were even much bothered. Most had expected it a long time ago. For Ian, the sudden realization that Matt might not actually join in the game this summer filled him with an oddly contradictory mix of both soothing relief and unexpectedly searing disappointment. "Chauncey's finally ditching us. Pussy. Knew he'd wimp out." The overlapping sentiments had resounded from the gang as the boys stepped off the Chauncey's front porch and trotted down the street in eager anticipation of the game. 4. Everyone was uniquely shocked when they found Matt alone at the edge of the woods, sat cross-legged beneath a pine tree and fiddling with some twigs while he waited for the rest of the gang. It was only a matter of moments before that shock turned to the usual disdain as Ian, like everyone else, braced for Matt's feckless demeanor, the pathetic victim mentality from the boy who, for most of Ian's life, had been his tried-and-true best friend. They weren't disappointed. The tree Matt was sitting under was at the outermost edge of the woods. Just 2 small steps and he would be right back in the bright yellow sunlit glow of the cornfield. But to Matt, sitting here in that patchy onset of the woods' shade was a victory. As Ian had expected, however, his head was hanging low, eyes darting about, hands nervously clenching and unclenching. The weirdest thing was the idiosyncratic way Matt's feet moved compared to the rest of his body language. In moments like these, Ian noticed they were always kicking and scuffing at the dirt, as if attempting to exude a casual, almost absent-minded bravado. Once, not that many summers earlier, this very portrayal of courage had actually convinced Ian that Matt was being honest when he'd said, with utmost stoic confidence, that he wasn't the least bit afraid to go play the game, in the little woods, with the others. "Nope. Not scared at all," Matt had proclaimed as he scuffed his feet against the brown and orange carpet in his bedroom while feigning a sudden, nonchalant interest in the condition of his cuticles. Then again, Ian had also believed Matt that very same summer when Matt had disclosed, again with that same absolute conviction, that he'd just seen Bigfoot taking a dip in the creek down behind the neighborhood. Ian had grown a little less gullible since then. Despite their being the same age, Matt suddenly seemed to Ian nothing more than a frightened little kid, kicking pointlessly at pebbles in the dirt. He guiltily pushed the thought aside as he offered to help Matt to his feet. "Hey, buddy. I'm glad to see you." Ian extended his hand. "Come on. It's time to head in." 5. The Raker brothers, Jimmy and Jack, Stuart, Stu Klatz, and a couple more of the older boys, friends of Brian's, if that's what you wanted to call them, were the first to race into the forest. Behind them, the rest of the boys followed the sound of their whooping shouts and hollers, weaving in and out beneath the trees and over thick brush. "Right, guys, let's break into 2 teams." At first, the command was a disembodied voice emanating from somewhere in the shadows. Then Jack, the elder of the 2 Raker boys, was revealed within a thin, shifting veneer of light. "Come on! We doing this, or what?" The words tapered into the distance, becoming lost within the boy who spoke them as Jack again darted away. Little more than a shade, he scrambled adeptly between rows of tall, dark trees, until once again the shadows swallowed him and he was gone. All too familiar with where he was heading, the rest of the boys dutifully followed, picking their way through thickets and fallen branches as their eyes steadily adjusted to the increasing dark. Another 100 yards or so passed until, one by one, they came upon a clearing and gathered together round the base of a colossal tree, the Father Oak they called it, which dominated a cluster of lesser oaks, peach, and other trees, all of which seemed to form a rough perimeter around it. A meticulous arrangement of rocks and stones had been placed between these outlying trees, linking them together like a dotted line. The attentive work of generations of kids long before them, it further accentuated the natural geometry of the circumference. At the center of the clearing was an oval of brushed dirt where several logs lay parallel to one another, arranged carefully as if church pews. They faced a single tree stump, 3 feet high, which stood alone beneath the Father Oak. This was the place the boys saw in their minds when they thought of the little woods. Jack jumped onto the stump and brushed his feet back and forth, adding to the decades of burnish. He surveyed the boys jostling before him, a general inspecting his loyal troops, and a chill ran up his spine as he took in the sight. Then came the voice. It whispered sweetly, "It is time." There was a murmuring among the boys, at first low and soft, only a tentative few, but then a couple more, louder, more determined, until all of the boys were chanting, now shouting in a fierce and unified chorus, "Pick, pick, pick, pick." Jack waved them silent, and they fell obediently to a hush. Some shuffled anxiously in place, others stared wide-eyed. Several moments passed, the whispering of the trees the only sound as Jack studied the faces. The fear was palpable in some, the lust for the game in others. He cleared his throat before speaking again, and the sound seemed to echo like a gunshot through the woods. "Okay," he stated in the most authoritative of tones. "I'll take Stu." The boys, all but Brian, erupted into untamed cheering and hurrahs as Stu stepped forward to take his place next to Jack at the stump, high-fiving his team leader. One of the tallest boys, Stu was also one of the best at the game. There was little doubt among any of the boys that this was due, in no small part, to the fact that Stu was the nastiest son of a bitch among them, bar none. A self-satisfied grin spread across Stu's face as he turned his gaze to Brian, then bent over with unabashed laughter. It was all Brian could do to contain his fury. As one of the 2 team captains this year, he'd approached Stu weeks ago, and surprisingly, Stu had agreed to be on his team. In fact, not only on the same team, but as co-captain. For Brian, this was a no-brainer. Together, they agreed with self-assured righteousness, their team would be unstoppable, their victory ordained in the heavens. The 2 spit in their palms to seal the alliance and set about collaborating together for weeks. Admittedly, Brian had done most of the heavy mental lifting as they formulated intricate plans, maps, strategies, essentially their team's entire battle plan. Now it was painfully clear why. Stu had offered little pushback. In fact, he had been so incredibly affable about every plan Brian had put forth that Brian had been a little taken aback at the unanticipated level of cooperation. It was a cunning move, the finest conspiratorial treachery. Game on. "In that case," Brian said as he stepped resolutely into the oval clearing, snagging Jack's younger brother by the collar and all but dragging him to the stump with him, "I'll take Jimmy." Jack visibly winced. He knew he should have expected the retaliation, but contested the selection anyway. "Shit, you can't do that, Cockerton." Sorry, Big Don. Jack's reaction was more satisfying than Brian had expected it would be. No vetoes, you know the rules. All's fair in love and war, and all that jazz. Jack needed to think. He paused as he contemplated his next move. He carefully scanned the faces. His younger brother Jimmy had been a big part of his plans. Time to adjust strategy. Fine, then Dan's with me. Danny Mercer, a.k.a. Big Dan, was a mutual friend of them both. He was big, very big, and that was about it. He was slow as syrup and twice as stupid, but the strength he provided was a powerful bonus to whichever team he was on. In short, no one messed with Big Dan. Okay, then I'll have Woody, Brian retaliated. Take him, see if I give a shit. But while you're at it, Jack declared, you could take the 3 little douche-keteers there, too. He gestured towards Ian, Craig, and Matt. Apparently, together they were some sort of pathetic package deal, the perpetually overlooked and underappreciated, whether they liked it or not. Ian did not like it. In previous years, he dumbly accepted that the 3 together were perceived as having only the worth of a single older player. But now he was pretty certain he could square up against just about any of the boys, as long as it was one-on-one, and come out of the deal faring pretty okay. According to his books, anyway. He was sick and tired of being lumped together as some kind of booby prize. He couldn't even say they were a contemptible pair, for that would require actual recognition of their existence. Nor could he say they were a pitiable alliance for the very same reason. Nope. They were simply invisible, the unseen booby prize. And it sucked. Brian looked at him as if to say, yeah, I know, but just go with it this one last time, and signaled the 3 of them to join him. 6. The teams chosen and, by his way of thinking, fate sealed, Jack draped his arms over Woody's and Stu's shoulders. He winked at Brian with self-assured confidence before assuring that he'd see him and his team in hell. Then he was gone, scuttling through brush in and out between trees as Stu and Dan yipped like hyenas as they bounded closely behind him. Brian ignored the display and called his team together. 6 against 3, he considered. Not bad odds. Right, now listen. Just over there, he poked his thumb over his right shoulder, is our team's HQ. You know the story by now. One man has to sit and guard it at all times, especially when we get any prisoners to bring back. Matt's expression revealed how much he truly doubted they'd be capturing anybody. And I'll need a scout, Brian continued. Then, of course, a couple of you guys have to come with me on infantry. We'll go looking for those bastards, and I promise you, we'll find them. He patted Jimmy Raker on the back as he said this last part. The kid just might be the ace in the hole this year. Jimmy remained expressionless. Matt shot his hand up and waved to get Brian's attention. As he did, he made a series of noises, something akin to Arnold from the popular sitcom Welcome Back, Kotter. Dude, I'm right here. With just a minor stretch, Brian was able to slap Matt playfully on the cheek. And we're not at school, just say what you fucking want to say. I'll do that job. Infantry? Brian almost laughed, but knowing what was about to go down and being stuck with this ragtag lot, and with Jack et al. Out there, somewhere, none of it was actually very funny. Matt's face blanched. God, no! As if evading the inherent danger, he actually took a step backward as he said it, the way the teenage girls always do in the horror flicks when the knife-wielding maniac approaches them so slowly. Definitely not. I was talking about the first one, HQ guard. That's why I raised my hand. This time Brian did allow himself to laugh, just a little. Fine. Matt, you're our man at home. Just do a good job and be sure to give the signal if you see any of Jack's lot inside of 100 yards from here. Got it? Matt sighed with relief. Yes, sir, got it. Now who's going to be our scouts? Craig nodded. So did Jimmy Raker. Brian grimaced. What little mock confidence he'd been trying to muster immediately, unavoidably, sloughed away. What's with you, Jimmy? Since when do you want pussy scout duty? You're infantry through and through, man. You love that shit. Into the heat of battle and all that. Jimmy said nothing, only shrugging his shoulders. Brian let out a loud breath. Woody looked worried. Matt hummed away to himself as he kicked indifferently at some leaves in the oval clearing. Brian said, shaking his head emphatically side to side. No way, Jimmy. You're coming with me. You and Woody. I need you both. Out there. With me. Jimmy stared blankly into the tree canopy, his back now turned to Brian. He shrugged in embarrassed agreement. Hey, now, just wait a minute, Ian interrupted. Maybe I should be on infantry this time. If Jimmy doesn't want it, then fine, I'll do it. Brian shot him a look. The message was sharp, quick, and silent, and conveyed Brian's suspicion of Jimmy and that he needed to keep the younger Raker brother close. Ian acquiesced with a reluctant nod and stepped down. Okay then, guys. So Matt's our HQ sentry. Woody, Jimmy, and me are infantry, so Ian and Craig, that makes you our scouts. Now let's go for it. And remember, Brian turned to Matt, who was already off in his own little world. He dabbed his index finger into Matt's chest to ensure the kid was listening. You give us a whistle if you see anything, even the faintest suspicion of anything, right? Matt shrugged in agreement. And Ian? Brian waved for his brother to come over to him. He leaned in and spoke quietly. Keep an extra good eye out, okay, bro? I have a funny feeling, with Jimmy, you know? And, well, I just need you to be doubly alert. He thumbed toward Matt, who was now sitting on a rock, braiding dried leaves into a chain. Okay, Ian assured. But next time, I'm out there with you. Yeah, little bro. Next time. 7. Brian led Woody and Jimmy north into the cool, dark heart of the little woods. From his strategy sessions with Stu, he'd learned there was a stream up there, about a quarter-mile from base camp, which was apparently Jack's favorite spot. He hoped to find them hanging out there, overly cocky and underprepared. So at least that was a plus to this whole team espionage fiasco. At the base camp, Ian called Matt and Craig over. I think this is what we gotta do, he instructed as he picked up a stick and began to scratch a rudimentary map in the dirt. Craig, you head west. I'm heading east, that way. He pointed about 90 degrees from the direction Brian and the guys had just taken. Matt, you stay here, like we said, and just keep an eye on things. Matt, pleased with his choice of soldiering, smiled triumphantly. He even puffed out his chest a little. No problem. I just hope for their sakes they don't go trying to mess with me. He put an exclamation on it by grinding his fists together. Craig openly sniggered, so Ian punched him hard, square in the chest. Craig hadn't expected it. He pursed his lips, quickly dabbing a hand to his mouth. Ugh! You made me bite my dog! Ian's attempt to prevent Matt from witnessing the derision was too late. Dejected, Matt stepped haughtily away. You guys can just screw off. He disappeared through the brush, adding, Who needs you anyway? This time Craig straight up laughed, no hesitance about it. It came out as a big, whooping belly laugh. Ian tried not to do the same, but it was impossible. Together they guffawed for a good 2 or 3 minutes before they could finally catch their breath. On the other side of the clearing, Matt fought away the tears as he tried to zone out his two friends and his feelings. Sat cross-legged on a mossy outcropping, his back against a tree, he pulled a small bamboo flute from his pocket. A gift from one of his aunts who'd been to Africa or somewhere. He'd been carrying it with him everywhere these days. He raised it to his lips and rolled the end around his mouth to wet it. He couldn't play it, but knew this is what you did. He blew softly. Surprising even himself, it actually whistled to life. It was a discordant, shrill chord, but it was something. Ian stopped laughing and cringed, uselessly covering his ears. He hated that stupid flute, and even the way Matt looked when he tried to play it. But he guessed it made Matt feel important. Or maybe it just made him feel safe. Hey! He shouted above the caterwauling of the instrument and peered around the tree. You're going to give the game away with that damn thing! Craig was still trying to contain himself, not very successfully. when both he and Ian struck out in their respective directions, leaving Matt alone at the camp. 8. Brian, Jimmy, and Woody ran hard through the underbrush for a good 10 minutes before stopping for a breather. The sound of water tripping over rocks announced the presence of the stream somewhere nearby. Otherwise, the only sound in the woods was that of the three boys panting as they caught their breath. Brian fell against a tree, its rough bark scraping his back as his t-shirt lifted out of his jeans. Well, he took another deep breath and considered if Jack's team might be close. What do you think? He looked at his two teammates, raising an eyebrow. Jimmy flopped to the ground. Don't know. He took a swig of water from his canteen. Don't care. Woody was already on the ground, but stood up to tower over Jimmy. What do you mean you don't know? You've always been with these guys out here. Where the hell do you go? Jimmy stared at him defiantly. Now hold on, Brian interjected. Let's not get at each other. Not now that... Come on, Bri, he knows. He's just not saying so, that's all. Jimmy jumped up. Of course I know, you stupid dickbag. You really think they'll go to the same place now I'm with you? He faced Woody so that the two were nose to nose. That was more than enough for Woody's hair trigger. He cocked his arm all the way back behind his right ear, aimed roughly for Jimmy's head. Anywhere in that vicinity would do nicely, he thought, and threw the punch apparently before he himself realized what he was doing. Jimmy had no time to flinch. Woody's fist landed squarely across his left cheekbone and he pinwheeled backwards, collapsing awkwardly to the dirt where he'd been sitting only moments earlier. Woody stood frozen, his arms still outstretched, eyes wide and blinkless. The disbelief at what he'd just done was written all over his face. It would have been comical had it not been so real. Brian shook his head and slumped a little further down the tree he was leaning against. He already knew what was coming next. Jimmy was a crazy son of a bitch, and there would be retribution. A lot of it. Jack and company were out there somewhere, maybe even watching all of this, waiting to take them down, and his own team were about to bash each other's brains in. For a moment it dawned on him that maybe, just maybe, this was somehow all part of Jack's plan. Not only the overt espionage of using Stu against him, but also counting on Brian to retaliate by picking Jimmy for his team, and then methodically tearing the team apart from the inside. He pondered the idea for a moment before dismissing it. I mean, Jack just wasn't that bright. Was he? On the ground, Jimmy smeared the back of his hand across his cheek and held it up to a patch of light, slowly rotating it until the thick swatch of red came into view. Oh, shit, Woody thought. Oh, shit, a brick. Realizing what he'd just done and what Jimmy would likely do next, Woody assumed the classic boxer's stance. Right fist pulled back to his ear, left raised defensively in front of his face. This time the pose was a conscious choice. But Jimmy didn't get up. He didn't try to bust Woody's head open like an overripe melon as he and Brian expected would happen next. Instead, Jimmy simply sat there in the dirt and presented his blood-covered hand in the same lackluster fashion that reminded Woody of the way they would present some mundane item to a roomful of lackadaisical classmates during show and tell back in grade school. Look what you did, you fucking idiot, Jimmy informed him in an oddly dispassionate manner. Puzzled, Woody held his stance, looking quizzically to Brian for help. It was one of those, is this a crazy trick? Kind of looks. Brian shrugged non-committally, so Woody maintained the pose, jostling in place and bouncing on his toes every once in a while, the way he'd seen fighters do on television. He continued this only for about a minute or so, before realizing he was starting to look a bit silly and relaxed his stance. Well, he said to Jimmy matter-of-factly as he lowered his fists, you were asking for it. Jimmy pulled himself up, brushed himself off, and pressed his hand against his cheek a few more times more until the bleeding slowed. You're right, he admitted. And Woody and Brian had no reply. Then he pointed past a thick cluster of trees at the top of a distant embankment, the one that must lead down to the stream.
That's where they'll be, and Jack wouldn't in a million years think I'd tell you, so he'll be there."
Brian grinned with sudden rejuvenation.
"Well, okay then. What have we got to lose?"
Woody shrugged his shoulders and capitulated.
"Right. I guess you're right. What have we got to lose?"
And just like that, they were back on the hunt. 9. After several minutes of unsuccessfully trying to skirt it, Ian found no way around and was now wading awkwardly through Dead Man's Swamp. A thick mixture of murky water, mud, and stringy plant tendrils had already worked its way in and around his brand-new basketball shoes, creating the frightful sensation of binding his feet. It felt and smelled incredibly gross. He'd known the swamp wasn't far from their base camp, but thought the route he took would pass wide north of it.
"Not the case," he pointed out to no one but himself, and carefully placed one foot in front of the other. "Move too fast, Cockerton, and you'll lose one, maybe even both of those shoes."
At first, the thick, swampy emulsion gave way to his steps easily enough, but the further across he waded, the more it flowed up and over the tops of his sneakers, seeping down into the shoes and creating a horrible thwack sound as the vacuum it created sucked the mud back up. It felt the way he imagined a massive eel would feel, were it slithering into your sneakers, wrapping around your ankles, then snaking back out again.
"God, this is so fucking gross."
He waded several feet more before the murky water was up to his knees. He was halfway across when the dense water was nearly up to his thighs, and still a good 30 or more yards from the rim. That's when it caught his attention. He heard it at first, only turning in time to catch a glimpse. Around 10 feet behind him, the mud opened up into a small circle, burped, then closed in upon itself again. Ian stood motionless in the middle of the swamp, staring over his left shoulder. He watched and listened, intensely focused. 20 seconds passed. The sounds of the forest murmured in his ear, but nothing more. He waited a few more seconds, then began to move.
"Cockerton, old boy, you must have imagined it."
Cold, wet, and up to his waist in sludge, Ian continued across the swamp, taking one labored step, then another. He worked through the mud, ever mindful that at any moment he could lose his sneakers beneath the gray-green murk. He tried to push the thought aside, but could feel the shoes threatening to pull from his feet with every step. It was already going to be a long walk back home, and he didn't much care for the thought of doing it shoeless. Another 10 yards passed. The swamp was more shallow after the halfway mark, so it was thankfully below his knees again. But with the shallower depth came that thick, viscous composition.
"At least the end is in sight. Almost there, buddy. You can do the—"
His foot caught on something and twisted hard. Before he knew it, he was falling, hands grasping at empty air. It happened so fast. The horizon seemed to rise up to meet his body in slow motion as another hole burped open in front of him. All he could think was how this hole had appeared so much closer now, until the swamp was slapping him in the face. Then the only thing he was aware of was the glutinous water covering his head, oozing into his eyes, forcing its way into his nose, his mouth, threatening to fill his throat. In less than a beat, his reality was profoundly altered as he sank below the surface. 1 Mississippi. As it had done with his basketball shoes, the swamp sucked his body down. 2 Mississippi. The sensation of the heavy water was suddenly very real as it flowed over him, tugging him, a web of reeds and pulpy tendrils tangling around him. 5 Mississippi. I could die here. Panic constricted his body like an electric rope that squeezed his chest and stiffened his limbs as the realization swept over him. He thrashed, stiff and rigid, and the action sucked him even further down. His face now pressed into the fine silt at the bottom of the muddy water as though something, or someone, were holding him there and shoving his face into the loam. 12 Mississippi. His lungs began to burn, his throat to convulse. Oblivious to his situation, they pleaded for him to please just open his mouth and take a breath. I'm going to die here. And then the image. the one from the old black-and-white film they'd watched in Matt's basement one rainy afternoon. The movie where the safari expedition stumbles into the jungle quicksand, and the more the explorer struggles, the more he sinks, until only his pith helmet is left. At the time, Ian thought it stupid. He even condemned the hapless explorer to death for being such a simpleton, when the solution was so clear and obvious. But now, as the oxygen evaporated from his brain and his thoughts began to fuzz and fade, he couldn't remember how the explorer had escaped. If he had at all? The monochrome movie scene began to swirl and swim, a colorless kaleidoscope. Now the safari explorer was a cartoon ranger, a little man, short and plump, with little round glasses. The ranger floated in psychedelic, monotone space and gleefully beckoned Ian to follow him down, 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 smaller and further away until he eventually blurred into nothing but a flash of light. 21 Mississippi. Now the whistling. Even though his mind knew a desperate attempt for life-giving oxygen would be his last, Ian no longer possessed the fortitude to prevent the instinctive, physical need to take a breath. His whole being went limp as he yielded to the epoxy of the swamp and began to suck in the water. Then it happened. The thick silt and sludge and tendrils that had bound him began to loosen. Not completely, but enough for him to sense the slackened grip. In one last weak and desperate effort, he thrust himself up. His face broke through the surface. Gasping and coughing, the vile swamp water propelled from his burning lungs as he clamored for air in a dizzy haze. He was bent over and trembling when another small hole burped open in the mud right in front of him. Then another. Then again, this one the nearest of them all. Whatever it is, the fear in him whispered, this time it will suck you down and you won't have the strength to get back up. So he started to run. The foot still anchored beneath the water, trapped by whatever it was that had felled him in the first place, stayed trapped while the rest of him lurched forward. With incredible torque, his body buckled violently to the left, his kneecaps strained, could hold no more, then dislocated from the center of his leg with an unnatural, stomach-churning pop. Ian screamed as the knee bulged under the skin from a place it should not be. The howl turned into a low, guttural moan as he dropped to one knee and instinctively tried to manipulate the other back into place. It refused to move. Wedged in its new, grotesque position, the mere sight of it made his stomach tighten. So he did something he never imagined he could. He cocked his arm back, squeezed his eyes closed, and struck the disjointed leg at an oblique angle with the open heel of his hand. The displaced patella shot back to the center of his leg, bone grinding against bone, and Ian cried under his breath. Another burping bubble appeared in the mud. This time Ian caught a glimpse of the golf ball-sized rock as it whizzed past his head. It slammed into the swamp's oily surface, opening a hole in the sludge, then disappeared beneath. And the realization dawned. Jack and his infantry. Fresh panic tightened his chest like a cold fist driving through his ribcage and squeezing his heart. The oxygen-deprived vision of the cartoon ranger had been terrifying. Something deep inside told him what was about to go down would be worse. Way worse. Fuck. Another rock flew by, this one slicing right in a wide arc before skipping across the water, then slowly sinking. Ian scanned the embankments of the swamp in harried, fleeting glances but saw no one. His breaths quickened as he pulled and twisted his leg, ignoring the searing pain from the effort to desperately free himself. The foot would not loosen. Groping beneath the surface blindly with both hands, he finally felt the culprit. A log, fat and heavy and convoluted, with a network of twisted offshoots that entangled his ankle and lower leg like a snare. He pushed with all his strength. It did not budge. Another rock whizzed past, heard rather than seen. Out of options and resigned to his position in the swamp, Ian lowered his body back into the water and pressed against the log for support as he lay low and flat and as out of sight as possible.
Thick, oily water lapped over his chin and again filled his mouth, and he spat it out in gargling splutters as he struggled to keep his head above the waterline. Another rock, another burp in the mud. Several more, dangerously close. Then, sudden nothingness. Ian held his breath. Hopefully, the boys had run out of rocks, or better yet, maybe they'd finally lost interest in this part of the game. The thought had no sooner formed when came the next telltale thwap. This one followed by something new, a hollow, muted thud, as the rock struck something. Something beneath the water. His log. Shit, their aim is getting better. A lot better. The blinding flash of light exploded across his vision. Then came the torturous ice-pick pain in his head and a red flow that oozed warmly into his eye. He fingered the side of his forehead and was immediately sickened by the size of the gash there. The stone or rock or whatever the fuck it was had torn the skin from his head so that a series of small, shredded flaps hung loosely from his temple. Then it began to pulse, a loud, numb heartbeat on the side of his head, pumping a sheet of blood vigorously down his face. He pinched the lacerated skin between the thumb and forefinger of one hand while the other raked the bottom of the swamp and awkwardly brought up a thick, gelatinous handful of silt. The pain as he smeared it across his temple was so intense, he wanted to throw up, but could only emit a series of hacking, dry heaves. It was a crude poultice, but might help slow the flow of blood until the wound could thicken and clot on its own. Ian wanted to go home now. His knee felt sickeningly loose and grotesquely swollen, and he was sure it no longer connected the upper and lower portions of his leg as it was meant to. He could barely believe that just minutes ago he'd been worried about losing his sneakers in the swamp. Now such an inane concern made him chuckle out loud, and the pain in his temple blossomed to an instant, excruciating crescendo. He leaned back on trembling elbows, head barely above the water, and concentrated only on the steadily, cyclical rhythm of his breathing. It took every last ounce of energy as he focused only upon pushing through the pain. At least the boys will come now, he assured himself between shallow breaths. They'll come, and they'll help. They'll help me home. Tears began to slide from beneath the lids of his tightly shut eyes. A moment later, he started to sob. He didn't care. The other boys could make fun of him all summer long for all he cared. He just wanted this to be over now, to be back in his bedroom with his mom rubbing his chest and singing to him in her sweet, soft tones until all the nastiness went away. He daubed at the tears with the back of his filthy hand, and when he opened his eyes, found Jack and Stu clambering hurriedly down from a tree at the swamp's edge. They're coming. It's going to be okay now. Then came the sound, that shrill, jarring whistling which resonated so audibly around him he could actually feel the tight, distressing vibrations cycling through his chest. But this time it was accompanied by a smell, a rancid, indelible stench like sulfur that soured his mouth as though sucking on copper. Simultaneously, horrifying images filled his vision. They were sporadic and disjointed and made no sense, but were as tangible as if happening right in front of him. Father Oak, a fire, fraying rope, the faceless screams of one of the boys. The images jolted him into action. He tugged furiously at his leg, forcing his foot out of its slime-filled basketball sneaker. Then, in an adrenaline-fueled frenzy, he lurched into a stumbling run. He'd even managed a few paces before his torn ACL had other ideas. Behind the now grossly swollen kneecap, his leg buckled and Ian pitched back into the water, his leg bent in a way it shouldn't be. It didn't matter anymore. The boys were already down from their perch, splashing wildly through the swamp. Rabid hyenas yowling and yipping, Jack and Stu bound frenetically through the murky water, their eyes empty and black. 3. 1995. The boy in front of him, the sneaker squeaker, looked both concerned and naturally interested. You all right, mister? He said in a cautious tone. What? Ian groggily opened his eyes and his mind to his surroundings as the intensity of the memory slowly vanished beneath the fabric of reality. Though the images quickly waned, the anxiety from decades past lingered like a mass in his chest. He stared emptily at the boy in front of him, and for a moment, the great hull of the bus terminal rippled as though he were seeing it underwater. He instinctively reached for his temple before his mind could tell him the pain he felt there was a relic of almost 20 years prior. I said, are you okay? The boy's question grew staccato and terse. Ian nodded and found the remnant images. He could feel the grimace on his face, the furrowed brow lines across his forehead. Yeah, I'm all right. The boy's expression revealed he wasn't convinced, but he shrugged his shoulders and walked away anyway. Hey, Ian called after him, after pulling a relieving breath of air. The boy turned but continued walking half backwards. Thanks. The boy shrugged his shoulders once more and disappeared around the corner of the snack kiosk. Ian looked at his watch. 9:27 a.m. 10 full minutes had passed with his back to the marble column. It seemed like only seconds, but then again could so easily have been hours, perhaps years. Bright sunshine suddenly streamed into the terminal as the vast entry doors opened and washed the grand hall in light. A silhouetted figure appeared in the opening and slowly stepped forward. Closer and closer the shadow figure approached Ian, who edged back against the column, bracing himself. When the doors shut and the back light was extinguished, Ian's brother Brian was standing at the far end of the bus terminal. Even from this distance, the glossy veneer of Brian's eyes, the numbness behind them they were trying unsuccessfully to hide, was evident. The brothers held each other's gaze as they stepped toward one another, an impossible onslaught of thoughts and emotions passing unvoiced between them, a shared synapse of intense, silent feeling. Then, without speaking, they simply embraced. 2. It was a quiet but strangely soothing ride home. For a while neither man spoke more than a word or maybe two. Ian stared out of the Chevrolet Blazer's window and watched the summer storm clouds growing darker. Eventually, when the time to ask felt appropriate, he inquired as to how Rebecca and the kids were doing, all things considered. Okay, I guess, Brian answered softly as he ran a nervous hand through his hair. I guess we're doing all right. As you say, all things considered. Brian's lips trembled. It was barely discernible, but Ian noticed and felt the need to breathe in. A long, steady intake to calm the ever-threatening angst which vibrated just beneath his conscious mind. As the sweet summer air filled his lungs, he measured the moments as the trees passed by in regular, even intervals, and only allowed himself to exhale after he counted slowly to 5. The road thumped lightly below their wheels in a steady, almost hypnotic rhythm, and Ian allowed himself the privilege of closing his eyes in the warm, secure comfort of the SUV. He was safe. For now. He leaned back and enjoyed the soothing sensation as the breeze from the open window wisped through his hair. The air itself smelled sweet, almost cloy, and a moment later a spritz of moisture kissed his cheek. The feeling was real and appreciated more than anything he'd felt in a very, very long time. He opened his eyes to the ensuing rain as the sound of it began to pelt against the Blazer's metal roof. But all he saw was the little woods, and the swamp, and the boys sprinting wildly toward him. 4. 1977. Yes! Yes! Jack shouted as he punched a clenched fist high into the air, jumping to the ground. Got that little bastard! Got him good and proper! Which one of 'em is it? Stu held an open hand above his glasses to block out the sun. I can't tell which one it is. Jack, too, squinted into the bright reflection coming off the water. Well, I'll be. It's Cockerton's little brother. Is it? Stu smiled, barely believing their luck. First kill of the game, and it turns out to be Cockerton's little bro. He high-fived Jack. Nice one. Come on, Jack urged. Let's get him before he takes off. Ian sobbed as the vision of the faceless, screaming boy in the tree played over and again in his mind. He could hear every word of Jack and Stu's conversation as it echoed acoustically around the natural horseshoe-shaped basin. And now he realized the boy he'd seen in that disturbing vision must have been himself. He gingerly massaged his swollen knee while the tears rolled down his cheeks, making clean, parallel streaks against the caked mud on his face. The throbbing heat at the left side of his forehead was now as rhythmic as clockwork. The only saving grace of this macabre rhythm of pain was how it masked the thick, ballooning torment of his knee. He didn't want to admit it to himself, but he was more than hurt. Now he was scared. Even at this distance, he could see something in the two boys that somehow wasn't right. An empty darkness in their eyes. They had always been evil little sons of bitches, especially when it came to war. But when all was said and done, both teams always went back to the neighborhood together. One big gang, tired and laughing and patting each other heartily on the back. The sickening vision of the boy in the flaming tree told Ian it wasn't going to be like that today. Jack and Stu were closing in on him now, making their way quickly through the swamp. They were both wearing military-styled boots, not sneakers, and Ian laughed to himself at just how together these guys really were when it came to playing this game. "Yo, Cockerton!" Jack shouted through cupped hands, overemphasizing his name's first syllable. "Yo, Cockerton!" He laughed aloud at his obvious joke, and Stu joined in. "Cockerton!" They both screamed in shrill, unnatural voices. Stu pulled madly at his crotch each time. "We're gonna kill you, boy!" Then Stu began howling. Actually howling, a guttural animal sound that came from somewhere dark, deep inside him. Ian had never seen them like this before. His chest tightened, breathing quickening as panic began to sweep through his body. His head filled with 1,000 terrifying images, all of them swimming chaotically as they fought for dominance. It was a sudden, sickening melee of fears. He jerked his body forward, kicking madly at the water, trying to pull himself to his feet. Forget the dangling leg, there was a much greater danger out here, and it was coming straight for him. Ian forced himself up and stumbled into a clumsy one-legged hopping scramble as the two boys behind him increased their speed, splashing wildly through the swamp water. He could hear them gaining as he pushed himself onward as hard as he could, but everything seemed as if in slow motion. The horizon bobbed up and down in half-time while the sound of thick water splashing into the air behind him echoed in decelerating rhythms with every teetering step. Even his tempo pulsed in time to this slowing, measured beat as it released a stream of blood down the left side of his face and into his mouth with every step. Then he felt a claw digging into his right shoulder, another into his throat, and collapsed as everything started to fade to gray. It hadn't taken long for them to catch up. Stu was first, and had thrown a broad, calloused hand over Ian's right shoulder. With his other, he clasped Ian's throat, and with a single violent tug lurched him backward so that Ian's legs flailed in the air as he slammed onto his back into the water. "Yes!" Jack screeched from further behind as he witnessed the takedown. His fingers still firmly around Ian's throat, Stu straddled the younger Cockerton boy, pressing his face so close that his glasses smacked sharply against Ian's nose. His breath was hot and foul. It made Ian feel sick, but also kept him from passing out. "Well, well, well, what have we got here, then?" he asked as a drop of spit lingered on his lip, wavered, then dripped onto Ian's chin. "And just look at that lovely gash in your face, boy. I do believe you must be hurting some." He smirked with wild eyes Ian had never before seen behind those rudimentary black plastic-rimmed glasses. When Jack finally caught up to them, his plodding strides splashed acrid swamp water into both of their faces. He grabbed Ian's hair and, with one violent yank, wrenched his head to the side so he could inspect the gash in his temple, still sheeting with blood. "Huh. I did a pretty good job there, eh, Ian?" Ian closed his eyes tightly and said nothing. "I said," Jack repeated, emphasizing the statement by jerking Ian's head back harder. "I did a pretty good job. Now you'd better answer me this time." Ian's heart raced. He could feel it pumping insanely in his chest, a bomb about to explode. The thought of that happening was still swimming around in his brain as he heard his mouth utter of its own accord, "Yes." "Good! Now we're getting somewhere." Stu released his grip on Ian's throat and stood with each leg to either side of Ian's waist. "What do we do with him?" "You know, sometimes I think you haven't got any fucking brains in that skull of yours at all." Jack rapped his knuckles against Stu's forehead. "Or else you've scrambled them so damn much they just don't want to work no more." Stu was expressionless. "For Christ's sakes, we're taking him back to the Father Oak. We'll meet Dan somewhere down that way. I told him to keep an eye on the Cockerton camp, you know. They've got that pussy Matt Chauncey guarding it. Can you believe it?" He patted Stu on the back. "This is it, my boy. We've just won ourselves a whole lot of fun." The warm, enveloping grayness beckoned Ian once more as the pain throughout his body overwhelmed his senses, and he found himself struggling to maintain consciousness. Seeing he was starting to fade, Jack yanked him back again and this time dunked his face into the murky water. Stu helped hold him there while Ian flailed and thrashed and the boys laughed, until the first air bubbles surfaced. "Okay, guess we should let him up," Jack regretfully admitted as he released his grip. But Stu pressed down harder, a savage focus contorting his features. 2 more bubbles broke the surface. Ian's flailing weakened. "I said let him go, man!" Jack punched Stu in the chest, forcing him to loosen his grip, and Ian surfaced, coughing and spluttering and expelling putrid brown liquid. Behind the sound of his own blood coursing through his ears, Ian could tell the boys were saying something, the same thing, over and over, but he could make out only slowed and thickly muffled voices. "Get up! Get up! Get up! Get up!" The words became clear as the gray dissipated and the ringing in his ears subsided. They were tugging him by his wrists, pulling and half-dragging him through the water. Then Jack wrapped his arms around him in a bear hug that expelled the air from Ian's lungs as he was forced to his feet. A lightning bolt of pain shot from Ian's right knee and ran all the way up his body where it lodged in his throbbing temple, the scorching agony cementing his return to cold, hard consciousness. "Walk," Jack demanded. "I'm not carrying your sorry ass all the way back, you little shit." Stu grinned and laughed in a short, erratic burst. Ian lurched forward, managing a single half-step before his leg crumpled. He instinctively threw his hands out to steady himself and unintentionally slapped Stu across the face. Stu glowered, but said nothing. Instead, he scanned the area, found a twig and snapped it in half as he pulled it from the swamp. "Big mistake if you think you could take me, Cockerton," he said, and the calm delivery of the assertion was far more frightening than the feral mania of moments before. "I'm not trying to take you." Ian wanted so desperately to form the words, but his mouth would not work. Earlier that day, he was certain he could hold his own against any of the older boys this year. But now? Stu slowly circled the tip of the stick in a figure 8 in front of Ian's face, and then, with no more consideration than one would give to inserting a key into a lock, drove it slowly into the raw, fleshy gash of Ian's temple. The skin bulged as the jagged tip plunged beneath the torn edges. Even when Ian stopped screaming, the twig remained hanging grotesquely from the side of his head. 2. "How far is it now?" Woody shouted after Jimmy as they scrambled through the thick undergrowth. "Shut up," Brian hissed under his breath. Woody shrunk a little. "It's over the ridge," Jimmy whispered as he pointed. "There, about 100 yards or so." Brian came to a stop. "Right. Hold on a minute, then." He tugged the back of Jimmy's shirt. "I say we get an action plan now, so we know what the hell we're doing, before we stumble across them. He paused. "If they're hiding up there." The sentence was cut by a long, harrowing scream in the distance. An unseen bird took flight at the noise, wings flapping loudly at the otherwise quiet air. Woody noticeably winced. "Shit," Jimmy said aloud for the three of them. "Seriously, what the hell was that?" Rhetorical or not, neither answered. Suddenly Brian felt how cold it had actually become. It was always a bit cooler and darker back here, this far into the woods. But this felt nothing at all like summer. Instead, it felt a whole lot more like one of those autumn storms brewing up. A storm much bigger than he liked to consider. "This doesn't feel right," Woody said aloud as if reading Brian's thoughts, and the grave tone of his normally steadfast voice was in itself alarming. "What do you mean?" Brian asked, playing dumb to see if they really were on the same wavelength. "Just what I said." Woody's answer was uncharacteristically terse. "I don't like this. Something's not right. Not the same as before." He turned to Jimmy, the pitch of his voice rising, his words rushing together more swiftly. "Man, can't you feel it? And you know this place is haunted. Some kids were killed here, by their father, I think, a long time ago. My uncle told me. He says the place is evil." All three boys stood in silence as the words merged into the sounds of the woods, then wafted down upon them like feathers tossed into a breeze. Then Jimmy laughed, a loud staccato hiccup of a sound. "Haunted? Don't be so fucking stupid, man. That's only a kid's tale." He shook his head dramatically, perhaps a little too vehemently to be convincing, Brian thought. "Dude, your uncle's just trying to spook ya." "I don't know, man," Brian interjected. "Something doesn't feel right." He turned to Woody and shrugged. "But haunted? You really believe that shit? I think it's just a storm coming in." Jimmy looked up at the blackening sky above the web-like canopy of leaves and branches. "Yup, it's gonna be one motherfucker of a storm." What few patches of blue were visible had begun to transform to a deep cast of bruised purple. "So do we head back?" Brian's question was to both. "I don't know about Jimmy," Woody answered, "but yeah, I say we head back to base." Surprisingly, Jimmy nodded in agreement. "All right then, I guess back it is." No sooner had Brian finished the sentence than something, a shadow, caught his eye in the brush just a few yards behind Jimmy. He placed a finger to his lips and slowly indicated. Woody peered into the darkness. Jimmy turned around to look. "I don't see anything." "Wait," Brian mouthed silently, holding up an index finger. He and Jimmy stood transfixed on the thicket while Woody scanned the area, eyes darting wildly. A twig snapped. The sound, crisp and clear, hung like an audible balloon in the lifeless air. "There," Brian whispered. "There, it's coming from those pines." He stepped cautiously over the uneven ground, picking his way stealthily toward the spot. Jimmy followed. The air began to move, growing into a slow, cold breeze. "Do you see anything?" Jimmy was circling around the cluster of trees. Brian shook his head in response. Another sound, this time about 10 yards from the same trees. "Over there!" Brian whisper shouted, pointing feverishly at the shadow now plunging through the brush within yards of Jimmy. Jimmy dropped defensively to one knee, spotting it at the same time. Crouching, he began to stalk low and slow toward the shape which was now motionless, nothing but a silhouette in the undergrowth. Perhaps a boy, perhaps a man crouching. He cautiously pulled aside the thicket of weeds and brush, but still could discern nothing. Signaling to Brian a dozen steps away, he rotated his open palms upward, raising his shoulders. "I don't know." Brian shook his head and mirrored the gesture back at him. Then it moved. Jimmy was certain of it. He rose from his crouching position and stood tall and steady. "Hey, you!" he shouted between cupped hands. It didn't answer. "Hey, I said," Jimmy repeated as he moved tentatively closer to the shape, now just feet away. He brushed aside the long, dry tendrils of ivy hanging from the branches overhead. "You, in the bushes! I'm talking to you!" No one answered. It's no use trying to hide in there, acting like we can't see you. We already have, man, so give it up. Silence. Come on, Jimmy insisted, growing less patient. Who is it? Jack? Stu? Dan? Surely not Big Dan. He just wasn't that stealthy. Nothing. The figure remained stationary, and the only sound was the whistling of the growing wind through the trees. Jimmy felt the hairs stand up on the back of his neck, a chill running down his spine like cold, dead fingers dragging down the center of his back. Come on, guys, it's me, Jimmy! He laughed nervously to himself as he persisted to try and persuade the figure to reveal itself. Then, almost too quickly to be seen, the figure shot from the brush and tore through the undergrowth, effortlessly dodging and twisting as it navigated noiselessly through the dense entanglement of trees and brush leading back toward the base camp. Only Stu can move like that, Jimmy exclaimed as he broke into a run. Come on! He was already hurdling a clump of rotting logs when he shouted over his shoulder, beckoning Brian and Woody to follow. The boys ran full out for several hundred yards, but could not gain on the shadow as it skirted deftly in and out between the trees. Becoming entangled more and more within thickets that had grown impossibly dense, Brian was the first to let up, his chest wrenching with piercing heat as he slowed to a trot, then a walk. Look! He tried to call out as the other two charged ahead. He gulped in the damp air, which was now so cold that it burnt his lungs. It's not Stu, for Christ's sakes! Guys, it's not him! Jimmy and Woody stumbled to a clumsy stop, and now all three were doubled over, grabbing the backs of their legs and panting as they caught short, rapid breaths. What only moments before had been a breeze was now a fierce, howling wind, when it rose to a maddening crescendo, piercing the canopy far above with a shrill, frightful cry. Woody's expression of confusion, doubt, and fear spoke for all three of the boys as they cast their eyes upward and saw the jet-black nothingness which had begun to swallow the afternoon sky. 3. Please, no! Matt was huddled tightly into a corner of the oval clearing, his back against one of the parallel-laying logs, whimpering. Please, I'll do anything, I promise. He placed an arm before him in a weak gesture of defense against Stu, who was slowly closing in. I think I'll have as much fun with you as I had with your buddy over there. Stu nodded towards the younger Cockerton, who was prostrate on the dirt floor, one hand holding a wounded knee, the other pressed to his bloodied face, his hair clotted with dirt and drying blood. The sight of it all, Ian's red-stained shirt, the mud and layers of dark rust-colored blood, made Matt want to throw up. To him, Ian had become the embodiment of the creature from the Black Lagoon, and it scared him beyond understanding. Sensing this, Stu's lips quivered with excitement. Maybe I'll even have more fun, he said, finishing the thought as Matt sobbed in a fetal position at his feet. 4. If that wasn't Stu we were chasing, then what the hell do you reckon it was? Jimmy was shouting, stepping aggressively toward Brian. I mean, you seem to know everything, Bri, after all. No, I really don't, and I don't know what that was. For fuck's sake, it was Stu. No way. Brian shook his head. You saw how that thing ran. No chance. It was Stu! The pleading look in Jimmy's eyes belied the angry certainty of his voice, the cracks beginning to show beneath his veneer of courage. He was getting cold and frightened. They all were. Look, Brian pointed up. Look at that. What do you think about that? Through the leaves and branches high above them, the sky was dark as night. It's a storm, that's all. Jimmy's answer was unconvincing, perhaps even to himself. It's a storm. His conviction weakened with the very words which trailed away. There's no storm coming, Jimmy. Woody stated it plainly, then after disappearing within a moment of deep thought, not a storm like you mean anyways. Neither Jimmy nor Brian knew exactly what Woody meant, and for that matter Woody himself didn't really understand the comment, which came out more by instinct than rationale. But they all felt it.
Something was wrong. Something that felt corrupted and rotten and like nothing they'd experienced before. Now, all the boys had lived through many bouts of the intense, unpredictable weather so typical of western Pennsylvania. In the summertime it was hot, stupid hot, and in the winter it was beyond what reasonable folks would call cold. At times the intensity was such that even the changeover seasons were often unsure what they were supposed to be. Snow in early May was never out of the question. Neither was a 70-degree afternoon just before Christmas. And there were so many severe thunderstorms that, already at their young age, the boys had become just about oblivious to them. Certainly nothing worth stopping the game of war for. But this was not a typical summertime storm. And deep down, they all knew it. They walked in quiet rumination as they turned back for the base camp, finding themselves hurrying faster than expected through the dense undergrowth. Each was in his own world, focused only on one thing, getting back. No one even said a thing when Woody stumbled headlong into a blackberry thicket. Normally this would have been a golden ticket for scornful mockery. Today it was just another thing that happened. "Shit," Woody cursed and held out his arm for self-inspection. "I'm fucking covered in scratches." He presented his arm to the other two. "Just look at it." Jimmy blankly nodded. Brian pursed his lips and dispassionately threw Woody a bandana from his jeans pocket. Woody swiped the blue paisley cloth up his forearm and, in cleaning away the blood, revealed a web of myriad light pink lines running helter-skelter across his skin. "Look at all that blood," he stated, almost proudly as he held the bandana to eye level. "It looks worse than it is. Just keep wiping it," Brian replied as he poked Woody's arm at the greatest intersection of scratches, and Woody responded with an unconvincing ouch. "See, just keep wiping. The blood's coming back already." He poked at Woody again, and Woody swatted his finger away. "Well, it will if you're going to poke at it, you friggin' idiot." "Guys, come on, let's just get out of here." Jimmy was indifferent to Woody's arm. All he wanted was to get back and get back now. He started walking again without bothering to wait for them, picking his way through the undergrowth and sweeping aside stinging branches with detached disregard. He ignored the pain as multiple striations raised across his own hands and forearms by the thorn-laden tendrils. A few beats behind, Woody and Brian followed Jimmy's crude new path at a more careful, methodical pace. As the artificial night quickly descended below the treetops and absorbed what precious little light remained, they walked with arms outstretched, feeling their way through the dark. As though summoned by this unnatural twilight, the rising wind cried even more loudly between the trees. It shrieked and wailed as clouds of leaves scattered through the air like flocks of birds and brush scattered across the thickly matted forest floor. High above, unsettling creaks and moans snapped loudly as even the greatest of the trees pivoted in the wind, the weak and deadened wood sporadically giving way. Then came the crack, followed by something smacking the back of Brian's head. He yelped, in surprise more than pain, as he ducked and swatted the air around him. A moment later the ground exploded and shook him to his knees as a plume of debris filled the air and choked out the wood's last remnant light. Concealing the massive bough which now filled the path, where only moments before had been clear passage, a vast web of branches extended far in every direction, weaving up and over Brian, the fingers of a giant hand cupping a bewildered spider. He covered his mouth and nose from the dust cloud and sputtered through tightly clenched fingers. "Are you guys okay?" His words went out into the veil of darkness, but no reply came back. He squinted to search the void which had only moments before been the woods, but the darkness had become absolute. Reaching with extended arms, he probed the space around him and felt nothing but empty air and fingerling branches. "Jimmy!" he cried out. Only the wild whistling of the wind answered. Its shrill sound pierced an underlying static rumble. "Woody!" He crawled cautiously forward, hands searching the forest floor as he fought through the branches and limbs and fierce pressing wind, hoping to find anyone, anything, within reach. "Woody! Jimmy!" His pleas were desperate as the shrieking cry of the wind had grown to a frenzy, a binaural sound which danced through the air as Brian edged forward on his hands and knees.
A minute passed, perhaps 2, as he inched slowly and carefully forward. They felt like hours. When his left hand touched what surely must be the main bough which had fallen, he wrapped his arms around it as though giving it a hug. It was easily several feet thick. Holding tightly onto it and working his way along its length, he counted the heel-to-toe paces as he stepped nimbly between branches and sharpened points invisible in the dark. 9, 10, 11. The bough was at least 12 feet long from the point where he'd made contact with it. Woody and Jimmy had been no more than a pace or 2 in front. His mind raced as it realized the sum of the equation. "Oh, God, please help us." The wind whipped around him, between the trees and across the ground, blastering him sharply with dirt and debris and moisture. It wailed like the sound of a dozen eerie, discordant flutes all playing off-key. Then something, a whimper, and possibly heard above the din of sound. He shouted again, this time at the top of his lungs, but his own words were lost as soon as they left his lips. Squinting hard, he probed the black curtain of the landscape, but could make out only murky shapes against the inky background. Then a figure, little more than an area of deeper blackness, moved across what ineffectual field of vision remained. Was it large? Small? It was impossible to determine, or even how near. "Guys, are you okay?" But his only answer was the static rumble of the wind beneath that shrill, disturbing whistling. They were gone. He knew it. He could feel it. His heart pounded beneath his ribs as if desperate to free itself from the cage. The intervals between his breaths shortened. His eyes darted frantically from side to side as cold, trembling panic began to take hold. And Brian began to run. He turned in the direction he thought they'd been heading, nothing more than a guess, and aimed for an ashen break in the blackness. More than once he mistook a patch of thick brush for an opening between the trees and tore small ribbons of skin from his chest and arms. Still he ran, tracking only the penetrating whistling as its unnerving disharmony screwed and coiled around the treetops, commanding the air as if beckoning him. Minutes were hours as time poured viscous like syrup. All movement became thick and slow against the quickening of his breaths, the hyperventilation saturating his brain with oxygen. He had no idea how long he'd been scrambling through the brush when the intense flash of yellow and orange burst into the sky, flushing his dark-adapted eyes with blinding white specks. He squeezed them closed hard, and when they reopened the woods were bathed in an amber glow, the forest dancing macabrely in the light as flickering shadows stretched the trees to enormous, exaggerated heights. "I'm close." The realization swept over him in a wave which doused the fiery panic that had taken control of his body. Half sobbing, he stumbled to a stop and consciously focused on slowing his labored breathing, any curiosity about the great burst of light overcome by the single, inherent motivation to buffer his trembling nerves. The tears filled his eyes as his shirt flapped in tatters about his torso. At last, he was within reach of safety and the others. Bloodied and worn, he stumbled into the clearing and fell to his knees. When he raised his face, the heat of a bonfire warmed his cheeks as it raged in the center of the clearing where the parallel-laying logs had once been. Around it, emboldened by the flames which spiraled high into the premature night, Woody and Jimmy were skipping in a frenzied dance along with Jack and Dan. Their faces masked in gray mud and dark red, they wielded sticks and rocks and were chanting and hollering in delight as they punched their fists high into the air. Then came the scream. Terrifyingly sharp, it rose from above the flickering light and shattered the whistling of the wind like fragile glass. It was the sound from a boy, but a piercing terror that Brian had never before heard. Like the column of smoke on which it rose, the cry curled high into the sky. At the spot of its origination, Matt Chauncey was perched precariously on one of the immense limbs of the father oak, 20 feet in the air. He was wailing and clawing at something around his neck as he pleaded, "No! Please, no!" Tears ran down his cheeks and into his mouth, ultimately choking out the plea. His eyes were wider and darker than Brian had ever seen human eyes, the vast pupils like little orphan Annie eyes in reverse. Matt's clothes were torn and tattered, and like the others his face coated in mud and something deep red, but more noticeably red than gray, Brian found himself thinking as his mind whirled in strange, incomplete synapses as it futilely attempted to make sense of what it was witnessing. When a shirtless Stu Klatz burst across the clearing and clambered up the father oak so quickly it seemed inhuman, Brian's thoughts moved beyond comprehension and into the realm of unsettling dream state. Spider-like, Stu's feet and hands seemed to barely make contact with the tree as they somehow moved all at the same time, and the slim but muscular boy skirted between branches so swiftly that gravity and time seemed to no longer apply. Within seconds, Stu had made the climb and was striding down the giant limb on which Matt Chauncey cowered, with little more effort or concentration than if he were taking a casual stroll along the ground. Matt started to inch fearfully backward along the branch, his ungainly clumsiness matched in equal measures by Stu's agile surety. Despite its impressive size, Matt could feel the girth of the branch thinning beneath his feet as he slid first one and then the other backward, each tentative step moving him further from the trunk of the father oak. With each of these uneasy steps, the limb groaned and bent a little more. "Please," Matt begged. "Please, please, Stu, stop!" He threw his left arm defensively in front of him, palm facing out. It was an instinctive, symbolic barrier, if little else, and he hadn't considered the repercussion of releasing his grip from one of the smaller branches he'd been steadying himself with. Matt immediately lost his balance. Stu's eyes widened, the boy's manic snarl spreading to an eager grin as Matt's left foot skated out from underneath him, pulling his body fiercely to the right. His left arm windmilled in feverish loops, a wildly spinning gyroscope unable to find center. His right leg kicked up and out, and Matt fell backwards off the limb. The rope around his neck saved him. It snagged on the branches higher up, and Matt teetered there at a 45-degree angle, looking straight up at the taut rope as his throat constricted from his weight tightening the loop. He choked and gargled as his feet scrambled to find new purchase, and when they did, he gripped the tightly drawn rope with both hands and pulled himself back to the safety of the limb. Stu's delighted countenance fell. "Oh, shame," he stated despondently. Then, after a pause in which his eyes darted back and forth behind his black plastic spectacles, "Maybe let's try again." He stretched tall and pressed his palms firmly against the underside of the branch above him. He pushed down hard with his feet at the same time, and their limb bowed, and creaked even more. When it sprang back up, the wave of motion cycled down the branch. As it reached Matt, his knees bent while his feet rode up and the snagged rope came free from its entanglement above. Matt gripped the branches nearby even tighter, and Stu exploited the recoiling momentum and pressed his legs down harder. The limb flexed like a diving board, and Matt's feet began to slide and skate, each ensuing peristaltic wave threatening to be the one to loosen his grip and send him plunging 20 feet to the ground. Or worse yet, never hit the ground. Matt's heart raced. His breath came fast and shallow, and he suddenly felt as if he might pass out. His body caromed up and down with the limb as his fingers fumbled in blind desperation at the rope around his neck. He could feel them playing over the knot behind his head, sensed its bulk and layers of interconnected loops. But his mind was a spinning roulette wheel, the little white ball frenetically skipping and bouncing from thought to thought, but wholly incapable of landing on a single space where a cohesive one might reside. He could not form a schematic image of the knot, no matter how many times his tense, trembling fingers played over it again and again. All the while, Stu continued to bounce, edging closer each time. He was a stealthy predator slinking intently towards his prey, and it was the calm, resolute focus in his eyes which lit the fire of Matt's fear more than anything else. When Stu curled his upper lip and showed his yellow, crooked teeth in a bestial grimace, Matt pinched his streaming eyes closed and released his terror in a scream that sliced like a scalpel through the tumultuous roar of the wind and clamorous whoops and barks of the boy's vulgar ritual below. Had it not been so surreal, Brian would have thought it comical. Instead, he covered his ears and tried not to allow the reality of Matt's fear and pain to find a way to spark his own. Then it happened. Stu's unblinking eyes spotted him at the edge of the clearing, hands clamped to either side of his head but still unable to turn away from the predator-prey drama unfolding in the tree. Their mutual stares locked, and Stu's eyes bore into his own like an auger, ceasing to bound upon the branch and riding its slowing camber until it rebounded to a stop with a low, snapping groan. As if commanding the very air, the wind also fell from its maddening crescendo. Around the fire, the boys stopped their dance and quieted their boisterous hollering, so the cacophony of sound which had become the static constant backdrop to the scene abated instantly to silence, and only the popping and crackling of the fire in the clearing accompanied Matt's soft, hiccuping sobs. Then, as if for no other reason than a dispassionate display of his untethered might, Stu retracted a muscled arm far behind his ear and fired it blindly towards Matt's face, his eyes never breaking their stare with Brian. The fist was off target, but still struck like a piston, and with a popping sound, Matt's nose spread wide. Thin strands of red slung in all directions, weaving a concentric pattern across the drying mud which masked Matt's face, spotting Stu's shirtless torso like an instantaneous bout of measles. Matt cried out in a delayed, muffled cry as he cupped a bloodied hand over his face. In the clearing below, Brian leapt to his feet and charged toward the father oak. "Stop it! You're gonna kill him!" The boys around the fire each turned as he jolted past, their eyes empty, faces expressionless. All except one. Beneath his mask of mud and red, the slicing grin of Jack Raker glowered at him. Jack was holding Matt's flute, and as if on cue began to scream acrid breath into it. The cheap bamboo pipe shrilled to sour, inharmonious life, and a shiver of icy cold ran down Brian's back like dead fingers playing down his spine. He was nearly at the father oak and anticipating how to make the climb when something exploded into his side. It lifted him from his feet and slammed him into the dirt. The wind exploded from his chest in a reflexive gasp, and for a moment his lungs were vacuuming in upon themselves. He barrel-rolled through the dirt fully twice, and came to a sliding stop on his back, looking up at the limb where Matt and Stu were perched far above. He sucked the air back into his lungs with a choking gulp, but the attempt to fill them was cut short by a hefty time-worn work boot pressing squarely upon his chest. Towering over him, Big Dan Mercer smirked in crazed rapture as he leaned into the stance, perfectly shifting all his weight to that foot. "You're hurtin'," Brian wheezed between futile breaths, and Big Dan responded by only bearing down harder. In the tree above, Stu whooped with delight. "Cockerton! Hey, Cockerton! Watch this!" And after Big Dan had clamped a thick, calloused hand across Brian's face to make sure he was looking up, Stu reveled in indifference as he artfully swept his leg around and perfectly executed an effortless, yet lightning-fast roundhouse kick. It happened so fast it was impossible to dodge. Matt's legs sailed out to the side and up. For a moment his feet were level with his head before he crashed back down on the branch, and his ribs made an unusual cracking sound as the air bellowed from his chest. His body went slack as it bent unnaturally around the curve of the branch. Then Matt simply slid off the limb. Falling backwards through the entanglement of offshoots and vines, he plummeted towards the ground, shrieking. One hand futilely clutched at the empty air, the other for the loop around his throat. When the braided rope reached its full extent, the instantaneous cessation of momentum jerked him violently back up, and the tongue which had shot from his mouth he bit in two. Momentarily thrashing, Matt bungeed up and down above Brian and Dan like a morbid yo-yo, the noose constricting his throat until his scream transmuted into a sickening, snake-like hiss. Big Dan hastened to his feet and thrust both fists into the air in triumphant celebration. "Yeah, man! Hell yeah!" Then came the realization that Matt's feet dangled only a short distance above him, and Dan delighted at the prospect of jumping up and yanking on them just because he could. He pictured wrapping his arms around Matt's ankles and swaying back and forth as his own colossal heft, being added to the rope, would pull the noose around Chauncey's neck even tighter. So Dan Mercer jumped, twice, but Matt's twitching feet remained beyond the reach of his feeble ability to lift his own considerable weight more than a few inches off the ground. The second jump is when Brian kicked out Big Dan's kneecap. Dan squealed and crumpled like a rag doll, Brian rolling to the side just in time before the huge thug slumped to the ground next to him in a pitiable moaning heap. Inches away, Brian lay on his back and opened his eyes. Directly above him, Matt's body swayed motionless from the rope. One hand appeared to be clutching at the loop now embedded into his neck, pinned there by a finger Matt had somehow managed to get under the noose. The other arm hung disjointedly out of place, disproportionately longer than the other. Where Matt's clothes were torn and shredded, openings revealed welts and bleeding cuts. Flowing from a source beneath his shorts, Matt's legs dripped with lines like thick red spider's webs. And one of Matt's eyes had begun to protrude from its socket as if the orb were attempting to escape its dying body. Brian's pupils dilated, his eyes blurring to a 1,000-yard stare as they sought a focal point far beyond Matt's swinging body, even far beyond the dark canopy of the trees. Settling someplace in the distant sky, his mind had simply ceased, disallowing any further thought or comprehension of these silent testimonies. Proofs of horrors perpetrated upon the timid boy, even before Brian had stumbled into the clearing in the first place. Then something emanated from Matt's lips, 2 distinct vibrating pitches, barely audible beneath a wisp of air. Brian heard them from his faraway place, as if a relic of a terrible dream. But then they seemed closer, as if moving up through the sky to reach his mind up there, and Brian's mind moved down through the sky, through the canopy to meet them, because he thought those 2 pitches sounded like words, and those words sounded like, "Help me." They wheezed through a stream of air escaping Matt's body like a punctured tire, and the magnitude of the inconceivable realization that Matt might still be alive snapped Brian's mind to such insanely crisp focus that he jumped to his feet and was pulling himself onto one of the lower branches of the father oak faster than his new thought process could keep up. He carefully steadied himself, planted his feet, then reached for the next level of branches where he sidled onto one barely able to support his weight, but ignored the logical improbability of it. If I can only lift his weight from that rope. He stretched as long as possible, and Matt's waist was almost in reach. If I can just raise him a bit, A monstrous weight struck him from above, and he was suddenly away from Matt and slamming back to the ground with Stu's arms wrapped around him. He yelled and punched and struggled, but Stu's grip was too strong, leaving Brian to grapple impotently at the base of the tree as Matt twisted limply above them. The rest of the boys who, until now, had been inanimately watching, broke once more into an elated dance. Their manic frenzy around the fire threw warped, lurid shadows across the clearing and the trees, and Stu Klatz, no longer concerned with Brian, rolled off the elder Cockerton boy and jumped into the throng of boys where he raved triumphantly with them. They all followed Jack's lead and frolicked around the pyre, their muddied faces glowing amber. Everyone, that is, except for 2. Sitting at the edge of the clearing, Ian Cockerton stared blankly into nowhere as he silently rocked back and forth, pressing his face into his knees. And Matt, whose body swayed lifelessly from the rope. Brian looked at the boy that was his brother's friend and wiped a hand across his own face, streaking the dirt and sweat and tears and blood. Helplessness washed over him as he watched Matt's dangling legs sweeping gently to and fro in the currents of heat rising from the immense bonfire. Matt's protruding eye had now exploded and hung on his muddied cheek by jelly threads. It no longer was full and round, but collapsed and hollow like some dime store prop. His other eye was glazed and lifeless, and stared vacantly but directly at Brian. Brian Cockerton bent over and retched. Staring at the ground, he missed Matt's final spasms as the boy's fingers stretched and played one last time over the rope around his throat, perhaps only a reflex action as the expiring muscles tightened and twitching nerves fired. Stu stared beatifically at these final movements of his creation, sometimes tilting his head one way then the other as he admired the dangling form as though a gruesome god. His job was almost done, but there was yet one final brushstroke to complete the masterpiece, one final act to fulfill the perfect purpose he had been called unto. He pulled a flaming branch from the fire, examined it closely with a level of enthralled awe, and strode slowly towards Brian and the father oak. He savored every step, never once taking his eyes off the hanging idol. Along the way, he plucked a square metal can from the dirt without breaking stride and adeptly unscrewed its red cap with a single hand. When he reached Brian, still bent over and vomiting, Stu slung the can spinning high into the air. Its liquid contents spiraled in a corkscrew behind it. The can hit Matt squarely on the chest, then fell unremarkably to the ground as the fluid streaked the boy's tattered clothes, ran down his legs, and began sprinkling the dirt where Matt's blood had done the same. Together, the liquids formed a pool of diluting purplish black, which radiated an unmistakable odor both sour and oddly sweet. The uniquely pungent smell of gasoline. Stu lifted his head and for a moment appeared to almost behold Matt's image piously. He mouthed something silently, as if paying homage to a new god, then extended his arm and raised the torch, and Brian threw his shoulder into Stu's chest, wrapping his arms around him and using the momentum to take him down, just the way they'd been taught in football practice. Stu didn't budge. It was as though Brian were attempting to tackle a marble statue. With a simple push, Stu swatted him to the ground as easily as tossing a kitten from one's lap. Sprawled once more in the dirt, the cool dampness of the purplish puddle soaked through Brian's jeans while drops of gasoline and blood pattered gently down upon his head. "It's him," Stu began in a voice that was more a range of dissonant vibrations than the voice Brian had known all these years. His face appeared distorted and aberrant, seeming to undulate between the boy Brian recognized and something grotesque and inexplicable. The sight hollowed Brian's heart as if being scraped from the inside out. "Or it's you, Cockerton." Without waiting for a reply, Stu thrust the torch at Brian's face. Brian grabbed the burning stick and prevented it from gouging his right eye. Sparks stung his cheek before he pushed the torch away, deflecting it hard to one side. It took a moment before he was aware of the lightning bolt of pain shooting up his arm from the skin which had seared on his right hand. "You made the right choice, Cockerton." Stu's voice was once again his own, and spoke the words with unnervingly sober detachment. He extended his arm high above his head, and kissed the burning torch against Matt's sneaker. The flame took instantly and licked furiously up Matt's body. "Die, you sad bastard!" Matt's torso was engulfed in a rushing whoosh as the flames ran up his neck and kissed his face. His mouth, now frozen in an eternal scream, stretched twice before disappearing beneath a mask of fiery red and yellow ribbons. Time stopped as the boys stood in rapture. Every one of them, Brian included, watched in morbid fascination as the flames grew and strengthened until they consumed Matt's being wholly. The swaying boy was now a ghastly, fiery specter, an illuminated idol lighting the woods which eclipsed even the radiance of the bonfire which seemed to ebb out of deference. When the boys' intense concentration began to subside and their attention returned to Brian, he screamed from somewhere deep inside and started to run. An ungraceful, Biting panic, Brian stumbled to the edge of the clearing where his younger brother sat hugging his knees. Ian's eyes were wide and unblinking as his mind cruelly recorded each and every frame of the boy on the rope. The kid who had once been his best friend, who now bubbled and blistered inside the flames. It faithfully catalogued every hideous mutation as Matt's misshapen neck stretched like hot plastic, the weight of his body pulling it longer. It documented the smell as the swaying feet turned black at the bones, and etched in endless, nightmarish perpetuity the moment the almost beautiful, boyish face simply vanished beneath a gruesome veil of white-hot fire. Brian sensed this all, because his mind was doing the same. He dismissed what he could not control and chose to focus on what he could. So he leaned down, threw his hands under Ian's arms, and lurched his brother to his feet, and began to run. Ian reeled forward a step before his right leg immediately buckled beneath its swollen and dislocated kneecap. But Brian did not slow, and he did not look back. He did not worry about his brother's pain as they staggered in a kind of limping, three-legged trot across the clearing and disappeared again into the darkness of the woods. Tugging and coaxing Ian along, they pressed through the increasing density of the trees and undergrowth which scratched and pulled at their clothes and skin. When they eventually stumbled out of the little woods and into the dark open fields beyond, the shrill whistling of Matt's flute again began to sound, and Brian knew that the boys would not come. At least now. Not yet. For those abominations in the woods, once boys, once friends, were enraptured in dark ceremony, parading beneath the phoenix they had summoned into being from the boy who once was Matt. The sound of their abhorrent, baneful laughter commingled with the flute's disharmonic notes, and together the hideous chord echoed through the trees and rose high above the canopy and into the artificial night sky, while out of the silhouette of the forest, a spire of flames grew and lit up the little woods like a sun. 5. 1995. A bright glare of post-rain sun caught the windshield as the Chevy Blazer pulled off Route 60 and turned down into the basin of the neighborhood. The magnified heat played across Ian's face, waking him to their arrival. Despite it, or perhaps because of it, he shivered. They pulled into the driveway of the home where both boys had grown up. Ian's brother had purchased the house from his parents when they decided it was much too large for their needs, and would now prefer a smaller place of easier upkeep. Brian pressed the button of the remote clipped to the visor, and the garage door began to churn clunkily upwards, in spurts and starts, the same old way it always had. Despite the disturbing recollection of the little woods, this mundane detail and its reassuring constancy was a source of comfort as the nightmare childhood images receded to the back of his mind, where they blurred and faded, until Ian was left with only a lingering sense of mild unease. When they pulled in, Rebecca, sans the kids, was waiting anxiously at the door. Ian wasn't entirely out of the Blazer before she ran up to him and threw her arms around his waist, flooding instantly to tears as her brother-in-law held her silently. The loss had been great for all of them, but oddly for Rebecca, the newest member of the family, accepting it seemed to be the hardest. "Hey, it's going to be all right." Ian gently ran his hand up and down her back. "It'll be all right." He dared not look at his brother who stood in the open doorway, for if he did, Ian felt certain that he too would crumble beneath the oppressive weight of emotion. 2. In the quietude of the house they sat with cups of coffee which had long ago gone tepid as their grief spent all their tears, for now. Then they began to speak pragmatically about the arrangements. Thursday 2 p.m., St. Michael's, followed by the crematorium. Certainly it was to be a low-key affair. Uncle Rod and his wife would have to be there, of course. They didn't even know yet, that part Brian was dreading. But few others of the Cockerton family still remained, so there wouldn't be a lot of calls to be made. Ian mentioned that he thought there might be a great Uncle Bob lurking around Philadelphia somewhere, but wasn't sure. Brian said he would check this with their Uncle Rod when they spoke later. None of them wished to prolong the ritual beyond what was required. The county coroner would release the bodies tomorrow.
Thursday was the day after that. A nice man from the funeral home that had prepared Auntie Mona 3 years ago had already been contacted about taking on the job. He would take care of everything, so he said. And then it would all be over. Ian sighed deeply without wishing to. The crying had made his head light, almost a lopsided feeling which unnerved him. It was a feeling of loss of control he didn't care for. "You've been good, Ian," Rebecca consoled him when Brian left the room for another coffee. "It was a long trip, but you still came, and straight away. We can't tell you how much that means." Her words faltered to a fresh swelling of emotion, and she fought away the tears, but they pressed too effortlessly through her defense. Brian returned with a fresh, steaming cup. "Hey now, come on," he whispered in hushed tones as he pulled her close. Rebecca disappeared facilely into her grief for a time, snuggling hard into her husband's chest. And there she fell asleep. "Listen, Brian, I want to know," Ian said softly once he was certain Rebecca was fully asleep. "I need to know exactly how it happened. I have to know how." Brian bit his lip. As though spellbound by his brother's words, his mind somehow called to view the site of the wreckage. He hadn't been there when it happened. Hadn't seen it at all, in fact. The first he knew about his parents' accident was when he received a phone call, that call we all fear, from Mercy Hospital, around 2 hours after they had left his home for theirs. But Brian had known about it, had somehow sensed it, hadn't he? Even before it happened. He recalled his uneasy feeling as his parents waved goodbye from the driveway after their visit with the kids that evening. The inexplicable anxiety he'd experienced before so many times when he was a boy. He cleared his throat before answering. "It was a truck." And Ian's stomach churned, his head filling with helium. 3. Carl Miller had been driving tractor-trailers since he was 20 years old. His father had taught him to drive cars when Carl was only 9. Before that, he'd driven mini-bikes. After cars, he drove trucks. Pickup trucks, flatbeds, box trucks. Then big trucks, really big ones. The 18-wheelers that sped by you on the highway and send your hatchback buffeting to one side like fluff in the wind. Carl especially liked that part of it. It was power. And power felt big. He laughed at this thought right now as he was passing a small Pontiac. He grinned at the image in his passenger's side mirror of the driver tensing up, gripping his steering wheel that little bit tighter. Yeah, baby. Power. Currently, Carl worked for an independent trucking firm but was mostly subcontracted out to the regional steel mill to haul their girders and beams and other boring things around this part of the country, quite often to Pittsburgh, Philadelphia, sometimes even New Jersey or further. Tonight he was making his way back from Pittsburgh as a matter of fact, and looking forward to settling down at home with a nice supper. And his Sherry. "My woman," he would explain to new acquaintances as he pulled up a stool at any number of truck stops he frequented and struck up conversation over a burger and fries. Not the poofy drink. And he made sure they got it that his girl was some hot tamale. Sure, he admitted he was nothing much to look at himself and didn't quite know how he'd pulled it off. Almost like magic, he'd usually say. Sherry just landed in his lap, quite literally, down at Dempsey's Tavern in town. He's having a drink, and there she is, and a little tipsy to boot, and as they say, that was all, folks. They had a quickie up back behind the toilets, and then Sherry moved in with him a week later in his trailer on the edge of Eastfield Park Estates. And shit did they have some sex. Every night. Everywhere. Sherry just loved it, and so, of course, did Carl. He loved the look of her hair, dark, almost jet black. He liked the look of her lips, ruby red. And he was crazy about her tits. Big ones, the kind that draw you like a magnet as they pass by. Yeah, Carl loved that about Sherry. Oh, and her legs aren't half bad either. He'd often thrown in those conversations. The thought of Sherry right now, and the fact he'd be having his way with her tonight, made him begin to feel that oh-so-familiar sensation. So Carl reached into his lap and felt the firmness starting to build inside his overalls. "You want to come out to play, little fella?" He asked it aloud, half expecting it to answer back. Of course, in its own way it did. It lurched up, pressing against the inside of his pants. "Okay then, little Carl." So he began to visualize his Sherry. Those beautiful, big breasts, firm and plump. From the height of his cab, Carl's tractor-trailer felt like a giant Pac-Man gobbling up the reflective markers down the middle of the nighttime road as the juggernaut rumbled towards Hamburger Hill at a good 50 miles per hour clip. Not long now, and he would be home. Did he dare? Sherry's gorgeous mouth, moist and open. Half closing his eyes, Sherry's features were crystal clear to him, sprawled across the bed, eager to please. He grew harder. "Why the fuck shouldn't I?" Carl answered himself and snapped open a button of his overalls below his waist. "If anything, pulling one out, right here, right now, will make me last that little longer tonight." Which could only be a good thing by his books, and surely by Sherry's too. Because sometimes, if he were honest, Sherry made him come way too fast, and way before she wanted him to. Fumbling with his right hand and transferring his left to the vibrating steering wheel, Carl reached between the open studs and began unceremoniously pulling himself off. It didn't take much coaxing before, "Shit, watch that pothole." He was fully erect. A little more stroking and he was pulsating from within, could feel his load ready to loose. All the while the semi carried on down the road, expertly guided by his other highly experienced driving hand. Almost. That beautiful smoking hot ass of hers. Almost. Nearly there now. Carl lifted his chin and grimaced in concentration. He could feel her satisfying him as if she were there, and in another moment he was about ready to come. But the car was also coming, over the crest of the hill. It blared its horn, and Carl snapped awake, and his mind failed to understand what his eyes were showing it. What in God's name were they thinking, coming onto his side of the road like that? But of course it was his 18-wheeler which had crossed the center line before Carl had the opportunity to finish his self-pleasure. Carl tried to pull his right hand out of his trousers, but it wouldn't pass through the snaps as easily as it had gone in. So, with eyes now frozen wide, he yanked the wheel hard right with his left hand and slammed his foot on the brake, pressing way harder than he was trained to do. The semi's wheels locked up. It slipped and began to fishtail, as the car coming at him did exactly the same thing. A moment later, it disappeared beneath Carl's line of sight, too close to the front of the semi to be seen over the truck's long nose. But a crunching metallic noise above the shriek of wailing tires confirmed they hadn't averted the collision. And now the truck was jackknifing down the wrong side of the road. Its tires bounced the cab up and down as they absorbed the forward momentum at an angle they weren't designed for, as the semi pressed the blue sedan a third of the way back down the hill it had just climbed. In Carl's driver's side mirror, a woman appeared from nowhere, her body sliding face down across the black top and then crumpling on the verge, becoming little more than a small bundle in the distance as the semi slid away. Carl couldn't see the driver, as the car and front chassis of the tractor-trailer were now fused into a single mass. A few seconds later, the semi bounced to a grounding halt. Carl gazed numbly as the dust and debris settled across the blacktop, the sound of his heart pounding much too fast to fill his ears as his head grew light. Then the image before him began to swim, coming in and out like wavy lines across a television set not quite tuned to its channel. Everything was becoming deepening shades of gray as his eyes grew heavy. Before they closed, Carl was sure he saw something odd along the roadside. A boy, just standing there. A young boy, smiling. And then all was black. 4. Jesus, Ian, I'm sorry, Brian swallowed hard, his throat protesting. I shouldn't have told you, maybe. He hadn't offered many details at all, because he actually knew precious few himself. But still the summary explanation of the crash had shocked his younger brother worse than he'd anticipated. Rebecca still nestled asleep in his bosom. Brian played nervously over the waxy burn scar on his right hand. the wide and smooth ribbon of whiter skin running from the base of his thumb to his wrist. Sitting on the edge of the couch, bent over so that his head was between his knees, Ian waved emptily at the air to indicate that Brian hadn't done anything wrong. He had asked because he needed to know. Several minutes quietly passed, only the grandfather clock in the hall marking the moments. Eventually, Rebecca began to rouse from her sanctuary of deep sleep inside the safety of her husband's embrace and was alarmed at the sight of Ian in despair when she did. When she started to fuss over him, Ian waved vacantly toward her voice, still not lifting his head from his knees. Rebecca ignored the signal and fetched a towel dampened with cool water, draping it tenderly over the back of her brother-in-law's neck. Almost immediately it eased the sensation of heat and fuzziness Ian felt there. The searing prickles around his head and neck and face, signs of losing the fight to retain consciousness, began to ease away by steps. In minutes, the sense of cloudiness was almost completely gone. "Sure you're okay?" Rebecca prompted, despite Ian's assertions. "I'm fine, Becky, I promise." He lifted his head and forced a smile the best he could to prove it. Rebecca wasn't stupid. She smiled back at him in an equally fake manner and added, "Okay then," as she removed the damp towel from his neck and retreated to the kitchen for another towel. Brian took the opportunity and leaned toward Ian. "Tell me, Ian." Though Ian's eyes revealed a sudden, somber acknowledgement of something shared between him and his brother, he ignored the plea with a feigned look of bewilderment. He ran his hands over his face. Was Brian on to him? Was his brother somehow aware of his precognition? Hoping he was overestimating his brother's perception, Ian blandly replied, "Tell you what." Brian glanced over his shoulder to ensure Rebecca wasn't yet returning from the kitchen. "You know I don't like when you hold back like this." His face was drawn and sallow and added pointed significance to the words. "Just tell me. You felt it. You knew somehow, didn't you?" It was a statement, far more than it was a question. "It's all falling into place. Your phone call last night, the way you reacted." Brian paused before adding, "Your reaction right now." Ian didn't answer. He didn't have to. His eyes did it for him. They began to gloss over with tears that hadn't been felt, not really felt, for almost 20 years. 5. Thursday came and went, and the funeral with it. Uncle Rod attended with his wife. Great Uncle Bob couldn't be traced. Even Rod didn't know if he were still alive, but guessed that if he were, the man probably would have little recollection of who the hell his nephew on his sister's side of the family was anyway. Bob had never been what you could call close, he said. The funeral arrangements had been quiet and practical. Even so, the church was half filled with mourners. On a Thursday afternoon. Ian couldn't understand where they all came from. Perhaps a few were devout Catholics, attending today irrespective of the service. But judging by the appropriately dark attire most wore, a number of them must have been amateur mourners, ambulance chasers, people who thrilled at attending such events. Somehow these individuals profited by the vicarious sorrow in which they wallowed. Maybe it was the same as riding a roller coaster. You face impending death but still get to come out the other side, exhilarated. Ian guessed that, in their own way, funerals must be similarly life-affirming, for some at least. For him, they were depressing and held a peculiarly rancid odor. The scent of lilies always smelled to him of death. The priest blessed the pair of coffins as 8 pallbearers prepared to carry them down the aisle and outside, where the wan light of a persisting drizzle offered no solace to the somber atmosphere of the chapel. A sleek black hearse was waiting to take them to the cemetery, where, following another hymn and final words, the caskets would be placed in the ground, one atop the other, and eventually covered with soil. At this point, the ritual at last proving final, the 5 adults who remained graveside voiced their mutually stunned disbelief quietly among themselves. As they did, the occasional pebble or small clump of dirt would fall innocuously from the edge of the cleanly prepared hole and make a thin, hollow clapping sound as it struck a smoothly polished casket. None of the adults brought attention to this fact, nor allowed it to interrupt their conversation. Neither could they ignore it, however. So although the carefully managed response was barely noticeable, each of them would wince each time this happened. The two young children by their sides voiced nothing at all, only standing silently together with their hands intertwined, their fingers fidgeting nervously. 6. Since his return, Ian had declined to sleep in the guest room, which had been his own bedroom as a child. The feelings there were too strong, the room entirely too emotive for him in the days leading up to inhuming his parents. So instead, he'd been sleeping on the couch in the downstairs TV room and was invariably still asleep when young Diane and Andrew came bounding down to watch cartoons, caring very little about disturbing their estranged uncle. For them, having time off from school was, despite the little understood circumstances inducing it, a thrill a minute. Home, without being sick, and with an infrequently seen uncle to tease and torment? What a treat! So they would jump atop Ian's slumbering figure, irrespective of his level of consciousness, and giggle and generally be excited and raucous as the sun tried to break through the downstairs curtains, which each night Ian pulled tightly closed so he wouldn't be awakened too early. The Monday that followed, Rebecca and the kids were back to their normal routine. Sleeping in the living room as Becky worked to get the kids and herself ready for the day had become a little uncomfortable for all of them. So, with the funeral now several days past, Ian conceded that the guest room, once his childhood bedroom, would make the most sense after all. And besides, though the dreams still lingered, they had become less prevalent each successive day, their intensity declining in equal measure, as the disbelief his parents were really gone finally had begun to set in. 7. Though it now felt foreign to him, Ian's room that night still held at its core the familiarity that had been born here a long, long time ago. The contours of the bed were there, but now the wrong shape and in the wrong places, the result of countless sleepover pals. The smells of his youth had lingered, but stealthily buried behind newer odors introduced in the room's changing purposes since his departure. First the kids' playroom, then Becky's hobby hole. Pictures still hung from the same hooks, but were now proper pictures and frames, not the posters and other such frivolity of which his mother, not his father, so disapproved. And nestling under a shallow layer of dust on the bookshelf sat the little ivory Buddha his parents had bought for him during their adult-only Polynesian vacation. Funny how he'd forgotten about it, given the importance the ornament had played in his childhood. Never would a day pass that Ian wouldn't lift the icon gently from its resting place and carefully rub its fat little tummy and smooth round head. His fingers had known every curve and contour, every grade and texture. The little Buddha was not an expensive piece. Quite the opposite. He realized now that it likely had been processed in a mold from waste ivory powder, probably on some Chinese or Taiwanese assembly line. Soft, fuzzy bits of material stuck in many of the joints and around the edges and creases. But Ian hadn't cared. He liked it. He liked to look at it, to touch it, to be one with it. It had made him feel good, secure, strong. Ian crossed the room and eagerly plucked it from the bookshelf. The dust which had settled upon its head dispersed into the recirculating air and floated away as he ran his now fully grown fingers softly over its shape, just as he had done back then. A warm feeling washed over him, filling a long, empty void as the gentle smile of the fat, cross-legged little idol beamed benevolently back up at him. He laid back down upon the small single bed, closed his eyes, and grasped the Buddha lovingly in both hands. It felt exactly the same. He didn't know how long he lay there, silently drawing upon its grounded strength, before finally succumbing to sleep. 8. A siren, far in the distance, cried louder and louder as it came nearer. Laying in his old bed, the sound triggered precisely how Ian had felt so many times as a child when his parents had been out for the evening, dancing or at a movie or whatever parents did, and left him at home alone. He suddenly felt now exactly as he had then, as he'd lain here, in this bed, in this room, when that very sound had ebbed and flowed in the night. How it had affected him back then. Of course he had been old enough to stay home alone. Most, if not all, of his friends did the same, and did so quite often. In fact, they'd welcomed the opportunity of being in charge of the house for a change. They were at that age which brought forth the birth of rebellion, the beginning of transformation from childhood to adulthood. So they would watch TV, anything they damn well pleased, including the delectably risque offerings on HBO, thank you very much, and gorge upon their favorite snacks and soda pop until their bellies bloated and they felt a little sick. Sometimes they would even attempt a swig of beer left over in the fridge, if they thought their fathers wouldn't discover it missing the next day. Generally speaking, they would have one hell of a good time on their own. Ian wanted to do the same. He wanted to be the same, but it never managed to work out that way. Despite his best intentions to get up to no good, Ian always ended up worrying about things. The night always began awesome. Potato chips, popcorn, his brother sleeping over at a friend's house, and a great show lineup on the box that invariably began with some Friday night cop show with some woman who was as scantily clad as she was attractive, stirring within Ian new odd and unexpected feelings, and ended with some spooky late-night film fest like Return of the Zombies or Creature from the Black Lagoon or something like that. And it was fun. Until Ian found himself tired out, his parents still not at home and waiting nervously, only half asleep in his bed. In his room, at the top of the stairs, at the end of the corridor. All alone. The attic would creak sharply. Probably the timber settling in the night air after such a hot day. A door down the hall would squeak. Shit, did I close the bathroom door? And there was always a thump. Was that outside? I think the spare bedroom window is still open. Then an ambulance would cry in the distance, growing closer. It's my parents. For Ian, it was always his parents the medics were racing to save, to cut free from the twisted metal of the wreckage. Every time. He could feel it. But of course it wasn't his parents, and they always came home. The rickety old garage door would thump and grind below his bedroom as it rode up its rails in spurts and starts, and his mother would always come into his room to check on him and give him a gentle good-night kiss on the forehead. And Ian would always pretend to be asleep, as his racing heart finally began to calm and his sense of security gradually returned. Now, laying here again in his old room, Ian tangibly felt the seeds of that insidious childhood anxiety growing slowly within him as he dropped in and out of adult sleep. Once the siren on the top road passed swiftly by, most likely a bored cop chasing some dumb kid running his dirt bike on the street at night or something, Ian finally succumbed to the weight of sleep and fell into a deep, beckoning slumber for the first time in 6 nights. 9. The central heating kicked in around 11, its warming waters heating the baseboard pipes throughout the house. In Ian's room, the radiator softly whistled as pockets of air were pushed through the pipes by the expanding water behind it, and Ian visibly winced in his sleep. At an awkward angle to his pillow, his head began to glisten with light perspiration. His breathing quickened, heart rate climbed. The whistling of the radiators grew louder. And he is back in the little woods, with Matt. They are running and playing and having a great time among the trees and brush that, in his dream, are greatly, almost comically exaggerated. No one else is with them at first. Then Ranger Rob, the good-hearted cartoon forest ranger, joins them. He is short and plump and wears little round glasses and is always smiling, and he always does the right thing. It was the same each time Ian had the dream. Always joyful, always carefree. Matt and he would play swords with sticks. They would have races to see who could get from here to there first. And always the ranger would stay with them and explain the good things to them as he laughed and skipped with them as he showed them their way around the woods. Ranger Rob kept them safe. Then the sound of the whistle would come. The boys do not know exactly what that means. To them it is more a feeling than a palpable understanding. It tells them something is maybe wrong, maybe somewhere, that they should beware and be careful about them. Nothing more. The ranger most definitely knows what the sound means.
But each time the dream came to this point, the plump little cartoon ranger would mask his anxiety and not allow his concern to show through. "Come on," Ranger Rob says, smiling as he pushes his little round spectacles up his nose. "I think it's time to go." And the boys see his face, feel its happiness and warmth, and feel so much better again for it. They heed the ranger's words, but his reassuring demeanor does little to promote a need for urgency. Equally, the ranger cannot find it in his heart to hurry the boys from their happiest place. So instead he patiently waits, keeping alert and close by while the boys frolic their way through the woods, gently working their way back home. The boys, therefore, never notice how the woods have grown dark, how it seems the unsettling tones of the whistle have bid the very sun itself not to shine. They do not sense the air itself, which has taken on a sour, almost metallic scent, or how the woods have now become a different place, a place they should no longer be. They do not notice any of these things because of the ranger's care, until the beast bear appears. And just like that, the dream was stolen, its veil of safety so easily torn as the boys became aware of the darkness, a darkness that drew upon them like blindness. The ranger shouts at them, to go, just run. Transfixed by confusion and uncertainty, the boys do not obey the plea. Instead, they stand motionless, eyes disbelieving as distant brush moves and sways, faraway trees uprooting and splitting as the woods yield to the onslaught. The boys do not heed the primeval screams the beast reverberates through the forest in warning, nor do they turn and flee the ground that shakes beneath their very feet as it bores mercilessly down upon them. "Go!" the ranger pleads frantically. "Please, boys, go now!" When the beast bear then bursts through the trees, its eyes alight with crimson fire, its teeth yellow and dripping, the boys do run. They run, and they did not stop, until the silence makes them look back. Holding his ground between the boys and the beast, the ranger's face is frozen in both terror and disillusionment. He makes no sound as the beast scoops him up without breaking stride and carries Ranger Rob high into the treetops, where his screams echo as the thing turns him inside out. In painfully clear slow motion, the ranger's spectacles fall to the forest floor and shatter in a deafening crash which sends glass and visible ripples of sound in all directions. The boys turn away, but their legs are molasses, their feet heavy as anvils as the beast's blazing eyes draw upon them. Ian bolted upright in the bed of his childhood, his panicked scream breaching the stillness of the house. Anxiously rocking back and forth, he stifled his sobs with a perspiration-sodden sheet and labored to slow his hastened breathing until the bedroom gradually eased back into focus. As the whistling of the radiators subsided, he reassured himself over and again that he was no longer 12, that the terror of that nightmare had occurred long, long ago. But the images were stubborn, lingering even as his brother's footsteps were heard bounding hastily down the corridor toward his room. 6. 1977. The darkness turned to rain and came heavily as Brian and Ian struggled through the fields. Half carrying his brother, who grimaced with every step, Brian labored with Ian's weight through as many steps as he could before he had to stop, catch his breath, then start towards home once more. When they finally stumbled through the back porch door, they were soaked to the bone, covered in blood and exhausted, and filled with incomprehensible fear beyond fathoming. The house was silent and dark. A quickly scrawled note on the kitchen table told them that their mom and dad were out looking for them, that they hoped they were okay and already home and reading this by the time they got back themselves, and that they'd better have a pretty darn good reason for being so late. This was good news, of sorts. It gave them some breathing room, some time to think what the hell they were going to do. Brian paced as Ian sat numb and silent at the breakfast table, running his fingernails absently across the formica surface. The first thing they had to do, Brian figured, was get out of their soaking wet, torn, and stained clothes. Brian's were horrific, but passable. He'd been home from the woods before looking worse, so he ran them under the bathroom sink to wash away the caked mud, and it was amazing how much better they looked almost instantly. Ian's, however, were well past explanation. His jeans were torn down most of the length of one leg. His blue t-shirt was dyed a morbid hue of purple where the blood had soaked in, dried, then soaked in further a second time in the rain. Brian helped him out of them. They'd have to be discarded. But where? He knew their mother was going to have a shit fit when she saw the state they were in, and the tattered clothes only made things look worse. Ian wasn't actually hurt that bad. Brian made sure by inspecting the cuts and bruises on his brother's hands and legs, and that gash on the side of his face. Then there was that twisted knee. Brian couldn't stop to think about it, any of it. He just wanted to get themselves sorted out and settled, and with a plausible plan at the ready, before their parents got back. The wood burner in the living room was lit. It was no surprise to Brian. His mother was always cold, even at the height of summer, particularly so when there was a storm like this, one that sucked the heat out of the air and replaced it with a damp chill. He opened the small front door of the wood burner and tossed Ian's shirt inside, watching as the flames grew. The jeans were more difficult. It wasn't a massive stove, and the sodden pants nearly extinguished the fire altogether as they dampened the wood and occupied what little space remained, stifling the flow of oxygen. Brian slammed the door shut, and they pressed oddly against the inside of the smoky glass, which once had been clear, but turned a brownish level of translucence over the years. He opened the front air intake to full and listened as that familiar whoosh accompanied the increasing glow that illuminated the room. Without speaking, Ian watched all of this from the corner of the living room. He sat on the couch huddled into a ball, pulling his legs up to his chin and wrapping his arms around them as he had done in the clearing only an hour and a half before. "Come on," Brian said to him, extending his hand. "Let's get ourselves upstairs. We need to shower and change." Ian didn't move. He stared into space and said nothing. His eyes were hollow and vacant, and the look of him scared Brian most of all, although he wouldn't admit this to himself. "Come on, buddy." Brian forced a little chuckle and wrinkled his nose intentionally. "Man, you two look like a bag of dicks. I mean, look at the state of you." A weakly lit smile crept onto Ian's face. It lasted for the briefest of moments, and then extinguished. 2. They showered and changed, cleaned cuts, and applied antiseptic creams until they started to resemble boys once again. A little worse for wear, but nothing that couldn't be explained away with a carefully crafted story about some roughhousing gone a little too far. It wasn't long after that before the sound of the electric garage door churning upwards announced their parents' return. Brian helped Ian downstairs into the kitchen, and there they sat, preparing for Veronica Cockerton to throw into a rage. "Look at you two! Oh my God, Ian!" She turned to explicitly direct her next question toward Brian. "What did you do? How in God's name did you let this happen to your brother?" She was still in an uproar even after inspecting their separate injuries and satisfying herself that, while terrible, they weren't life-threatening. Now her ire was all about the boys being so late for dinner, and out in this horrendous storm, and playing too rough, or fighting with the other boys, or whatever it was they'd been doing. She was very angry that the boys should disregard their parents in this way, and told them that they were most certainly to be punished for acting so badly, and for making her worry. That last part pissed her off more than any of the others, and she made sure they were aware of it. Then she added, almost reluctantly, as if doing so weakened her authoritative position, that she was very, very relieved that they were both now home safe and sound. Their father all the while stood quietly off to the side, leaning against the kitchen counter. When their mother's boil eventually reduced to a simmer, she turned her back on the boys but did not leave the room. Rather, she made herself intentionally busy about the kitchen, closing each cabinet door just that little bit too hard, and occasionally muttering a frustration just loud enough to be certain it was heard. When Harold Cockerton was pretty sure his wife wasn't looking, he simply gave the boys a wink and a "but don't do it again" look, then told them to make their way upstairs to their rooms and think about what they'd done. Brian thought their dad was pretty cool. Their mother didn't share his feelings. Catching sight of their father's wink from her almost superhuman peripheral vision, Veronica Cockerton blew into another outrage.
This time it was aimed at all three of them. But their father caught the worst of it. She slapped a dish towel down and folded her arms across her chest, never once taking her eyes off their father as she stormed out of the room. Most unhappy at now being at the sharp end of their mother's fury right along with the boys, Herr Cockerton pointed rigidly at the stairs and commanded they get to their rooms. Immediately. Without daring to utter a single sound, they both slinked off to their respective bedrooms, Ian edging up the staircase a little slower than Brian, who took the steps by threes. 3. Laying rigid on their beds, the boys each listened in the darkness as the static rain pelting the roof hard above their heads slowed to an intermittent sprinkle. After a length of time neither could determine, it finally turned to little more than a drizzle as the murky storm skies began to yield to a black and starless night. In this fashion they laid for hours, listening, waiting. Ian's eyes remained transfixed on the ceiling as the radiators in his room began to quietly bubble. They clicked, blurped, and clicked again as the boiler kicked in. Then as the water inside them warmed and grew, they began to, ever so quietly, whistle. His empty eyes stared into the blackness of the room as they replayed on constant loop the incomprehensible events in the little woods. In his mind the images were already broken and incomplete, and it allowed him to see less and less detail with every consecutive playback. Eventually, as the rain stopped and the crickets returned, he found himself clutching at nothing at all that could make sense of what had happened there. As if it had all been just an elusive, unsettling dreamscape, the images finally floated away into the dark of night, like wisps of steam from your breath in the cold winter wind. 4. Both boys woke nearly 15 hours later to a warm summer morning, groggy and unsettled as if from a terrible dream. Everything from the day before now oddly distant, and so incredibly unreal. The sun was bright and forced its way through the parting in the curtains of Ian's room, streaking the walls with long yellow-white slashes. High-pitched chirps of vibrant birdsong lilted through the warm morning air as the robins and chickadees pecked the ground and scratched their feet, energetically searching for their breakfast. Ian looked out the window expecting to see something, anything, to reinforce the terrible dream he'd had, but was met with only the image of light wisps of mist rising from the driveway as the June sun began to warm the saturated ground. It never happened. He breathed heavily in relief as he climbed into a pair of faded old jeans, but unexpectedly winced in pain as he pulled his left leg through, his right faltering beneath his weight. He ran his hand over his knee to find it swollen and sore, but had no idea why. He threw on a gray sweatshirt and began shuffling down the corridor to see his brother, but heard him downstairs with their mother. Everyone was at the breakfast table where Brian was already munching some toast in a bowl of Quisp cereal. A comical, pinkish alien smiled inanely from the box. "Good morning, sweetheart," his mother greeted him, smiling from across the room. "How are you this morning? Did you sleep well enough?" She was her usual pleasant self, and the greeting made Ian feel warm all over. When he was much younger, Ian had suffered a terrible case of the flu. His temperature had been well over 100, and it was only later that he learned just how worried his mother had been. But she never showed it. Not to him, anyway. She stayed with him that whole night, caressing his back and his brow whenever he would wake dripping with sweat from a feverish dream. She would smile at him through the darkness, and it made everything all right. She could always make him feel safe like that. But this morning, more than others, her warmth was especially appreciated, though Ian was uncertain why. He returned her smile. "Yeah, I slept okay, I guess." He wasn't ready to tell her about the terrible nightmare he'd had. "What's for breakfast?" She offered him eggs or pancakes, whichever he would prefer. He declined both and decided instead to join Brian in a bowl of Quisp, not because he preferred it to pancakes or his mother's fantastic sunny-side-up eggs, but because he knew it would piss off his brother. The gormless alien emblazoned cereal was Brian's favorite, and he didn't much care to share those sweet little sugar-coated flying saucers with anyone else. He glanced sidelong as his little brother reached for the box, then dismissed everything about him and simply returned to emptying his own bowl. "Most disappointing," Ian said only to his own mind. Harold Cockerton was busy behind a broadsheet of the local rag. Nothing particularly interesting was announced on the front page. There was, however, a black and white photo of two little kids holding balloons, ice cream dripping down their chins, with a caption that read, "We all scream for ice cream." A lame attempt to remind us that summer's finally here, Ian thought, as if we all didn't know this fact already. His father flicked to the front page. He always read the paper from back to front, from the sports to the news, chuckled at the photo, then got up from the table. "Morning, Sport." He rubbed his hands roughly through Ian's hair. "Guess I'd better be making a move. Another day, another dollar, or something like that." He looked at his two sons almost proudly for no particular reason, then added, "What's in store for you guys today? Off to the little woods?" Ian's chest tightened at the words and he froze, a mouthful of cereal and milk dripping from his lips. Brian simply grunted something that sounded like, "Yeah, maybe," without looking up, and gulped another spoonful of the alien's ever-growing soggier saucers. Mr. Cockerton looked from his elder son back to Ian. "The woods?" The expression on his face affirmed he was seeking confirmation. Ian shrugged non-committally, averting his gaze. Herr Cockerton shouted back from the stairs, "I should be so lucky. You boys have fun out there." Harold Cockerton worked in the local steel mill, but not actually doing the hard labor stuff. Not anymore. His father had worked there also. His brother Rod, too. And just about every male member of his immediate family, for that matter. It had been that way for years. Sometimes Uncle Rod would tell the boys stories, and often they were sad, although they were not meant to be. Rod still worked, and worked hard down on the floor where the temperatures soared. He carried, pushed, bent, and welded steel as they melted, poured, and formed it into one shape or another. That's what their Uncle Rod did, every day. But Herr Cockerton wasn't on the floor with his brother. He was elsewhere in the mill. He worked on the other end of the site, in the small office complex near the truck depot. There he pushed pencils over paper and tried to make the figures add up. He made up the little brown envelopes with the pay slips in, and hoped they had enough for everybody. In later years, Ian often supposed that maybe this hadn't been as easy as it first looked, and wondered if his Uncle Rod perhaps had the better deal all these years. Then again, maybe nobody did. Ian knew that Rod would have given anything to be up in that office, too. Ian also knew that his father had questioned every single day whether or not he'd made the right choice to leave the manufacturing floor. So for 10 years, Herr sat at a desk while Rod worked at the furnaces. And in that time he watched the company books become thinner and thinner, and increasingly more difficult to balance. Every week he had to decide which one, or 2, or 3 of the men would have to go, which ones were to be deemed dispensable, as his boss would say. His father once told Ian, when they were much older and Herr Cockerton had enjoyed a beer or two, that it was like being able to see your own death coming. You could see it there, all black and grisly and stinking horrible as it trundled steadily for you, but you couldn't do a damn thing about it. He'd been anxious for a very long time about it, so much so that he would often wake up in the mornings feeling sick to his stomach. At least on the floor you just passed each day as it came to you. Now he had to watch not only his own death, but his brother's and his friends' too, as it came for them all one by one. "But then," he added before taking another swig, "there comes a point when you simply get used to it." Ian didn't exactly know what that meant, but it hit him later. Boy, did it hit him later. In his own desperate attempt to get away from this town of despair, little did Ian know he would achieve precisely the same result in years yet to come. His job would pay more, and outwardly appear more glamorous. Other than that, his grind would end up being much the same as his father's ever was. Ian shoved another spoon of quisp in his mouth and watched his father climb the steps, admiring him without knowing exactly why. It would be years before Ian would understand things like 401ks and savings accounts, layoffs or unemployment, and to be frank, he really couldn't care less. His life was happy, or at least secure in that beautiful way that you only feel when you don't even know that you feel secure. And for the most part, things were pretty much okay. He finished his bowl of cereal, put on his sneakers, and went outside into the embrace of the warm summer air. His mother shouted after him not to be late. Or else. Brian came out a few minutes later, carrying his old blue leather baseball mitt and aluminum bat. You gonna play? He asked Ian indifferently, pulling his cap down over his eyes. Daniels Field in about half an hour if you wanna. No biggie if you don't. Yeah, sure, okay, Ian answered. Sounds good. He didn't ask who would be there. Ian already knew. It was always their usual gang, the summertime crowd. I'll go grab the guys and bring 'em over. See you there. Brian humphed an apathetic reply and started down the road towards Jack and Jimmy's house, spinning his cap around backwards. Ian headed the opposite way, down towards Craig Dalton's place, breathing in the uniquely pleasant odor of the blacktop as it warmed and grew tacky beneath a particularly brilliant June sun. 5. Craig wasn't up yet when Ian rang the doorbell. Mrs. Dalton, brushing shoulder-length blonde hair, was on her way to work and hurried past Ian, telling him to just go on in and wake the little shit up. He laughed as they passed through the doorway. Her chest brushed against him just ever so slightly, and Ian became suddenly warm all over, and a little tingly. She looked at him coyly and smiled. From inside the house, he watched her climb into the car. As she did, her skirt lifted just the right amount to show a firm leg, beautiful and tanned and just athletic. Ian couldn't help but wish he could go with her in that car, wherever she was heading. And for the first time ever, he realized how beautiful he thought Mrs. Dalton was, and found himself imagining so much more. He suddenly wondered what it might be like to kiss her soft lips, to feel her hands. Oh, those beautiful hands with those perfectly slender fingers, and that wide band of white gold on her third finger, and that chunky silver watch gathered loosely around her wrist. And touch the backs of her legs, run his fingers up her firm thighs, across her taut stomach, her smooth, "Hey!" Craig shouted at the top of his voice as he leapt over the stairwell banner and toppled heavily and clumsily, but accurately, on top of Ian. They crumpled to the floor together as Ian's heart attempted to thump its way out of his ribcage. "Shit a brick, Craig! You scared the living crap out of me!" "Well," Craig got up and brushed himself off. "I couldn't pass up that beautiful opportunity. You were completely zoned out there for a minute, Ian." Craig peered through the hallway curtains but only saw his mother pulling away out of the drive. "What were you looking at?" Ian dropped his eyes to the floor as embarrassment swept over him in a cold wave. Nothing. I thought I saw something, but I don't know what it was." Craig cocked his head to one side, begging more explanation. Well, Ian inadvertently stuttered as he decided perhaps it might be a good idea to buffer his story a little more. Distance himself from the freaky truth as much as possible. I mean, that was his friend's mom, for Christ's sake. "I thought I saw something that looked like... I don't know, it looked like Bigfoot or something." Craig nodded, spinning his finger in a circular fashion like a fishing reel. In other words, gesturing, "Yeah, and then what?" Ian stubbed his finger into Craig's chest. "What else do you want me to say?" he queried, then decided to just run with this colorful new lie and see where it took them. "The only Bigfoot sighting in Pennsylvania this millennium, and you go and scare it off. Go ahead, look for yourself." He opened the curtains wide when he was sure he'd heard Craig's mother accelerate away. "It's gone now. Well done, dickface." He accentuated his mock frustration by pouncing upon Craig, fists clenched and pretending to pummel him to death. They both fell about the floor, wrestling and laughing for a while until it wasn't funny anymore. "So are you ever going to get dressed, or what?" Ian finally asked, huffing for breath. Craig decided or what, but went upstairs to change anyway. Ian waited in the entryway downstairs until he heard Craig rummaging around the closet. As soon as that first squeal of clothes hanger sliding across its rail pealed throughout the house, Ian rushed into the guest bathroom, closed the door, and locked it. He sat on the toilet and watched how quickly he grew as he thought about Mrs. Dalton. He touched himself with uncertain anticipation. This wasn't the first time he'd explored himself, but he had never had the courage to follow through, always stopping part way because it felt dirty or wrong, like something he shouldn't be doing. But then again, it had never felt quite like this. The feel of his fingers shot through his body like a static charge, because now it was her fingers touching him. His breaths came short. The caresses grew firmer and longer. And then she was rubbing him, that beautiful wedding ring hand sliding up and down. Her wristwatch brushes against him, and the coldness of the metal is intense against his skin. Her fingers grip his tip and move in light circles around it. She smiles at him, the same way she had in the doorway just moments ago. Her fingers tighten. He twitches, and it comes out, squirting between her fingers, oozing over her polished nails, over her ring, onto that chunky silver watch. Ian exhaled deeply, his chest thumping. He opened his eyes to a world which felt suddenly, inexplicably very different from 3 minutes earlier. There was no time for the weight of the moment to sink in. Craig's footsteps were clomping down the second-floor hallway, heading for the stairs. Fuck! Filled with a sudden cold panic, he yanked a sheet of toilet paper, and the roll spun like the reel of a slot machine. A snake-like ribbon spewed across the tile floor and gathered in a wavy pile. He ripped off the end, gathered it loosely up, and haphazardly wiped the mess off his hand. More clomping steps. The top stair creaked in its characteristic way. God, no, I still need a minute. Clutching his jeans and wrenching them up to his waist, Ian ran out of the bathroom panting. He was still scrunching the mass of toilet paper into a manageable ball as Craig stepped onto the bottom riser and turned to face him. We're playing baseball this morning. Want to come? The announcement blurted from Ian's mouth as one long hyphenated word and sounded far more like the name of some remote Welsh village than an invitation to come play. It was mind-bogglingly rapid and intensely loud, and followed by a small, nervous chuckle. Surprisingly, Craig understood it. He was used to Ian's peculiarities by now, though he had no idea why his friend was acting so weird this time. He decided not to even ask and continued into the spare room to hunt for his ball and mitt as Ian called after him. Craig, I'm going to call Matt, okay? Ian wondered why his own statement had become a question. Of course it was okay. It was always okay. Never once had either of them asked to use the phone in the other's house. They just picked it up and dialed. Sometimes they would even dial the area code followed by 7 random numbers. That clear plastic dial would ratchet around and back, round and back, and sometimes they'd clap out a rhythm on their thighs as it clicked away. The 8s and 9s were most fun. Dialing a number that had lots of those in it took upwards of 17 seconds just to dial. Craig had used a stopwatch to time it once. So why did Ian feel so odd? It's fucking obvious, he castigated himself. You've just splooged in your friend's bathroom, thinking about his mother, for God's sake. He cringed, scrunching his face and covering his eyes with his hand. Ugh. After a few rings, Matt's father answered, which was of no particular surprise since Mr. Chauncey was a teacher and had the summer off as well. Hello? Mr. Chauncey's voice was flat. Is Matt there? Silence, then a strangely mumbled, No. Is he outside? This is Ian from the neighborhood. Silence. You know, from across the street? I know who you are, damn it! The voice was much more coarse than usual. Mr. Chauncey was prone to be a gruff bastard anyway, but he'd never sounded like this before. Normally, Ian would have hung up after such a reply, nervous that he was somehow in trouble. We're playing ball over at the Daniels, and I thought... A quiet click, then the humming of the dial tone. Ian wasn't sure what to make of it. He made his way into the spare room to tell Craig. So weird, Craig said as he stretched a sweatshirt over his head. Probably hungover. You know how Chauncey's old man is. Has a few, knocks his woman about a bit, and passes out on the couch. Now he's got a sore head and couldn't give 2 shits where Matt or any other fucker is. Ian considered these words of wisdom. He also thought about how Craig actually sounded pretty cool when he swore, the words flowing smoothly and naturally from his mouth. He, on the other hand, fumbled awkwardly over their foreignness. Coming off of Ian's tongue, the curses spat out like a mouthful of marbles. He punched Craig in the boy's slightly fat tummy. Because why not? They made their way back up to the top of the neighborhood, strolling towards the Daniels place with no particular time frame in mind. They would arrive when they got there. Craig was cool like that. He took his sweet time, regaling his friend with anecdotes as they walked, about shows he'd been watching, the hot chicks he was into. He'd just bought a Dallas Cowboys cheerleaders poster from the poster store in the mall. The stash of girly mags he found in the back of his dad's closet, and how they even showed this guy's big schlong being put inside a girl's privates, and how awesome hot it was. Oh, and this new science fiction movie he wanted to see that looked pretty cool, called Star Wars. His mother could drop them off at the mall this weekend if Ian wanted to see it. Ian flinched. 1 second, Craig is talking about girls and schlongs and naked things. The next, he mentions his mom. He knows. Fuck, he definitely knows. He's trying to trick me into telling. I know he knows. Oh, fuck, oh, fuck, oh. Hey, jerkwad! Craig shouted as he stopped walking and hollered back, realizing Ian was no longer beside him. A good 3 or 4 paces back, Ian was just standing there with a stupid look on his face. What the hell, Ian? So, should I tell her yes? She wants to know by tonight. If not, she's making other plans. Ian studied Craig's face. His eyebrows were raised, questioning and irritated at the same time. His arms were out, palms up. The international sign for, I'm waiting for an answer here. Okay, maybe he really is just asking about a movie. Then Ian reminded himself that Craig always talked about girls and schlongs and gross things he found in his dad's closet. Sure. Yeah, why not? He answered. Now he would know for sure. If Craig was trying to bust him, he'd do it right here and right now. He tensed, awaiting the response. Craig just lowered his arms and started walking. All right, then. Sheesh, you're hard work sometimes. You know that, Ian? 6. The other guys had already congregated in the field adjacent to the Daniels house, and the sound of a baseball smacking firmly against the webbing of the boys' leather mitts wafted pleasantly to Brian and Ian before they were able to see it. Of course Brian was there. Jack was with his brother Jimmy. Big Dan was bouncing, fat and all, around the field doing Lord knows what. And Woody was wrestling on the ground with Stu Klatz. Nothing unusual there. Matt was standing just outside the group. Ian was relieved to see him, but didn't know exactly why. Matt was on his own, knocking one of the baseball bats against the bottom of his shoes as if clearing the treads before stepping up to the base. Somewhat the way the professionals do. Ian greeted them all with a shout as they approached, and no one turned but Matt. Craig shrugged, regarded this as pretty much par for the course, and ran ahead of Ian, managing to intercept a throw that was clearly meant for Jack. The ball arced high across the path of the mid-morning sun as Jack shielded his eyes. Craig leapt and snatched it out of the air with a reassuring smack as it met the worn leather. Craig then spent the next several minutes running around the field with Stu, Jimmy, and Dan chasing after him. Jimmy lunged and managed to trip him, and Craig fell, ate dirt as he plowed across the ground. Ian winced, but also laughed. When they finally decided to actually play some baseball, the laughs turned into bellowing shouts and orders that resounded up and down the upper street of the neighborhood. Take third! Go on! No, stay! Foul! You must be joking! That was straight down the line! Yeah, sucker, that's a strike! The only one that said very little was Matt. This wasn't especially unusual, but Ian hadn't noticed that he'd said a single thing the entire game. And that was unusual. Matt was a timid outcast, but when he had something to say, he said it with unusual confidence, even though what he said was considered by most of the gang as irritating and useless pulp. That's not to say it was, but rather, it wasn't any of the important things the other guys liked to talk about. Like whether or not the Pittsburgh Steelers or Pirates would have a winning season this year, usually prompted by Dan or Woody or Brian. Or what hot babes were on TV the other night. Yes, that was Craig more often than anyone. And cigarettes versus chewing tobacco, and which of the two vices made you look more cool? Almost definitely Stu Klatz. Personally, Ian couldn't stand cigarettes or tobacco. Was only just beginning to, apparently very recently, discover that magnetic draw of the opposite sex, and was only moderately into sports, though he did love the Steelers. But hell, everyone here loved the Steelers. And I mean, like, everyone. The gang decided after about an hour that the game was getting pretty boring, and so they just let it die naturally, having more fun just goofing around. A few of them hung around and still threw the ball back and forth between them, shouting random things like, "That one's for Roberto Clemente." But most just drifted off. Brian walked away with Jack somewhere, and Matt stood alone in the middle of the field and chose to ignore Ian's wave goodbye as he and Craig made their way back to Ian's house. They screwed around there, in the big backyard, while they waited for lunch. The outdoor thermometer hanging under the eaves of the back porch announced that Coke was the real thing, and also that it was something like 85 degrees, give or take. "Why don't you get us something to drink, you idiot?" Craig rolled his eyes upwards and clasped a hand to his throat in a mock choking sequence. He gargled air for a bit, and then fell to the ground, playing dead. Okay, I take the hint. What do you want?" "Anything, scrote bag, so long as it's cold." The house was cool and singularly dull after the brightness outside. Ian's mother was in the kitchen. "Mom, do we have any—" He stopped mid-sentence when he saw his mother was on the telephone, gesturing tersely for him to shut up. It wasn't worth interrupting her, not if he wanted to keep hanging out with Craig, so he threw open the fridge door and rustled around. His mother's gasp, followed by the strangely serious tone of her voice, made Ian forget about the drinks, and about Craig, who still lay on the lawn acting dead. Gotta hand it to the kid. He knew how to commit. "Mom?" Ian whispered, moving into a line of sight. She was wringing the phone cord tightly between her fingers. The tips of them were turning pinkish white. "Okay," she said to the other end of the call. Silence. "Yes." "Okay." Silence. "Yes, I'm really very, very sorry. I just don't—" "Okay. Yes. Goodbye." She replaced the handset but stared blankly at the yellow, orange, and brown flowered wallpaper of the kitchen. "Mom?" It took a moment for her to turn and slowly face him. "Ian, I want you to sit down, honey." She patted the chair next to her at the breakfast table. Her face was grave and raw, and it scared him. Asking him to sit down scared him even more. Something was very wrong. She had never been like this with him before. He blurted out, "Mom, I'm sorry. What have I done?" She placed a finger gently across his lips. "Shh, baby." The look on her face was more somber than Ian had ever seen. "Ian." Something not right. "Ian." A whistling in the distance. Her eyes moistened. "Ian, I don't know how to say this. There is no way, really." Her face blanched, lips trembling. They're in the woods playing, the two boys unaware. "It's Matt." Ranger Rob is with them. "There's been a terrible accident, honey. He's gone, Ian. I'm so sorry. He's gone." Carried into the tree, his spectacles crashing to the earth. She pulled his head to her chest. Her fingers ran through his hair as Ian's world began to swim. "They found him in the woods, baby. He—" Her words faded into a long tunnel, and Ian's world turned black. 7. A cold cloth wiped gently at his face and forehead as his mother's face appeared, first swimming in front of him, then as a fuzzy image. Her voice was warped and far away, its timbre too low, like a man's. It raised by half octaves as the shrill, ringing sound in his ears intensified, the blood again resuming its normal pressure as it passed through them. She caressed him and said she was sorry over and over again, that it wasn't right and shouldn't happen like this, not to a child and not to a boy like Matt, that it couldn't be true. But it was. 8. Veronica Cockerton spent the rest of the afternoon on the phone. When she wasn't on it, it would immediately ring and she'd be engrossed in conversation once again. Brian hadn't come home for lunch, though he was told to, so he missed his mother's news. He was also late for dinner, again. Because of the news, however, he also escaped the verbal thrashing which would normally have ensued. especially for being late 2 times on 2 consecutive days. When he eventually did bother to show up, his mother sat both of her sons down and recounted as much as she'd learned about the incident.
"Apparently there was a fire late yesterday afternoon in the woods," she said, "just before the big rainstorm we had. I'm surprised somebody on the bottom street didn't notice it. Perhaps it wasn't that big. I just don't know."
She paused to cover the trembling in her voice, feigning a cough.
"I think everyone had gone inside because of the storm. You boys weren't anywhere near there, were you?"
Her face revealed small, intense signs of worry. Brian and Ian shook their heads no. She continued, her voice shaking, swallowing hard in the pauses.
"Matt never came home last night. Mrs. Chauncey called here early this morning, but I didn't think much about it at the time. I explained that you'd been very late for dinner last night and had been sent to your rooms, so no, Matt certainly was not over here."
Veronica Cockerton began to cry. Over the next few minutes her words spurted between tears as she told the boys that the firemen had found the body of a child amidst the remains of what appeared to be a small campfire. They had also found a gasoline can there, near the center of the fire. Because of this, it was expected the authorities would most likely rule the accident as death by misadventure. That Matt had been camping out, made a fire using gasoline for God knows what reason, and it had simply gotten out of hand. Maybe he tried to put it out, nobody knows for sure. Ian thought that was bullshit and actually said so, much to his mother's chagrin. Under the circumstances, she decided it should elicit no corresponding reprimand. He said he knew things about Matt the fireman didn't, like the fact that Matt was a gentle, even scared type of kid who would never go into the woods on his own. And if he did, he sure as shit would never go so deeply that he would find himself all the way back in the little woods. He also knew that Matt wasn't much for camping, and that Matt would most definitely never, ever go camping in those woods, alone. Because Matt had suspected, just as he now did, that something dark and stealthy prowled in those woods. Ian could not vocalize this last thought. He wasn't even sure it was a real thought. It just sort of floated there, bobbing up and down in the flowing waters of his mind, a vague impression he was unable to articulate. The same way the county coroner was unable to articulate why he had chosen to omit in his report the discovery of what appeared to be clear ligature marks in the disfigured remains of the young boy's body in the woods. Perhaps the idea of what that banded indentation revealed was a horror too much for even him to contemplate. And yes, any evidence of rope fibers had been incinerated, along with everything else in the clearing, by a heat so intense that even the fire chief had difficulty explaining it. Which meant that yes, the furrowed bands scarcely visible around the boy's charred neck were now the only indictment that this had been anything more than a terrible, tragic misfortune. Yet, as hard as those facts were, never had the coroner allowed uncomfortable truths to govern his actions. Truth was truth. But standing there, in that smoldering clearing with the boy's blackened body laying at his feet, something foreign welled up within him like a dark, inexplicable presence. And the coroner did something that, in more than 30 years of faithful service to this community, he had never done. He chose to allow the truth of Matt Chauncey's death to pass away along with the boy in those deep, dark woods. 9. Matt's funeral was just shy of a week later. The weather held fine for the interment, the early July sun bright and comforting over the atypical rite taking place beneath it. A great crowd of guests attended, endless unknown faces coming to mollify the remorse which had disrupted their lives, the shock waves of such a startling child death rippling across every small community for miles around the neighborhood. When the Chauncey family finally retired home that evening, Ian's father walked across the quiet street, carrying the roast Veronica had prepared, along with the condolences of the whole family with him. 10. Later that night, as it had done seemingly every night that week, the rain came, steady and hard. Behind St. Benedict's Church, squares of new green sod respectfully, if languidly, cloaked the raw imagery of a freshly dug grave. Rivulets streamed across the overfilled mound, washing away loose soil and occasional flower petals and leaves from the arrangements laid in a pile atop it. Most rippled away in small whirling currents, but some ran into a newly forming divot, swirling in repeating circles as the cool nighttime rain flooded an ever-growing hole, as a rusty pickaxe began to cleave away turf and clods of mud. 7. 1995. Brian was sleeping comfortably in his bed when Ian's screams broke the quiet of the house. He was laying on his side, legs tucked up to his abdomen in the fetal position. Wife Rebecca spooned reassuringly into the contours of his back. His eyes began to twitch, darting back and forth as he scanned a place he had not been in a very long time, a place he'd buried deep inside to hide even from himself. Darkness. Everywhere. Shapes and sizes barely discernible. The landscape moves oddly slow as he stirs into the void but sees nothing. The sky above as deeply black as pitch. A wind blows up around him and whips the dirt and debris of the ground into his face. It briefly whistles as it stirs wildly about him. It whistles. "Hello?" He calls out and watches as the word becomes tangible, its shape thickly liquid as it passes from his lips and floats lethargically ahead of him. Like syrup, it pours around the shapes before him, then disappears. He reaches out, feeling the black air, and begins to walk. The ground is soft and gives to his steps. A shape ahead becomes closer with each careful stride. His hand stretched to touch it, and he feels the familiar roughness of bark. The whistling comes again, and almost instantly the woods light up and part before him, the trees bending and swaying as they crack under the stress of the motion. How odd to see them, but how perfectly natural that they should do this. Beyond the parting, a clearing is ablaze with light, its color blanched ashen. It is so bright. In its center, demons leap on cloven hoofs around spiraling flames, their motions slow and deliberate as they kick and jump into the air. In disfigured hands they grasp strips of tan and red, which drip onto the ground, painting a crude circle in the dirt as they dance around the flames. One by one, they throw the fleshy strips into the air and snap them into their mouths with long, thin, leathery tongues that unravel with a sound like horsewhips. One of their number turns. It sees Brian. He tries to drop out of view, but his body reacts sluggishly. The beasts stare and snares his own, and Brian sees his brother's friend Matt behind those eyes. They burn red, deep in the sockets. Its top lip pulls up in a macabre smile, revealing a blackened hole which squirms with worms and crawling creatures deep within. A vaporous stench shoots from the orifice and envelops Brian. It forces its way into his mouth, spilling down his throat as he gasps and reaches for his neck, but can only watch himself, as if from a third-person perspective, as his hands move so slowly that the action is worthless as he chokes and sputters and loses his breath, as if drowning in the very air around him. He falls to the floor, his face hitting the dirt before his eyes can even blink. He twists onto his side as something warm kisses his scalp. A boy, stripped naked, hangs above him. He is dangling by bound hands. Long strips torn away from his torso bear the dark crimson of sinewy muscle beneath the skin. Blood drips from them and falls rhythmically to the dirt. Brian cannot identify this boy. His face has been removed. Another thick bead of red falls. It moves through the air impossibly slowly, and yet Brian is unable to avoid its contact. It strikes him on the cheek, spreading like a tiny starburst. Above him, the faceless head opens wide where the mouth should be and screams, and Brian's mind whirls. Oh, God, how can I stop this? Then comes the deepest explosion of sound and light. "Bri?" Rebecca mumbled under heavy lips, elbowing her husband. She was the first to stir from the noise down the hall. Brian winced and muttered something unintelligible as he pulled away from her. "Brian, get up!" She poked him harder this time,
digging firmly into his ribs, and he pulled himself up onto his side. "What?" His eyes were wide, forehead.
Hi, just a quick pause. Take a moment to relax and breathe. Here's a short musical interlude, and remember, this audiobook is completely free for you. Thanks for listening.
Deeply furrowed as the scene in his mind melted into the darkness of the room. "I heard what sounded like a scream. From your brother's room." Brian was on his feet and racing for the door. Rebecca reached out for him, but was too slow. "Babe, wait!" But he was already sprinting down the corridor, the echoes of his flat feet on the threadbare carpet filling the upper level of the house. He turned the knob of the guest bedroom, but the door was locked. He rapped, brisk and hard. "Ian, it's me." Only the muffled sound of Ian's shallow breaths answered. But there was another sound, barely audible beneath this, an odd, low-frequency sound like a voice recording on a 45 record being played at 33 speed. Brian's heart raced as he tried the door again, and this time could feel this deep, resonating bass through the handle. The knob rotated partway, then stopped. "Ian, open up!" Then silence. "Come on, open the door." Brian twiddled the knob again. "Ian, open the damn door!" He took a step back, leveled his left shoulder, and slammed his full weight into the center of the door. The jamb split on the other side, and the door flew open, splinters of wood shooting inward like porcupine quills. The door smacked hard against a dresser as Brian tumbled through the doorway. Sitting stiffly atop the covers strewn about his bed, Ian was trembling. His hands covered his eyes, his mouth agape as if silently screaming. He did not flinch as Brian flew into the room. No longer hissing their shrill, off-key whistling sound, the baseboard radiators merely clicked and gurgled as the warm water now flowed smoothly through. "Jesus, Ian, you all right?" Brian moved closer and sat at the foot of his bed. Ian shook his head slowly from side to side, still covering his eyes with his quivering hands as Brian held him close. The brothers remained like that for longer than either could tell. Eventually, Rebecca appeared in the doorway with Andrew cradled in her arms. Her son's chin was hung tiredly over her right shoulder, his arms and legs wrapped tightly around her as Rebecca lightly bounced and rocked him. "Everything okay, guys?" she asked as she stepped into the room, eyeing the splintered doorframe. A moment later, she registered the situation and chose not to linger for a reply, instead offering her husband only a simple, tender smile. Brian whispered after her as she turned to leave. "Becca," with a gentle nod. "Thank you. Everything's okay. I'll be in shortly." She lowered her head, smiled again and left. Andrew had already fallen back to sleep and was hanging limply from her torso. His arms and legs dangled at her side, secure in the way you can only feel when you don't even realize that you feel secure. Brian stayed with his brother, assuring him gently over and over that it would be okay. Everything was going to be all right. 2. Breakfast was planned a little earlier than normal. Brian set the alarm for 6 a.m. to give them a little extra time to get everyone ready as they returned to their normal routines. But the morning came way too quickly, and after repeatedly slapping the snooze button on the digital alarm clock every 12 minutes, it ended up being well past 7 before Brian and Rebecca both leapt from the bed in a sudden mad panic. Brian quickly showered, while Becca woke the kids amidst crises of, "Why can't we stay home today? We never get to see Uncle Ian," and feigned grievances, such as Andrew's personal favorite. "I don't feel well, Mommy. My stomach doesn't feel good. I think I'm going to throw up." At his young age, it's unlikely Andrew understood how crafty this claim actually was, given its inherent difficulty to be disproved.
More likely it was a matter of conditioning. Per Pavlov's dog, Andrew had come to realize that when he rang that particular bell, a reward would follow. Or at least it usually did.
"No, I'm sorry," Rebecca asserted to their ongoing pleas as she fed them toast and cereal and hastily prepared 2 packed lunches. "You can see your Uncle Ian when you come home from school. Besides, he doesn't feel very well himself and will probably sleep a while."
Unconvinced, both children grabbed their plastic lunchboxes from the counter, grumbling. In their defense, Rebecca, too, was having second thoughts about sending them back to school so soon. It had been, after all, only a few days since their grandparents' accident. But she and Brian had discussed it the evening before, and letting them return to their normal routines felt like the best thing to do. This morning, it felt less so.
Perhaps they would be better off at home, the little voice that was the right side of her brain coaxed,
and quite convincingly, too. Rebecca's hesitant hands lingered above the kids' colorful lunchboxes, a wax paper wrapped sandwich in each.
"But it's been almost a week," the left side of her brain rebutted, "and they'll heal faster this way, no matter how much you hate sending them away."
And that logical voice was probably right. Neither of the children had yet grasped the true gravity of the week's events. Andrew was still too young to understand what mortality really meant, and Diane was handling it pretty much okay, or so it seemed. Of course, their daughter was saddened and her demeanor much more low-key than usual, but Diane would be better off resuming her daily routine, being around her friends. It would do nothing for her well-being to dwell on the accident more than necessary, only to absorb that morose negativity to the point of amplification.
"You mean like you, Rebecca?" Each side of her brain unanimously chastised her. "Perhaps it's you who really wants to stay home, to have them here with you, rather than facing this new reality."
Rebecca dropped the sandwiches in the lunchboxes, clicked them tightly closed, and handed them off. "Chop, chop," she said, clapping her hands. "The bus is coming." Diane and Andrew skulked reluctantly towards the door. "The day will pass before you know it," she reassured, but wasn't convinced it was for their benefit as much as it was for her own. "And you'll be back here just like that," snapping her fingers. "Plus, Uncle Ian will be here when you get back." "Promise?" Andrew asked with briefly renewed zest. "I promise." Realizing this still meant a full day of school until then, Andrew shrugged, the spark fizzling. He waved listlessly behind him and hiked his book bag a little tighter over his shoulder. Diane walked out without saying a word. Rebecca watched them from the bay window in the living room to make sure they were safely at the bus stop. She was just dropping the curtain to the side when Ian came down the steps, already showered and dressed for the day. "Ian, good morning. Did you sleep well?" Rebecca realized the faux pas as soon as the words passed her lips. "Oh, I'm sorry, Ian. Force of habit. I know you had, didn't—" Ian cut her short with the brisk wave of a hand. "Becky, don't worry. Honestly, I'm fine." Then, adroitly changing the subject, "Have I missed the kids?" Rebecca nodded as she opened the fridge. "Yes, just a couple minutes ago." "Eggs for breakfast?" "Yes, eggs would be amazing. Wow. Thank you." "Amazing and wow?" He grinned. "I'm just saying, it feels pretty nice to have someone offering to make me anything. At all. Normally it's just a muffin with Felipe at this deli we pass on the way to work near Times Square." His voice trailed away as the images of he and Felipe and Tony's bar started flooding in. The baseball game, the ice-cold beers, Anonymous. Rebecca laughed, and the joy in its sound pulled Ian back to the present moment. "Well, breakfast in Times Square sounds a whole lot more glamorous than my scrambled eggs. But thank you, sweetie." "Hey, Rebecca?" She turned to face him. "I didn't mean to cut you off a minute ago. I'm sorry about, about that whole incident last night." He motioned towards the stairs. "I must have scared the hell out of the kids. And you too, screaming like that. I feel so stupid." Rebecca shook her head. "Nonsense. Diane never heard a thing. She's a very heavy sleeper. And Andrew fell back to sleep before I even tucked him back into his bed. Ask Brian." "Ask Brian what?" Her husband interjected as he came down the stairs pulling a t-shirt over his head.
Ian was apologizing about last night, and I was saying it's no problem. This has shaken each of us pretty badly." She bit her lip hard, holding back the tears which again threatened. She'd promised herself she wasn't going to cry today. She'd be strong for her husband and his brother today. Be a calming center of respite for their worries today. The kids may be young enough and resilient enough to carry on without her concentrated help, but Rebecca wasn't quite so sure about these two men in her life. "I agree," Brian said, and pulled up a chair at the breakfast table, hoping he was doing a passable job at hiding his discomfort with this conversation. "What's for breakfast?" "Eggs," Becky answered as she broke another one into the cast-iron skillet, and it sizzled. "Good. Any chance of some toast?" She shot her husband an expression that artfully conveyed both, "Of course, what do you think?" and "When did I become your geisha?" as she slid some bread into the toaster. "Ian, how many for you, sweetie?" "Just a couple would be fine, Rebecca. Thank you." Brian scarfed his down the moment Rebecca slid it across the table while Ian waited for his sister-in-law to join them before lifting his fork. Rebecca winked at him in acknowledgement, and in the gesture Ian felt genuine affection. He hadn't really noticed, not before that moment, just how deeply brown Rebecca's eyes were, or how they communicated a natural sense of calming reassurance, a kind of warm, grounded strength, or how intensely beautiful she was. He studied the curve of her face, the line of her mouth, the soft fullness of her lips, and felt himself swelling. "How is everything?" she asked. "The eggs are great," Ian replied more bashfully than he wanted to before quickly averting his gaze. Brian caught a glimpse of this exchange between bites. He was relieved the two were getting on so well. Always more compassionate than he, Becca had been the one who'd suggested, without hesitation, that of course Ian must stay with them. She'd also commented a little later, almost as a side note, that the only thing she wasn't sure of was how it would work if Ian were to end up staying for any real length of time. Brian hadn't been sure exactly how that time was meant to be determined, but for now, everything seemed to be going as well as it could be expected under the circumstances. He took his last bite and pushed his plate away as the thought faded. "Yes, great eggs, Becca. Really." 3. After breakfast, Rebecca changed for work. The family's crisis hadn't stopped that from being a necessity. She would have to go into the office, for the morning at least, to tie up some loose ends, no matter how much she wanted to stay home. Think of the kids, Becky. People, order, routine. Take a dose of your own medicine, the rational voice reminded her bluntly. She listened to it and agreed, but she would try to get away as soon as she could. "So what's on the cards for you two?" she asked the brothers, injecting an air of chattiness which her rational voice thought they could all use. "What's on the cards is... You're late for work," Brian answered, and then whispered in her ear, "Try to come home early if you can." She kissed him on the cheek, her warmth lingering with her perfume. "Don't you two go getting up to any mischief now. The kids are bad enough." She pecked Ian on the forehead too, ruffling his hair. "Don't worry about me. I'll be good, I promise. Your husband... No, that's a different matter." "You'll just have to keep him on the up and up then," she insisted as she headed for the door. "Bye then, my pair of big hunky fellas." The familiar sound of the garage door churning electronically upwards ground throughout the house as Brian sipped his coffee, now lukewarm. 4. Despite a challenging morning, Rebecca was making good time on the 12-mile commute until she became inexplicably faint on Route 21 and a Chevy Blazer struck the soft shoulder. The sudden change in friction caused the SUV to skid diagonally across the blacktop, and Rebecca nearly swiped two oncoming cars. Both swerved to avoid the crash, then simply carried on driving. The first was a young man who whipped her the finger as he barreled by. The second, a mature woman in a brown Pinto who deliberately averted her eyes as she passed, so she wouldn't feel the obligation to stop and check if Rebecca Cockerton was okay. Becky just loved when that happened. You could always count on people when you needed them. Count on them to be complete and inexorable bastards, that is. She regained her composure.
checked around the outside of the 4x4, no flat tires, nothing untoward, and finished the rest of her journey. Her boss was in a flurry because it was month-end that week and they needed all hands on deck, as he would say so often. But he was aware of Rebecca's family circumstances. "I'm sorry I'm late, Tom. My car went off the road. I don't know what happened. I thought at first maybe I'd had a blowout." She didn't know why she was apologizing. It was he that should be grateful she was coming in at all. "I just needed a moment afterward to regain my composure." Her manager settled back into his chair. He breathed out heavily. "Right, well, get on with it for now. The sooner you clear that load off your desk and get back home, the better, I guess. Your husband is going to need you." And then, only as an afterthought, he added, "And how are you?" "Okay, I guess." "Well, if there's anything I can do." He looked down and started scribbling away at a pad. Apparently that was the end of the sentence, and his offer. It was painfully apparent where she fell within his list of priorities, and it sure as shit wasn't at the top. In fact, it was way down the list, far, far below his department's revenue targets. You trumped-up little shit bastard. Oh, how Rebecca enjoyed the sound of those words in her mind. If only she could say them aloud. Instead, she walked away without another word. At her desk, she began rustling through the considerable pile of papers which had accumulated in just a few days of being off. Clearly, none of her teammates had thought even once about checking on her workload for her. So here it lay, an unapologetic, almost scoffing pile of stark reality. On oh so many levels. She asked herself if anyone cared the slightest damn bit about it at all. 5. When the garage door clanked and clunked back down and Brian was sure his wife had left the neighborhood and pulled onto Route 60, the tone of his voice inexorably changed. There was no smile, no affection, just cold, rigid, almost brutal directness, which seemed to grow in direct proportion to Rebecca's growing distance from the house. "What the fuck's going on here, Ian?" Brian booted one of the stools out from under the table and sat opposite his brother, leaning in close. "You better just come out and say it." Ian tensed, his mind seizing. His heart began beating hard, so hard he was sure Brian could hear it. He stared at the tabletop, the pattern in the formica threatening to blur. "I mean," Brian continued, failing to accept Ian's lack of reply, "what the hell is happening? What exactly was that?" Ian pushed himself away from the table. Brian had always been able to look inside his thoughts, to see his mind as clearly as he saw his own, and the idea of him being able to do so in this moment made Ian's skin crawl with embarrassment. Had it been so apparent? This rash, new, entirely unanticipated feeling he'd found himself having about his brother's wife. Over breakfast, for God's sake. As children, they'd found this same unique ability, an inexplicable bond between them, some type of positive vibration, enabled the brothers to have almost entire conversations without saying an audible word. They would laugh as they conveyed thoughts and ideas intangibly, without a single person around them aware that they were communicating in clear, cohesive frequencies. Sure, the adults would catch an occasional eye roll or giggle between the boys, but that was it. No one had a clue as to the depth of detail the boys were transmitting. Equally, it had been a very long time before the boys realized this was something unique that other people just did not share. 6. Ian was 9 years old when he took Brian's Evel Knievel action figure, replete with 1/10th scale motorcycle. It was the cool one, with a working engine you got going by pulling this long plastic strip, like a really long zip tie with ridges all the way up it, through the gear alongside the rear wheel, and the tire immediately spun so fast you'd get a brush burn if you bumped your hand against it. And when you sat that bike down, that thing would skip off at a furious pace and screech along the floor until it careened into a piece of furniture or a wall, at which time it would invariably pop a wheelie, spin on its axis like a whirlwind, then crash in a rolling, somersaulting spectacle. Wanting to see what that baby could really do, Ian took it to the creek at the edge of the neighborhood where he built a makeshift ramp out of a couple square inches of leftover plywood their father had laying around in the garage. Positioning the ramp strategically at the edge of the fast-running stream, he then smoothed out a dirt track about 5 feet before it. He took a moment to soak in the feeling before pulling the plastic strip. "Okay, Evil, it's go time." Ian pulled the plastic starter strip and the wheel screeched to life. Little Evel Knievel shot towards the ramp at mind-numbing speed, and Ian could remember years later how impressively the bike took the ramp and sailed gloriously through the air. "Go, Evil, go!" he shouted as it flew with incredible grace and ease a good 7 or 8 feet across a 12-foot creek. It arced down and hit the water with an anticlimactic plop, before whisking immediately downstream in the current, never again to be found. Ian slinked home to find his brother downstairs, still in his pajamas. Brian knew. He knew everything. Instantly. A furious, wordless fist fight erupted, and their parents had to separate the boys before sitting them down and demanding why 1 minute Ian was walking through the door, and the next Brian was pummeling him in his PJs without cause or explanation. "It just makes no sense," they insisted. Still, neither boy spoke. They sat at the breakfast table across from their parents, who informed them they could sit there all day for all they cared. They weren't going anywhere until one of the boys told them what the heck was going on, or else. There was always that deeply foreboding, or else. So Hare and Veronica Cockerton sat silently at the table waiting for one of their sons to spill the beans. Uncomfortable silence is a powerful tool in the right hands. Something every parent everywhere seems to utilize, presumably detailed in some mysterious parenting 101 handbook they all apparently purchase. It was also something Ian would, many years later, teach his sales team at the Bulletin during their monthly training sessions. But the silent treatment only works if there is silence. Little did the parents know the only ones sitting there in silence were, in fact, themselves. Through the unique and audible frequency they shared, the boys effortlessly continued an entirely unspoken conversation of sorts, only sporadically accentuating it with an audible huff or harumph. Herr Cockerton was the first to leave the table, having waited out their sons as long as he could before breaking the silence with an expression of how disappointed he was, another oft-used tool from that parenting handbook, and that he'd had enough of this waste of time and was getting on with his day. The boys, however, would not get on with theirs. He ensured they sat there another good hour or so before finally sending them to their rooms. This type of thing happened often, and it drove their parents nuts, which, of course, made this uniquely shared connection between them all the more appealing to the brothers. It also made their spats and childhood arguments all the less appealing, for in times like this, it would vibrate in a low, plaintive frequency. It was this, and not the intended silences they never had to suffer, that generated the boys' greatest level of discomfort. So it was that neither could stay mad at the other for any significant length of time. The inner silence being so torturous, sooner or later, one would ping the other in tiny, vibrant pulses. 7. That was a great number of years ago, however. Since then, the seemingly telepathic ability the boys had shared had gradually diminished with every year and every mile between them, until one day Ian simply no longer felt Brian's pings or vibrations on any level anymore. In fact, the gift so neglected, he would eventually forget that they ever shared such a secret, mysterious gift after all. Like Santa Claus and the Easter Bunny and the Boogeyman, acknowledgement of it had been banished to the scrap pile of childhood frivolity, to flounder away in a locked space to which most adults could no longer find the key, nor saw any need to. But now that he was back in this childhood home, as close to his brother, at least as measured by physical distance, as he had ever been, Ian did remember something about a gift they had once shared. He had begun to feel a kind of familiar yet unusual energy resonating softly, deeply within him. The sensation seemed to be growing with each passing day, as if being back here, in this neighborhood, in this childhood home, and once again so near to the little woods, were reviving him in a sort of enlightened reawakening. What he couldn't understand is why Brian seemed so oblivious to this energy, despite having remained here all these years. "That doesn't mean we won't pick up right where we left off," Ian thought, realizing that now he was home. Perhaps the synapse was a small enough gap to ignite the gift's spark once more. And with the revival of the gift would also come the erosion of personal privacy and personal thought, which meant that his feelings toward Rebecca, as innocent and unintentional as they may not necessarily be his private thoughts or emotions, and as much as he'd prefer to simply dismiss those fleeting, innocent feelings he was having about his sister-in-law, his brother might not see them as quite as innocent as Ian knew them to genuinely be. After all, they weren't kids anymore, and it just wasn't acceptable to be having feelings of any kind about your own brother's wife. Of course, Brian was aware that Rebecca was a beautiful woman. He also openly acknowledged her as the more caring, supportive one in their marriage. Quite frankly, it was Rebecca who was the source of comfort to those in need, while Brian so often presented himself as distant, even coldly detached. Still, Ian felt he needed to have the conversation, right here, right now. If there were any chance at all, Brian could still pick up on the vibrations of his thoughts and feelings, even if just a little bit. It would be better to clear the air quickly and then move on. Surely Brian would understand how Ian might experience a momentary wave of affection toward his wife. And if he couldn't, Brian would always understand that, to Ian, Rebecca was purely family. Ian sat back down and pulled his chair closer to the table. "What do you think is going on, Brian?" He was calm after taking a deep breath and subconsciously monitored his brother's features for any hint that their unique bond had reconnected. There was a vibration, yes, but such a nominal frequency that Ian could barely feel it. Brian showed no sign that he felt it at all, or even remembered it. "Last night, Ian," Brian shouted, stubbing his fingers forcibly against the tabletop to accentuate each of the 3 words. "Last night." Ian exhaled, a long, cleansing breath. So this isn't about his unwitting affection toward Rebecca at all. "Oh, last night," he repeated, and almost laughed as the intense anxiety washed so instantly away it could only be replaced by an unintentional, giddy nervousness. That didn't sit well with Brian, who was now on his feet. "Yes, last night. You scared the shit out of me. You scared the shit out of all of us. Andrew woke up bawling. Can you blame the kid, Ian? He's only 7, and his uncle's screaming in the room next door like death itself is at his bedside." Ian calmed his jangling nerves by taking in another long, slow breath through his nose and expelling it passively from his mouth. The sensation as it wisped over his lips was soothing, and in this momentary pause, as if far away, he felt a small but palpable vibration, a weakly discernible radar blip between interludes of soft white noise. And though it was low and hardly even there, Ian knew at once that blip was coming from Brian. So he does still have it. Ian took a moment to compose his words. His features softened, as did his voice. "You know what's going on, Bri," he quietly stated, the words firm but soothing. "You know, because I think it's happening to you too. Look at the way you're acting right now." Brian fervently denied understanding anything at all about what the hell was going on or why his brother should wake up screaming so horrifically. He shook his head vigorously as he paced back and forth. To admit that deep down, some inexplicable echo of the past was clawing its way back into his psyche would be too much to handle right now. He could not allow the little woods and what happened there to become real again, even though his own demands upon Ian were a subconscious attempt to get his brother to admit this very same thing. "I wish that were true," Ian replied dispassionately. "But you do know. You're starting to sense it again, just like before. Just like me. Just like that night Matt came to me and he—" Ian's words faltered beneath the trembling of his voice until the only sound was the steady, metered measurement of time from the wall clock in the corner of the kitchen. In the strained silence, each audible mark of the passing seconds grew progressively louder until every one of them assaulted the quiet like the sharp, snapping percussive strike of a snare drum. Brian fell to his knees as each clangorous tick of the clock sped his mind in reverse, tugging his consciousness backwards, faster and faster. Every second became a minute, each minute an hour, each hour a day,
until the years between childhood and now had been unceremoniously stripped away, and the dam of Brian's subconsciousness burst. He's back in the little woods, on his knees, with Matt's bloodied and lifeless body dangling above him. Brian screamed as a dozen pinprick scars on his back blistered with pain, the long-submerged memory now assailing his senses. Tears poured down his face as he fell to his knees, sobbing into his hands. "Oh, my God. Ian. What did we do? What did we do?" "Come on," Ian gently reassured, reaching down and wrapping his arms around his big brother. This time it was he lifting Brian to his feet, much as his brother had done for him so many years before. In the clearing, as Matt Burns. He held his brother in the safety of his embrace as 18 years poured out of Brian like a wave. When eventually the quaking sobs ebbed to a slow, controlled tremor, Ian held his brother's face in his hands and assured him everything would be okay. "Come on, let's get some fresh air and we'll talk." Ian did not speak these words, only thought them, yet Brian nodded in agreement as he swiped away the tears from his face and rose upon shaky, unsteady legs. 8. 1977. The woods were out of bounds as soon as the news of Matt's accident had spread like wildfire. By the time the Chaunceys had buried their son 6 days later, the entire neighborhood had devolved into a ghost town. It had been a solid week and a half of parents pondering and ruminating, gossiping and endlessly worrying, until the sweeping hysteria had made pretty much everything off limits. None of the kids were out playing ball, riding their bikes or skateboarding. No one tossed an old football or played kick the can. It was like the neighborhood itself had gone into lockdown, quarantine, a 24-hour curfew. Because if Matt Chauncey, the good, quiet, reserved, and smart young boy that he was, had been playing with fire, then any of the other good boys in the neighborhood might be inclined to do so too. After all, boys would be boys, and boys liked to mess around with things they shouldn't, like matches, and ropes and sharp things like knives. The repercussions didn't bear thinking about. So that was it. No more games of war in the little woods. Jack and Stu even stayed away. It was more than their lives were worth if either of their old men caught them anywhere near that long stretch of tractor path leading towards the woods, especially if their fathers had been partaking in the odd beer or two down at the Blue Jay or Dempsey's Tavern after work. So they found somewhere else to hang out. For a while. 2. "Hello, Mrs. Cockerton. It's Craig Dalton from down the road." A voice on the old black telephone vibrated tinnily from the other end of the line. "I know, dear. I do know your voice by now." "Oh, oh, ha, well, is Ian around? I haven't seen him in days." "I know, hon. I wish you could spend a little time with each other. Why don't you come up this afternoon? I'll fix you both some nice lunch." "Hold on," the disembodied voice dictated as it muffled the receiver and shouted out for its mother. Its mother was faintly heard in the background to say something along the lines of, "Why, you little scrote, don't you like the lunch I'm making?" Then laughed and approved the request. The voice returned to the handset. "Sure, I'll come straight up." Craig hesitated for a moment. "But it'll take a bit longer. I have to go the long way around. On the road. I'm not allowed to cut through the woods anymore." As soon as the words had come out and were still traveling down the phone line, he realized this made him sound like a real wuss. "I understand. Why don't I pick you up then?" There was only one thing worse than as good as admitting you were a wuss, and that was being picked up, on your own, by your best friend's mother. Craig was silent for what seemed to him like hours, but was in actuality only seconds. "Sure, okay. That sounds great. When?" "Well, how about now, hon?" "Cool, I'll be ready. Bye." The phone clicked and then buzzed monotonously in Veronica Cockerton's hand. Ian could use a good friend at the moment, she thought. This would perhaps help draw him out of himself. Craig and he were always best buddies. Lord knows she could never find a moment's peace when school was out and they were together at the house virtually all summer long.
But now, what she wouldn't give to hear that clamor again. She picked up Craig in the old Ford and they rattled back up the hill towards the neighborhood. The Daltons lived about 3 miles from the main cluster of houses. It was only a quarter of that distance as the crow flies, but she had to cut through a couple fields and then the edge of the forest just by the little woods to do it. She understood completely Kathy Dalton's reluctance to allow Craig to walk that route now. Or, knowing Kathy's rather liberal parenting style, perhaps it was Craig's own hesitance to do so. She didn't blame him, not after what Matt did to himself there. You wouldn't catch her anywhere near that place. It didn't matter that she was a grown adult, or that today was a sunny, pleasant summer's day. Nope. The woods felt just too eerie now. Dark, foreboding, like they were haunted or something. It was unnerving how that malaise had spread so that the bright, cheerful neighborhood had itself become so dismal and gray and unpleasant. It no longer echoed with carefree noise as kids played joyfully outside, no longer facilitated impromptu hellos as parents casually gathered on front porches of an evening. Everything was different now, and Veronica Cockerton just wanted things to go back to the way they were. In so many ways, she now realized their lives had been simply idyllic. And Matt had ruined that. For all of them. She hated herself for thinking in such a churlish, self-absorbed way. The poor boy didn't deserve to burn himself to death like that. But it was the truth. Things had changed, all for the worse, in the weeks since he had done such a stupid thing. "I'm not afraid, you know," Craig belted out without prompting, shattering her thoughts and the silence as they rode slowly through the neighborhood. Veronica looked at him, surprised. "Afraid of what, dear?" A shiver creased her back. "You know, the woods. It's no big deal." "How can you say that? Poor Matt. I know. I don't mean it that way. You know, I feel rotten. But I'm not afraid to go in there. I just thought I should tell you it's my mom. She won't let me go that ways anymore." Mrs. Cockerton wished she had the same problem. Quite the opposite. Ian hadn't emerged from the house at all in the weeks since. He'd barely even left his room. Once or twice they managed to get him out for an ice cream or back to school shopping. But Ian just wasn't the same boy he'd been before. "Your mom is very right. You shouldn't hang out around there. It's too far from home. No one could help you if you would need them to." Craig eyed her with that look of oddity only the young can muster when adults, parents, are being overly cautious. "Well, I'm not afraid. That's all." They pulled into the drive and Veronica opened the garage door with the remote. It churned upwards, and the moment the car was parked, Craig jumped out and ran upstairs. Mrs. Cockerton called to him that Ian was in his room. Duh, he thought. Moms are weird. Sheesh. 3. "Way, hey!" Craig blurted loudly as he burst into the room. Making an entrance was always his scene. Ian looked up, not at all surprised. "Hey," he returned coolly. He was sitting on his bed, Indian fashion, with a couple of books spread out about him. "What you doing?" "Reading." "Oh, great. Wow. Sounds real exciting." Ian shrugged and turned one of the books over so that its cover didn't show. "Fancy a bit of baseball or something?" Craig picked up an autographed ball from the shelf of books next to Ian's bed. Again, Ian shrugged. "What's up with you, scrope bag?" Craig's irritation begged to be loose. "You haven't been out of here for ages." I... Ian stuttered between heavy breaths. "I don't know." "What the hell's the matter?" Craig was clearly uncomfortable, but sat down on the edge of the bed, making the friend effort anyway. Ian was, after all, his best friend. Ian stared down at his crossed legs as he fiddled with his toes. Mrs. Cockerton's voice began to trill up the stairs as she sang along to Andy Williams on the radio. "Come on, man, what's up? You ain't sick, but you haven't been out of here for, ever." Ian shrugged without looking up. He paused for a moment, then added, almost as an afterthought. "Man," any sympathy Craig had managed to muster crumbled like feta. "That kid was a douche nozzle, man. Always was. I mean, lighting that fire like that? He was a dumbass." He almost giggled but decided to hold it back.
Always was, always will be. Now, Ian shot him an icy glare. You don't know what happened. You weren't there. His anger sliced the atmosphere, what little there was, and brought an uneasy silence to the room. Both boys looked at the floor, the walls, the pen and ink drawing of the ship on the choppy ocean waves as Mom had insisted would counterbalance those awful posters of rock bands or women in bikinis, anywhere but each other. Ian broke the silence. Where were you, Craig? Craig Dalton pretended he didn't understand. Where were you? Ian repeated, his tone more demanding. You know what I mean. You were on point guard. You headed east. I went west. That was the last I saw of you. Craig said nothing. He kept his head down and pulled at a piece of loose thread on the bedspread. Ian suspected he was holding back from crying, something he had never, ever seen Craig do. Not even the time they were in the branches of an apple tree in crazy old man Freeman's field eating sour apples, and Craig got caught up in the barbed wire coming over the fence when they heard the shots, or at least what sounded like them. I don't know, he erupted. I don't know where I was. I went off like you said. I headed that way for a bit, then decided to go upwards, north for a spell. I thought Jack and Stu and them all might be up that way. Everything was real quiet. And to be honest, I was getting a little bored. Then this huge cloud comes over and it gets real dark, so quick. It got hard to see. I couldn't tell where I was. His stare grew distant. Then I heard this really weird whistling sound. It was like far away at first, then closer. It was creepy, man. So fucking eerie, it scared the shit out of me. I don't care saying so. I couldn't find my way around. Then this orange light flashes, and I could see a little bit. I ran as fast as I could where I thought the base camp should be. I knew you guys would be there. I know I was pretty close when this scream sent shivers down my back. That same shiver ran through both boys right now as if the words spoken had summoned the sensation. Ian's eyes were wet. I stopped right there, where I was. Something was wrong, man. I knew it. So I snuck around the other side. Turns out I wasn't far from the Father Oak. When I got to the clearing, there was a fire where the stump and those log seat things used to be. They were burning up inside it all. And Matt was in the tree. His eyes began streaming. So I ran. Silence. Ian broke it. Wait, so you saw what was going on? You saw him? You saw me? No, it wasn't like that. I was scared, Ian. And what about me? I'm there with my head tore up and my fucking leg all twisted. They gave it to me good and hard, Craig. Rocks, fists, the lot. You think I wasn't fucking scared? Despite the solemnity of the conversation, inwardly he was proud of his swearing. This time the cuss words finally landed the way he felt they were supposed to. Craig apologized, sobbing. I'm sorry, Ian. I really am. Please, how much did you see? Just Matt in the tree? And those guys around it at the bottom, doing something. Prancing around the fire or some shit. I didn't see you, Ian. I promise I didn't, just... He shut his mouth a moment too late. What? Just what, for Christ's sakes? Just your brother. That's all. Just your brother in the weeds. He was crouching in them like me. I don't think he saw me, though. Ian saw the image clearly in his mind. Matt in the tree, screaming for help. He on the dirt floor, rocking with his knees pulled all the way up to his chest, unable to comprehend the terror around him. His brother bursting into the clearing. The whistling as the flute screamed and shrilled. You could have helped! The fire crackling as the flames lick up Matt's legs. Ian's fist landed hard across Craig's left cheek, knocking his friend off the bed sideways. Craig reeled and cracked the back of his head against the corner of the nightstand before laying there, stunned and spread-eagled on the hardwood floor. The sound of him falling thudded through the house and Veronica Cockerton called up from the kitchen. You boys okay up there? She turned down the radio just a little while she waited for an answer. Receiving none, she ran up the stairs as Sonny and Cher chirped obliviously away in the kitchen.
The door to Ian's room was ajar, and through the opening she saw Craig on the floor, a tiny red smudge on the dark wood of the bedside table behind him. "My God, what's going on here?" She cupped a hand over her mouth as Craig was trying, unsuccessfully, to lift himself from the floor. His hair was matted with blood down the back of his scalp. Several drops had made thick burgundy circles on the floor. Veronica ran to him and helped him back up and onto the bed. "Ian, go get me a wet washcloth. A warm one." Ian stood transfixed. "Now!" This time he obeyed and came running quickly back with a trail of water dripping behind him. "Now go and fetch me my car keys. We'll have to take him to the hospital."
"No," Craig objected weakly. "I don't have to. I hate—"
"Craig," Ian's mother held his cheek in her right hand. It was smooth and warm. "You're going, and that's the end of it. We'll call your mother from there and let her know what's going on. Everything will be all right." 4. It was bright and airless in the huge corridors of the emergency ward. Fluorescent lights blanched the faces of people rushing back and forth, green gowns and translucent white latex gloves shimmering as they passed. A cutting sanitary odor punctuated the unnerving sound as coughs and groans emanated from all around them as they waited, imprinting indelibly on Ian's mind. "Veronica Cockerton?" A voice called out hollowly from behind the reception desk, where a nurse wearing a blouse at least 2 sizes too small for her portly frame studied the sign-in sheet. "I'm looking for a Mrs. Veronica Cocker—" Ian's mother half stood and signaled her location with a wave. "Now you wait here," Ian's mother instructed. "I'll go in with Craig. It shouldn't, be very long. All I think he needs is a quick x-ray just to make sure and a bit of TLC. Ian lifted his eyebrows by reply. He sat stiffly in the hard, red plastic chair, staring at his friend as Craig held a hand to the back of his head, his elbow deliberately covering his face so he would not have to look at Ian. Ian watched them walk through the blue vinyl swing doors until they disappeared around the corner as the doors rebounded back together. The big analog clock on the wall read 12:02. Ian was bored already, and uncomfortable. Shit, I didn't mean to smack him so hard. I really didn't. He hummed to himself and fidgeted in his chair as he watched the people coming in. The minutes turned to an hour into another, and the endless flow of people never stopped. There was always someone new coming in, only sometimes someone going out. Like a stream of misery trickling through those big, automatic sliding glass doors that announced this was the more Isindrad me every time they kissed back together at the center of the entry. An elderly woman seated directly behind Ian spluttered, wheezed, and began to cough. The old woman sucked in air. An unnatural rasping sound emanated from her chest as her lungs gasped for air but could only pull the thinnest stream of air which whistled through her teeth. Ian twisted away in his seat, and as he did, the old woman grabbed him. Her fingers clasped onto his shoulder, wrapped around his forearm. They tightened as her chest heaved for air. He hadn't even noticed the woman before, just another faceless person in the throng. But the old woman had his attention now. "Help! Please, help!" Ian implored at no one, at everyone, as he tried to yank out of her grip. Though the woman was small and frail, she clutched at him frantically like a drowning person clawing at a life preserver. The panic in her eyes screamed in desperation and aloneness, and Ian could tangibly feel her fear flooding tangibly into his every pore. "Somebody help!" Out of the corner of his eye, a shape of what must be a nurse, not the fat one with the clipboard, raced toward them, the motion resembling a slow-motion film sequence. The old woman wrenched Ian closer, and a weak stream of air drew across her lips. There were words within that wisp of sound, faint and faltering, but they were there. Ian could sense them, could feel them, but couldn't make out their meaning. "What? What?" he implored, the woman's eyes piercing his own. Another inhalation, a wheezing, whistling, draw into desperate lungs. Another fragile exhalation, and the words were there again, masked within the hissing air. Ian leaned closer, and a puff of acrid breath blew into his face. He pulled sharply away as the old woman began to twitch and tremble, a convulsion rippling through her frail body like a wave. When it reached her misshapen hands, her fingers tightened, nails like ragged talons clawing into his skin. He winced in pain but refused to pull away from the old woman lest she stumble to the ground. Her eyes pleaded as she pulled Ian closer, pressing her face to his. Bests. Her hot breath coiled into his mouth and nostrils, burrowing down his throat. Ian wheezed and was barely able to hold back vomit, gulping the stinging, acidic vapor back down. The nurse was nearly upon them when the old woman jettisoned the words in a shrieking, rasping curse. Die, bastard! Die, bastard! Die, bastard! Die, bastard! A gelatinous string of yellow-green mucus spurted from her mouth as she screamed the mantra. It quivered, then hung from her bottom lip. Her pneumatic-like grip released, and the old woman collapsed to the floor where the nurse and a full medical team lifted her onto a stretcher. Laying on her side, the old woman's tongue dangled loosely from her mouth, a line of mucus running down her cheek and onto the stainless steel gurney as they wheeled it swiftly through the lobby. The blue vinyl swing doors brushed open as the woman heaved herself upright and cackled hysterically. Ian watched in horror as a medic restrained her, forcing her back down, and the doors hissed softly closed. 5. Ian slumped into the red plastic seat, trembling. The fat nurse with the clipboard offered him water and reassurance before leaving him to sit there quietly, alone. A mother of 2, or at least that's all she had with her, offered him a concerned look and a smile. Ian tried to reciprocate but couldn't manage it. He felt as if he might crack in two if he did. The clock on the wall displayed 12:19. "Don't be upset, son." The voice was deep and smooth and came with the hand of a man which touched his shoulder tentatively. Ian flinched sharply and the man pulled away deliberately. Whoa there, it's okay. I'm not going to hurt you, honest." He held his hands up to illustrate. "All right if I sit down?" Ian squinted at the man and saw the fat nurse at the desk behind him nod as if to gesture that he was okay. Ian must have raised a slight smile, for she returned it greater. He looked up at the man. "Okay." He was quite tall and heavily built. Pinned to his suit coat was a name badge which read in big bold letters, Dr. Martin. He sat down next to Ian but folded his arms in a deliberate fashion to indicate that he was keeping well out of Ian's personal space. "Your friend's going to be okay. No serious problems at all. A bump, that's all. I just thought you should know. And," he paused, "I see you've just had a little incident on your hands. You sure you're okay?" Ian nodded. "We get them like that sometimes," Dr. Martin admitted with barely concealed regret. "Are you sure?" he added as he stood, appending his previous question. Ian shrugged again. "Fine." The doctor opened his arms once more and patted Ian firmly on the shoulder. "Your mother will be out shortly. She's just getting your friend and his things together." Ian said nothing as the doctor walked away without looking back. Craig came out a moment later with Mrs. Cockerton. He wore a bandage at the back of his head which stuck awkwardly through his tufts of dark brown hair. Ian smirked at the idea of how much that was going to sting when Craig pulled that sucker off sometime later. "You boys stay here a moment," Veronica Cockerton instructed as she rummaged through her purse for some change. "I'm going to call Craig's mom and let her know what's happened." She used the payphone in the lobby to call Kathy Dalton, preempting the conversation with an apology and assurance that Craig was okay. "But here's what happened." Kathy tried to verbally shrug it off as just one of those things. Boys will be boys after all. But Veronica sensed, as perhaps only mothers can, that Mrs. Dalton was actually rather concerned and anxious. She arranged to come pick up Craig, but Mrs. Cockerton persuaded her Craig was okay, and why didn't she swing by and pick him up on her way home from the store later? "Besides," Veronica assured her, "I'm certain he would prefer to have some company at the moment." Kathy Dalton agreed reluctantly and promised to be there no later than 6. The boys did little in what remained of their afternoon, watching television and sitting around.
You little scrote. Nice one. Send me to the hospital, why don't you?
No thanks, I already did.
Duh, yeah, Craig feigned. I noticed.
He whipped Ian the finger and had to quickly retract the gesture as Mrs. Cockerton appeared on the stairs down to the TV room. Everything okay down here? The boys nodded, and Craig winced as he touched the bandage and it tugged at his hair. Veronica mistook this for pain from the bruise and kissed him gently on his forehead, stroking his hair for a moment. Let's have a look. She carefully lifted an edge of the bandage and saw no further bleeding. Looks fine to me, but it's likely to be sore for a while. You'll have to make sure to take it easy for now.
Yeah, Craig assented and poked the bump once or twice himself. I think you're right.
Mrs. Cockerton smiled. I'm glad you think so, Craig. She waggled a finger at both of them. Now, I don't know what you two boys were fighting about, or doing, or whatever, upstairs, but I hope you've learned a lesson from this. Despite addressing them both, the caution seemed directed more at Craig than Ian, as if she expected he was at the root of this particular incident. Either way, she was quietly happy that Ian had resembled a touch of his normal self today, and smiled at Craig for the accomplishment. Craig hadn't a clue what she was thinking, but smiled back. According to every clock in the house, Mrs. Dalton roared into the driveway at 6:47 p.m. She hopped out of the car and trotted up the front porch to ring the bell. Craig opened the door as the first of the chimes rang out. I'm here, Mom.
Oh, baby, let me see you.
She pulled him brusquely to her and peered closely at the bandage as Mrs. Cockerton explained briefly what Dr. Martin had said. After an awkward pause, Veronica invited her in for a coffee.
Oh, I don't know where my manners are. Please, do come in.
She stepped aside and gestured for her to enter.
No, really, Craig's mother declined. Thank you, though, but we really must be going.
She looked at Craig.
Ready, kid?
He nodded.
And thank you for taking care of things, Veronica.
Kathy looked at Ian, too, and smiled warmly.
See you later, Ian.
He flushed as he said the same, those tingling thoughts of her gushing back. He stood at the door and watched until they turned out of the neighborhood and drove away. Come on, Veronica called out to him. You can help me get dinner on before your father gets home. 6. That night the sirens cried as they often did in the summers, wailing through the warm, still air as they passed above the neighborhood on the main road. In his sleep, Ian watched them. The sounds rise in a cacophony. Lights flashing wildly, shining from the wet blacktop of the road. Everything blurs behind a cloud of fluorescence. Their alternating, cycling flashes land upon a car in the road. Its top no longer exists. Its front and sides a crumpled accordion. The front passenger seat extends well beyond where the windshield once was. The steering wheel is cocked and bent awkwardly at an angle. The driver's torso spread against it as if in rest. His neck is empty, save a sliver of spherical white poking through. The woman is on the road, 20 yards from the vehicle, her figure bent at the waist as if she were sleeping on the verge. In the back, something screams through chokes, huddled on the seat. Its face is only a blur as its cries blend and disappear amidst the shrieks of the sirens and growing moans of onlookers. The first responders, Ian among them, reach into the car. A baby, no, a child, cries as they reach into the back seat. It is alive. It's still alive. It can be saved. Its face is young but too smooth, oddly shaded. It grabs at them with charred hands and pulls itself to them. Die, bastard! The face screams as it becomes the old woman and lunges from the back seat, fingers splayed into claws which lance Ian's chest with a flash of hottest pain and peel away the skin to reveal. Ian bolted from beneath the covers and scanned the room in a frenzy. His breath short and quick, he pushed his back hard against the headboard, the feeling of its sturdiness reassuring as he steadied himself in the dark. On Route 60, curving over the top of the hill, a siren faded as the ambulance hastened to its destination. Its red, swirling globes cast an ever-weakening glow through Ian's bedroom curtains and onto the immutable familiarity of his walls. 7. Brian was the first up and about the following morning. His mother saw little of him these days, his father even less. Brian was often up and out before the rest of the family even sat down to breakfast. As Ian hadn't been out of the house much, he didn't know where Brian went. He went down to the kitchen when he heard Brian clattering around in the cupboards. "Where's the bread?" Brian asked, irritated as he rummaged around the counter. The question clearly directed fault at Ian. "Why should I know, fat boy?" Brian glared but resisted retaliating. "Maybe try the fridge," Ian offered. "Mom sometimes puts it in there now. Says it keeps it fresher or something." The fridge door opened to reveal the better part of a loaf. Brian tutted and nodded. That was his way of saying thanks these days. "Where are you going today?" Ian asked, watching his brother prepare a fluffernutter sandwich. Brian shrugged his shoulders. "Don't know." "Come on, Bri, you do know. Wherever it is, you've been going there just about every day this week. Keep your ugly-ass nose out of it." Brian shook a finger at his little brother. "And just mind your own beeswax." They sat down at the breakfast nook while the electronic toaster did its stuff. "Brian?" "What?" "I want to ask you something." Ian's tone grew somber. About Matt. You know, the things that happened in the woods?" Brian stared mindlessly out the sliding glass doors to the patio and did not flinch. "Hmm? Sure, like what things?" "Like what all happened, you know? I mean, 1 minute we're playing war, and then it all changes." He lowered his voice as he leaned sideways on the chair, peering around the corner and up the stairs to make sure his parents weren't awake yet. "I can't believe any of it. 1 minute we're messing around, sure, a little rough, but then I'm on the floor His voice cracked, and he had to swallow hard to hold back the feelings. His hand trembled under the table. "Watching this thing in the tree, and Jack and Stu are doing things to him. They're tying this rope and smacking him so hard he coughs this stuff up. And I'm sitting there knowing this isn't really happening, you know?" Ian was sure Brian could see the scene, too. "Sorry, not sure what you mean, kid." Then, after a brief pause where the cold, diffident demeanor seemed to loosen, "Probably just a nightmare. You're getting it all a little confused is all." Ka-chung! The sound clapped through the silence, and Ian recoiled, startled, as the toaster springs popped and presented 2 perfectly golden slices. Brian slathered both in butter, adding globs of purple jelly to one, mounds of crunchy peanut butter to the other. He wolfed down the first right there at the counter, the other as he grabbed his rucksack from the living room closet. "Right, I'm off," he stated blandly as he bounded down the stairs towards the garage. Remembering the noise the big electric door made every time it ground up or down, he changed tack and spun 90 degrees to leave through the back porch instead. "Brian!" Ian called after him. "Where?" The door clicked shut behind him. Ian wanted to follow, but he couldn't. "I just can't." So instead he watched through the living room curtains, ducking out of sight when Brian spun around once to make sure his nosy little brother wasn't spying on him. Ian watched him make his way down the top street at a decent clip, heading towards the bottom of the neighborhood, towards the fields and the woods. "Morning, kiddo." His father's greeting from the stairwell startled Ian for the second time this morning. He hadn't heard him coming down the hall, or down the rickety steps at all. Ian immediately wondered if his father had been standing there the whole time, and perhaps even heard some of their conversation. "Morning," he returned in attempted nonchalance, only half glancing at his father from behind the bay window's long curtain. "Anything interesting?" Herr Cockerton was making a beeline for the coffee maker. "No." As soon as he'd uttered it, Ian realized his answer was much too abrupt. "Okay, then. Well, little buddy, keep your hat on. I'm only asking." Herr Cockerton shook his head and mouthed something that looked like kids, then added, "You in the mood for some breakfast, sport?" Ian reported rather pragmatically that he'd already eaten, even though he hadn't. He didn't know why he lied about it. He sat down at the breakfast nook anyway, pouring some orange juice while his father browsed through the daily paper, waiting for that delectable, aromatic first coffee of the morning to bubble and gurgle through the white paper filter. The headline of the Tribune-Herald announced that another heat wave was on its way. The sports section, which lay crumpled on the table where Brian had already pulled it out, was just about the only evidence Harold Cockerton had these days that he did indeed have more than one son. Hare straightened the paper with a small nod and folded the sections neatly back together. "And what are you boys up to today?" "Don't know. Same old shit," Ian blurted out, but abruptly corrected himself to finish the sentence with "stuff." Mr. Cockerton grinned. "Aren't you getting a little cabin fever hanging around inside the house all the time?" His concern was enough to show that he cared, but not so much that it introduced unnecessary pressure into the situation. Herr Cockerton was incredibly tactful, if nothing else. Ian shrugged. "It looks an awfully nice day," his father added, his voice rising at the end, creating more of a question than a statement out of the sentence. What it really meant was, "Why don't you go outside?" "Maybe." Ian's discomfort came out in his answer. "I don't know. I'm not sure how I feel." "Okay, big fella, you're the boss." Ian got up and again peered through the window. His brother was gone from sight now. "I'm not sure," he half mumbled to himself as his father buried himself in the sports pages. Veronica came down a little later, pleased to see that her boys, she liked to affectionately include Mr. Cockerton in that classification, had prepared their own breakfasts. She was even more surprised when Harold pulled a plate from the warming oven for her, replete with 2 slices of buttered toast, bacon, and 1 perfectly cooked egg, sunny side up. "Wow, Hare, what's the occasion?" "No occasion, just summer. And things are fine." He winked at her as he brought the plate over and tilted his head in Ian's direction. It was his way of indicating that maybe, at last, Ian might be returning a little closer to the way he had been before the whole Matt incident. "Are you doing anything today, dear?" Veronica excitedly asked Ian after rushing through a silent grace over her breakfast plate. He responded. "Maybe. I might go see Craig, see how he's getting on. That's all right, isn't it?" "Yes, of course it is. I think you should go out. It'll be a good way to break out of this funk, you—" Ian's father threw her a look of, "That will do, dear," and she immediately cut herself short. "Great." Ian's mother simply concluded with a smile and paid deliberate attention to her eggs. "Can you drop me off, Dad? I don't really want to walk that way." "No problem. Just be ready by 8:30, that's all." 8. Ian pulled his rucksack from his bedroom closet and poured the contents onto his bed. A thick, musty smell poured out with them. A compass, a birthday present from his Uncle Rod last year, half a Snickers bar, who knows how old, and a magnifying glass. A plastic toy, but it did kind of work. These were the pack's only contents. He slid the compass and the magnifying glass in his jeans pockets before picking up the chocolate bar. It felt hard and was off color and grainy at its half-eaten end. Still, he sniffed it before tossing it adeptly in the garbage can at the other end of his room. He shoots, he scores, and the crowd goes wild. When his parents went back upstairs to get ready for the day, his mother changing out of her robe and his father preening one last time before heading into the office, Ian hurried in the opposite direction, downstairs to throw together a couple PB&J sandwiches and snag a can of cold Coke from the fridge. In the garage, he grabbed a knockoff Swiss Army knife he'd bought himself 2 years ago with his birthday money. It only had 4 or 5 attachments, but it was exactly his type of thing when he was 10. Now it seemed a bit infantile, but it would have to suffice. "Yo, let's hit it," his father called out as he hurried down the stairs, 2 at a time, and slid around the corner into the kitchen. 9. Driving through the neighborhood, Ian experienced a warmth and happiness from the things he saw and the way the sun shone so brightly upon them. For the first time since it all happened, he genuinely smiled, just because. "How's work?" he asked his father, who had turned on the radio already set to a Pittsburgh rock station. He had to admit that his dad was pretty cool sometimes, when he wanted to be. but never was when Ian's friends were around. Surprised at the question, Harold Cockerton laughed aloud. "What?" Ian asked, confused. "What'd I say?" His father shook his head, grinning. "Nothing, bud. Work is work, that's all. I'm just surprised to actually hear you ask me." He reached over and ruffled Ian's hair. Ian oddly still enjoyed the feel of his dad's big, heavy hand in his hair. It felt secure and comforting, but he wouldn't dare say so. Instead, he simply said, "Are things getting any better?" "What do you know about things?" Herr Cockerton said. "I've heard you and Mom talking, and Uncle Rod, too." He looked at his father across the front bench seat. "I'm not stupid, you know." "No, I know you're not. Not at all." Their eyes met in a moment Ian would not forget for many, many years to follow. "Don't you worry about things, big guy. That's what I'm for. Things are just fine." He stopped talking and turned up the Rolling Stones. "A blast from the last decade," the DJ announced above Brian Jones's pleading sitar just before Mick Jagger began confessing how he wanted to paint some door black. To Ian, it had always been a literal lyric, and he imagined this ornate door being painted with a big sloppy brush every time he'd heard it. But all of a sudden, the lines seemed to strike him at a different level as they spoke to his life's newly introduced emotions of fear and uncertainty and anxiety. They turned off the main road and headed down the secondary, which led to the Daltons and a spattering of other houses. Ian never knew if this gravel road really went anywhere else, or if it was just like a giant driveway for those few well-off households nestled quietly away beneath the trees. Craig lived in the first one on the right. Their driveway was at least a good 30 feet long and covered in blacktop. Just before it connected with the garage, it looped into a circle for a convenient turnaround. Ian always thought this was pretty fancy stuff. "Right, Ian. Here we are. I'll pick you up after work, yes?" "Yeah, sure," Ian confirmed. "And Dad?" He poked his head back into the car before closing the door completely. "Thanks." "No problem, sport. Have fun now." Ian gave him the thumbs up and tossed his backpack over his shoulder. He stood and watched as his father pulled away and motored back up the hill, the gravel crunching soothingly beneath the tires as small plumes of dust trailed behind. Everything was so quiet and peaceful here. You could hear everything. The birdsong in the trees seemed amplified. Even the trickling water of the small man-made pond behind the Daltons' house could be heard through the trees, the sound meandering all the way up here to the front yard. Ian breathed in heavily, and the perfume of Mrs. Dalton's prize flower garden filled his senses as he turned a full circle, soaking it all in. He smiled when he noticed Mrs. Dalton's car was still in the drive. She obviously hadn't left for work yet. He rang the doorbell, oddly filled with angst about the prospect of seeing her, unsure if he wanted to, "God, yes, I want to see her," or not. But what if she knows? She probably knows. Oh, man. The door flung open and Craig was standing there instead. "Hey, scumbag, come on in." He waved his friend inward. The bandage on his head was different to the night before, less messy. Ian was glad his friend didn't look so bad anymore. "Hi," Ian returned rather lamely. "Where's your mom?" The question was out before he even realized, and it elicited a very strange look from Craig, who shook his head, dismissing it. "You're weird," he couldn't help but add as he walked away into the kitchen. Ian followed him, turning the corner as Craig's mom appeared from the downstairs bathroom. Kathy Dalton was sporting only a short, ivory silk bathrobe. "Morning, Ian," she noted casually as she passed by, more of a statement of fact than a greeting. Her smell lingered, and to Ian it became the scent of flowers in the garden. "Want something to eat?" Craig inquired. Ian had to concentrate hard on the question to respond appropriately, his eyes still following Mrs. Dalton down the hallway. Yeah, sure. Okay, I'm starving. What do you got?" Craig splayed a selection of cereal boxes before him on the breakfast bar. "Well, let's see. You've got a choice of breakfast cereal or breakfast cereal. How about that?" They each grabbed a bowl and poured milk over various cereals that resembled neon nuggets more than food.
It was only then that, for some odd reason, Ian noticed his friend was wearing just his underwear, nifty little Y-front briefs, and a stained and rather ragged wife-beater vest. Oh, and that matching white bandage on the back of his head, the perfect accessory. "Do you always walk around your house like that?" Ian scrunched his nose to accentuate the question. Craig nodded. "Sure, why not?" A drop of colored milk oozed from between his lips as he spoke and fell to the table. "Gross." "Yeah? Well, watch this." Craig held his bowl to his face and sucked in half its contents. "Don't you dare, Dalton." Craig grinned ridiculously, dropping the bowl carelessly to the bar and spilling a good portion from it as he did. "Pfah," he attempted from pursed lips. Ian pulled away and stepped back. "What?" "I said, piss off," Craig kindly repeated, trying to articulate piss off. Laughing, Ian turned to the doorway and poised to run. Craig pursed his lips, took a deep breath through his nose, and spewed the mush from his mouth. A volley of multicolored cereal pieces flew through the air and sprayed mostly onto the floor, but some still spattered Ian. Craig ran the back of his hand across his mouth. "I said piss off." He burst out laughing and nearly spilled what little remained in the cereal bowl. "Idiot," Ian chastised as he wiped the remnant goo from Craig's mouth off his t-shirt and jeans. Once he managed to squeegee most of it away, he rushed at his attacker. Kathy Dalton entered to see her son being pummeled and broke the two up. "No repeats of yesterday now. Do you boys hear?" She waved a finger frantically at the pair of them, who held back chuckles while they nodded in agreement. "I mean it now, okay?" "Okay," Craig acquiesced. "All right," Ian replied coolly, suddenly remembering the hospital. "Right." Mrs. Dalton gave her son a sidelong glance, but smiled. "And just have fun. After, of course, you clean up that mess." She snapped a dishcloth at Craig's butt. "See you later, boys." They both waved her off, and Ian tried to get a glimpse through the window while Craig tidied up the mess, but it seemed awkward and obvious, so he gave it up and helped Craig instead. "Listen, I need to talk to you," he insisted as they crouched together, wiping the floor. "Yeah, what about? Baggage?" The feature on Ian's face must have become somber, for Craig immediately added in an uncharacteristically sedate manner, "Hey, okay. What's up, buddy?" "Something's going on with Brian. I'm not sure. Things just don't seem right, and I want you to help me." He paused to gauge his friend's reaction. When little came, he added, "Please?" Craig stood up and threw the cloth into the sink. "I don't know. I gotta find out what's happening with him, Craig." "I said I don't know." He turned to face Ian. "There's probably nothing happening with him, man. He's just getting on with his summer, like you should be doing." Craig's face expressed detached certainty, but the anxiety in his voice belied it. "Craig, Matt was Why can't you just leave it, Ian? The kid's dead and buried." The words rang through the house as if they had no business being uttered by a boy. "He started a fire, and it got out of control. He fucked up. That's it." They stared at each other from opposite ends of the kitchen. Ian shook his head repeatedly, incapable of believing the words Craig was saying. "Craig, what the hell? It wasn't that, and you know it. You told me you saw it. You saw it all." "I didn't see it. I told you. Craig's voice had quickly raised to a loud, high-pitched crescendo and now wavered on the edge of frantic anxiety. He hesitated before lowering his head and his voice. "I told you. I ran." "You're a shit, Dalton. You really are. No wonder I wailed on you yesterday." Ian snatched his rucksack from the floor and bolted for the front door. Choking back the tears, he shouted out that it wasn't an accident, and Craig damn well knew it. He slammed the front door without looking back and stood trembling on the stoop. After the arid air conditioning of the house, the intense July heat made his lungs burn as it enveloped him. In the canopy of trees, the birdsong carried on as before. The pond still trickled and bubbled, its sounds caressing the oppressively still air. Nothing in the world had changed in the mere minutes he had been in the house with Craig. Yet everything had changed. Ian began to feel his own universe crumbling away beneath his feet as the realization that he was alone in this thing, whatever it was, spilled over him in an instant. No Matt, no Brian, no Craig. The fears of the last 2.5 weeks, the nightmare images which had kept him a prisoner in his own home, didn't just creep back in. They slammed into his mind at full throttle. His chest began to tighten, his ears filling with a static white treble. He sprinted up the driveway but made himself stop as he turned onto the gravel road to face the steep ascent up the hill. Gathering his thoughts and controlling his quickened breathing, he forced his restless legs to walk despite everything inside which urged him to run. He was mostly up the hill when he first heard the shout. It was loud and brusque and echoed back and forth between the channel cut through the hillside. He did not turn and did not stop. "Hey, wait!" the reverberating instruction insisted again. This time Ian turned. Dwarfed by the distance between them, the figure started to run up the hill, dust and sediment kicking into small clouds beneath its feet. "Wait!" Craig shouted between panting breaths, much more a request than a demand this time. When he finally pulled alongside Ian, soaked with perspiration, he added between heaving inhalations, "Thanks." "What do you want?" Ian's reply was unabashedly terse. He didn't care. He was even a little glad that it sounded so. "Look." Craig offered up a small rucksack, still catching his breath. Inside, held in check by drawstrings, were a couple of fresh but hastily made sandwiches slopping around loosely, and some pieces of hardware Ian could neither discern nor had little interest to. "I'm coming with you. Let's do it." A fragmented smile crept onto Ian's face, despite his conscious attempt to repress it. "You got dressed fast." "Yeah, well, I didn't want you to, go in there, wherever, all on your own. And check this out," Craig bellowed after another deep inhalation, thrusting the rucksack closer to Ian's face. "I don't know what's going on, and I don't care. Well, I do, really. But you know what I mean. I suppose we can find out together?" His offer was in no way a direct apology, but Craig considered it good enough to be one and felt all the better for it. "Come on, check these babies out." He shook the rucksack again, now so close to Ian's face it looked like a farmer about to fasten a feed bag to a horse's muzzle. When Ian failed to lower his eyes, Craig plunged his arm into the bag all the way up to his elbow, fished around for a moment, then pulled out a handful of short, stubby red tubes. Each had an inch of stiff, waxy green string poking from the center of its barrel. "What are they?" Craig's eyes lit up, his smile so wide that his front teeth poked over the edge of his bottom lip. "M80s." He stood like this, nodding inanely for more than a few moments. Ian's expression did not change. "Oh, come on, man!" Craig's disappointment in the dramatic effect lost upon his friend's naivety was palpable. "Firecrackers, dude. Cherry bombs. Explosives? They're like 1/8 of a stick of dynamite each or something. Should handle just about anything we come across." He smiled big again, that cheeky, unmistakably Craig Dalton grin, and Ian's world suddenly felt much more recognizable. 10. The two boys walked at a steady pace the rest of the way up the hill and turned onto the main road. Few cars passed by them, most people using this route already at work by now. The occasional station wagon full of kids drove by, always at a snail's pace, no doubt a mother making her daily pilgrimage to the local swimming pool just a few miles from here. Ian always pulled faces at the brats who stared obnoxiously from the back seats, and enjoyed watching as they turned to snitch on their mothers. Unfortunately, by this time they would be chugging away out of view, and Ian never got to see the mother's reaction. Inwardly, he hoped it was retribution upon the kids for disturbing her concentration while she was driving, and, he liked to think, probably no ice cream for the brats that day. Well, he could wish anyway. "Sheesh, it's hot. I wish we had some ice cream or something."
With no one around, Craig wondered why the random emphasis on the we part of that statement, but couldn't be bothered to ask. Probably something to do with those kids in that car, he guessed. He agreed anyway. They strode silently across the searing asphalt for a good 5 minutes before he prodded out of the blue. "So, douche nozzle, tell me, about your brother then." Craig expected a laugh or maybe a poke or punch. But if Ian heard what he proudly thought to be a most creative insult, it didn't land. "I don't know where to start. Nothing really too strange, I suppose. Just that Bry's not been his normal self. Like, at all." Ian kicked sluggishly at a large stone, sending it bouncing erratically across the road. "Yeah? Well, you've not exactly been Mr. Personality these last few weeks. And as for the last couple of days..." Craig shook his head and sucked air between his teeth, making an exaggerated noise like he'd seen his old man do when he sternly disapproved of something. Ian ignored it. In the sunshine and warmth, everything that had happened in those little woods seemed so far away now, and so long ago, like one of those dreams you wake up knowing that you'd had but can't remember any of its details. And the more you try, the more it wisps away, until even the storyline is a blur, leaving you with only that queer, uneasy, hollowed-out feeling. Perhaps Craig was right about the whole Matt thing. Maybe Ian started to think it had been an accident. Maybe his mind had blown it all out of proportion. Maybe the fear and the pain and the darkness, that sudden darkness, as he sat there in the clearing with the gash in his temple and his knee all swollen and hurting, had distorted and amplified everything. Maybe it was all in his head. Maybe Craig was right. About everything. Is all Ian was willing to admit out loud. Craig repeated. Seriously, Ian? Like, wow, dude. You've not been acting anything close to your normal self. But I'm out here with you, in this goddamn heat. So you better have something better than, for why you think there's something weird going on with your brother. He lowered his voice to a whisper without realizing it. After all, bud, he did try and save the kid, didn't he? Ian really hated how Craig always referred to Matt as the kid, or some other dismissive offhand term. Matt had been their friend. A bit timid, even wimpy, perhaps, but their friend all the same. They all went to school together. They all ate at the same cafeteria table together. They all rode on the same school bus together, near the back where their seniority allowed because they were in the 6th grade now, at the top of the primary school totem pole. Yeah, he did. They walked in more silence until the road split at a junction, the top road heading back up towards the main neighborhood, the bottom road meandering towards Southern, not far from their school. Ian looked first one way, then the other. The question is, which way do we go now? He peered into the scant woods near the top road, allowing himself to just be in this moment. Perhaps he would feel the way, sense it. He closed his eyes and listened as the sound of a small stream burbled beneath a stone bridge nearby. He allowed its soothing sound to flow through him, just as the creek itself flowed through the trees. For a fleeting moment Ian could feel it, could see the way, but just as the elusive haze of dream, the sensation was gone. A colorful wisp of steam that wafts away the more you try to clutch at it. He sighed, loud and heavy. Dang it. I'm really not sure what we're supposed to do right now. Well, it's a good thing I do know, Craig informed him with coolest indifference, his beaming smile belying the feigned nonchalance. We go that way, buddy boy. He pointed past the bridge to where the woods grew thicker. If Ian's eyes could shoot darts, Craig would have looked like he'd been trying to make out with a porcupine. Craig shrugged. Dude, what do you want me to say? They asked me to join them. And nothing. I didn't go. Think I'm crazy? This time Ian shrugged. Craig harumphed. Anyway, it's there. He waggled his finger in the vicinity of the bridge. Somewhere that-a-ways. So are we going, or what? But Ian was already off the road. 9. 1995. The neighborhood spread out before them as Brian and Ian walked in silence, the bright sun and warm breeze calming Brian in intervals, until Ian could sense a baseline of lucidity in his brother. Not wanting to dive into the subject so brusquely, he commented instead on how little the neighborhood had changed since treading these same roads so many years earlier. "I see the Daniels moved on, though," he noted of one of the few differences. Surrounded by the intimately familiar trappings of his youth, he was sharply aware of just how conspicuously different his voice sounded. Having convoluted over the years, his accent now possessed that thick, gruff New York inflection. It was both odd and a little disconcerting, and the thoughts evoked images of Felipe Menendez and their deli near Times Square. He wondered how his friend was doing, and this in turn began to elicit horrid images of Tony's bar. Ian forced himself to extinguish the memory before it could hijack his amygdala. He needed to stay focused right now, and brooding over something in the past that was utterly out of his control would not help him handle what was in his control right now, and that was figuring out why both he and his brother were being haunted by such gruesome, increasingly vivid memories from what had happened in the little woods so long ago. He lifted his arms over his head and clasped his hands together behind, welcoming the heat of the morning sun as it swept over his breast and cleared his clouded mind. "Yes," Brian answered. His voice was still shaky, but it steadied the more he spoke. "They just up and moved one day. I knew they had their house on the market, but it wasn't on for very long. One day I come home from work and Becky says the for sale board's been taken down and they'd gone. It was a shame, really. I always liked Mr. Daniels." "Gone?" Ian asked. Brian nodded. Just like that. He snapped his fingers to accentuate the point. "So, how long ago was that?" Brian played a finger over his chin while he thought. "Must have been 5 months ago." Ian nearly tripped, stopping abruptly. Maybe Brian wasn't fully clear-headed yet. Understandable, given everything. "Wait, you must mean 5 years, Bri. Surely?" He stared at the abandoned property which had once been so lively. The Daniels had hosted the neighborhood's annual summer picnic, a custom which all the families had both anticipated and participated for as far back as Ian could remember. It was also his few memories where he recalled the neighborhood as one cohesive, happy community. The bungalow's appearance was diametrically opposite to those memories now. The once crisp paintwork had faded to a dim yellow. Closer inspection would reveal intense blistering across much of its facade. Larger sheets of splitting, sun-bleached plywood covered window frames. Knee-high weeds had overtaken the once impeccably kept lawn and swayed in the weak breeze, the whispering sound pulling on Ian's attention as if speaking to him. He had to shake his head to ward off the disturbing sensation. "So what happened to them? This house, it used to be so full of life." He waved an empty hand at the property. "Now look at it. Don't the Daniels need to sell it? Don't they need the money, wherever they now are?" Brian shook his head. "Don't know. Haven't heard from them since." He cocked his head slightly to one side and peered from beneath what had grown to be huge, bushy eyebrows. Ian averted his eyes and continued walking. "It seems strange, that's all. Know what I mean?" Brian shrugged. "Happens all the time. People get fed up, move on, and they had to be around retirement age after all. Maybe they relocated to Florida. I mean, could you blame them? I'm not just talking about the Daniels. I don't know. Maybe this whole thing has upset me more than I'm letting on. Everything here seems wrong." He scanned the area as if to accentuate the point. "It feels off, like I'm experiencing it, but it's like it's a veneer or something." Brian shook his head soberly. "Yeah, well," he said, paused, then looked like he was going to throw up. He bent down and held his knees, mildly heaving. The images, which in the kitchen had ticked frame by frame, faster and faster into his conscious memory, now played in one steady but spasmodic stream, the pages of an aberrant flipbook being erratically thumbed. Brian's stomach came up. Rebecca's eggs and buttered toast pebble-dashed the verge alongside the road. After catching his breath, he swiped the back of his hand across his mouth. I'm okay.
He shooed away Ian's attempt to reassuringly pat him between the shoulders. But why don't you tell me what the hell you think is going on here, Ian? Ian stared down at his feet and the sticky tar surface of the road. Talk to me a little more first, okay, Bri? Give me a moment to think how to explain it. Then I will, I promise. Brian sighed. Took a moment. All right, then. I guess I can tell you what I never shared about Old Man Raker. He pointed across the road, and Ian's eye followed to the large stone house nestling beneath the branches of the willows. He died last November. Very strangely. 2. Jimmy and Jack's old man? What happened? He gets shivved in general population by some lifer with nothing to lose that despises child killers as much as the rest of us? Brian shook his head. No, he was out, Ian. He was released last year, sometime just before Halloween. Wait, what? He got out of the slammer? Why didn't you tell me? They curtailed his sentence by 3 years. Compassionate leave is the word on the street. Something to do with congestive heart failure. He was on his last legs anyway, so they let him go. Ian squinted with sharp disappointment, the lines furrowing his brow and pulling his mouth into a frown. I didn't know. I really didn't. But deep down he wondered if he hadn't. If last November he hadn't just known, hadn't felt it somehow, an unsettling reverberation deep within him. Yes, Brian continued. I didn't want to tell you. Not at the time. Ian shook his head. Why not? I don't know, Ian, Brian said matter-of-factly. They said he had a massive coronary. I don't remember much leading up to it, but I do remember that particular week. Vividly, in fact. It was cold. You know that bitter cold when there's no snow? You know how it gets when it's like that? His tone suggested a question, more than an assertion. Ian nodded, and they walked on. We had a pretty good autumn. Up until then, the summers weren't anything like as hot around here, or at least they didn't seem to be as they were when we were kids. You know? But last summer was one of those hot ones. Really hot. And it lasted well into the fall. We paid the price, though. When winter hit, it hit us good and hard. It was absolutely freezing by the end of October. Ice everywhere. And it didn't seem to melt. I had to get up like an hour earlier every day just to get to work on time. The roads were that bad. The brothers both gazed quietly for a moment at the cold stone face of the Raker house as they came closer. The images of Brian's narrative becoming solid against the real backdrop they were seeing. And every morning, as I'm out scraping the windows of my car, and you have to understand it's still dark at that time, Old Man Raker is outside in his backyard doing something. I don't know what. The sound of their footsteps cuffing against the warm blacktop intensified Ian's concentration and the visuals elicited by his brother's story. Steadily, rhythmically, their steps beat softly into Ian's subconscious. And? Did you ever find out? Brian nodded. Well, sort of. That cold snap lasted just a good 10 days or more. A lot of people were housebound the final few days of it because the roads were just that bad. Then old Mr. Walston down the road came to see me, noticing that I still managed to struggle to work each day. He asked if I would help a few of the men check on some of the older residents and younger families in the neighborhood. You know, to make sure everyone was okay, had enough groceries, heating, no frozen pipe problems, things like that. If they did, I could always grab a few things while I was in town the next day. Anyway, Walston and myself and 2 other guys went knocking on doors. We took a half-dozen houses each. Luckily, everyone in my patch was okay. But Walston wasn't so lucky. Raker, Ian deduced, and Brian nodded. Walston got no reply at the front door. Since Mr. Raker rarely ventured out, and he certainly wouldn't have under those conditions, Walston went round to the back to try that door. Brian inhaled deeply, interrupting his own flow. He couldn't believe it. Says he's never seen anything like it and hopes he never will again. Old Man Raker was on the ground in the middle of the yard, a half bottle of scotch next to him. Walston knew he was dead, but checked anyway. Raker's body was hard, frozen solid. Walston tried to turn him over, but couldn't. He was actually frozen to the ground, so he bent over him, and that's when he saw... Brian's voice cracked noticeably. When he saw his face. Walston said his mouth was stretched so wide he couldn't fathom it, frozen in this scream, and his eyes were wild, like a hunted animal, and Raker's hands were still reaching. No, wait, clawing is how Walston said it, for the back door. The brothers were quiet as the image played through their minds. Shaking it off, Brian hurriedly finished the story. We still don't know what happened. Perhaps Raker was on the binge and went outside for God knows what reason. Maybe he slipped and fell and was unable to get up again. Broke his leg, maybe. But that's the way he died. The coroner report was hypothermia. Me? I'm not so sure. Brian looked at his brother, connecting deeply into Ian's eyes. The strange thing, the thing nobody understands, is why he had a shovel with him. The ground was frozen, like frozen inches deep, and he dug right through it, had a hole a few feet deep in his backyard. I saw it later myself, and temperature readings indicated he'd been digging at least some time during that night, if not right before the accident. So the Tribune-Herald reported. Ian inhaled deeply and stared across the road as the Raker house moved slowly by with each step they took. Despite the searing heat of the morning, he felt a sharp, almost icy sensation. He had to force himself to look away. Christ, he muttered, and bowed his head as they passed. 3. By the time they reached the southernmost tip of the neighborhood's figure-8 layout, a small cluster of dark clouds had obscured the bright morning sunlight, threatening rain. In the adjacent fields, young sweet corn swayed on one side of the tractor path, wheat stalks on the other. Together they created a perpetual wave as they bent in successive unison across the landscape in the strengthening breeze. "Should we head back?" Ian asked as he looked first at the darkening sky, then his watch. 11:11. "Don't be such a big girl," Brian chided. "Since when have you been afraid of a little bit of rain?" Ian remembered the rain, and what had preceded it, back then. Brian kicked a stone from under his feet and watched it travel across the black top and into a ditch on the other side of the road. "Besides, it's time for you to talk." The brothers strode the same direction as the stone's journey, as the first drops of rain spattered the hot black surface, sizzling as each one struck. "Okay," Ian agreed. Brian nodded, although not at all certain he was ready to hear what Ian was about to reveal. 4. Ian knew of no other way to start the conversation but to just lay it out there. He'd tried before, but this time it had to be blunt. "It's not over. It's happening again." The words spurted from him so quickly and without inflection that Brian nearly asked him to repeat himself. But he didn't. Deep inside, he'd already known what the revelation would be, even though he could barely believe it now that it was out. Jesus, Ian. "Our phone call, last Monday?" Ian prompted as a reference point. "Yes. I haven't told you about what happened. But I'd been in a bit of a crisis earlier." He swallowed hard before continuing. "Seems some fucking lunatic in a bar didn't like my choice of baseball team. He pulled a .38 from his pants, Brian. He shot an old man, this old homeless guy, for no reason other than him breathing too hard. Fuck, Brian. The old guy was scared." Ian lowered his head. "We all were." He then recounted the whole story, leaving nothing out. "For God's sake, Ian, why didn't you tell me earlier? Why didn't you say something that night you called?" Ian waved the question down, his stomach sickeningly tight, pulling on his abdomen. His voice trembled nervously. "Let me finish. There's one more thing. The most important part of it. Like I said, I passed out. And when I came to, my mind was filled with all these confusing images. Of the bar, the baseball game, for Christ's sakes, the old guy." He took a deep breath. "Bri, I saw Mom and Dad's crash." "Jesus, Brian, do you understand? That was half a day before it happened. But I saw it. All of it. God help me, I saw it, and it was horrible. And there was nothing I could do to stop it." He broke the train of thought to consider one final time the weight of what he was about to reveal.
Once said, it could not be unsaid. His voice lowered, his eyes wetting, as he tremulously admitted, Matt was there, Brian, by the roadside, and he was smiling. He could say no more. The emotion bottled so tightly inside came spilling out in a rash of cries and tears, and now it was Brian holding his brother, in the empty neighborhood road, as the late morning sky succumbed to gray and finally opened, the rain pouring down in sheets upon the two grown men in a solemn embrace. 10. 1977. The woods were a respite from the searing heat of the blacktop. A soothing damp coolness washed over Craig and Ian as blistering white sunlight dimmed to amber-hue beams through the trees. Moss and lichen softened their steps as the boys walked silently on, watching the play of their shadows in the delicate breeze which somehow whispered around them. Craig was first to break the silence. His voice was foreign and loud amidst the serenity. It was gross. What? Ian was conscious of keeping his voice low. The funeral. You know, it would have been better maybe if you were there with me, but it was weird. Their feet crunched along the twigs and natural debris between the trees. Ian had to jump to clear a small puddle which surprisingly hadn't yet dried. There was this casket. It looked small, man, with the lid closed. They had to keep it closed. But Matt's mom kept telling everybody that they were burying him in that nerdy blue suit he had. You know, the one he wore for school pictures last year? With those stupid anchors on the metal buttons? The whole thing was just creepy. He stopped and pulled a can of Coke from his bag, tapping twice on the tab before pulling the ring and flinging the sharp aluminum teardrop to the ground. Ian sat down on a log and kicked the plants from beneath his feet. He scraped a stick in the dry dirt clearing, doodling. I thought at least your brother would have been there. Craig picked up where he left off. With your parents, I mean. I saw your parents. Yeah, Ian agreed without looking. He stared blankly at nothing in the distance and scratched. Craig offered the can. Want a drink? Ian shook his head. In the high branches of a nearby tree, a large crow took flight, and an uncomfortable shiver raced down Craig's back as the wings beat furiously at the air, slicing through the silence like gunshots. Ian's doodling stick snapped in two. Craig crouched down next to him, uncharacteristically sympathetic. So, this is really shaking you up, huh? I don't want to get into any arguments or anything, but I still don't think it was anything but an accident, man. He shivered momentarily despite the warmth. I mean, I'm not happy about it. Hell, it scares the shit out of me, but I really don't think there was more to it than that. And your brother, he tried to help the kid too. I don't know. I can't explain it. Things are all jumbled. The whistle crying out as the woods grow dark, as if the very song has bid the sun to shine no more as the darkness closes in upon them. The woods that send the beast bear, to take the cartoon ranger within its stride and carry him into the treetops, turning him inside out. Ian scuffed away the doodle in the dirt with the toe of his sneaker. That darkness, Craig, that wasn't just dark. It wasn't just a dark. Man, it was black. The woods were pure black. You couldn't see an inch in front of your face. It was like blindness. And all the boys were there. Didn't you see them? They were there, but not there, like something sick and twisted was controlling them. Like puppets. Like really weird, fucked-up, evil-ass puppets. Craig was dismissive. All I saw was Matt, dude, and that bonfire he made. But there was no one else there, Ian. I'm telling you, you've got things all mixed up in your head, just like you said you do. You're right about one thing, though. That storm was a motherfucker. So everyone must have taken off when that shit went down. Just like me. Craig waited for Ian to respond, but none came. I mean, I'm sorry I didn't help you, dude. I didn't even know you were there. But I saw Brian, and that was good enough for me. I mean, I may not care for him much, you know, but when all's said and done, your bro's a pretty solid dude. I knew, He paused, and for a minute Ian felt he could sense Craig faltering in his story. Like maybe this whole bullshit facade was getting a bit too much for even his mock bravado to keep up. The moment passed, and Craig was the same old Craig again. I don't know what you think happened. I mean, you're not really saying. But I'm starting to put the pieces together. And I'm telling you, the pieces may be all there, but you're putting them in the wrong places. The guys are cool, Ian. The same old guys they've always been. I'll show you. They'll be in there. Craig nodded further west. Just messing around, playing tree tag. And Brian will be there, just messing around with them. You'll see. Nothing wrong with that. 2. The morning gave way to July heat until the woods could not cloak the oppressive humidity. Craig led Ian through the increasingly dense forest, following the slightest of hint of a trail, a newly trampled path that must be the result of the other boys' shuffling feet. Somewhere not too far ahead, an invisible chorus of laughter erupted. It twisted and coiled through the trees as it permeated the thick forest. There, Craig indicated with an outstretched arm, pointing towards a lighter patch of the beech trees. There, that's it, over that way. That's what they call the beech nut. The closer they got, the more dense the brush and thickets grew, the path less defined, until the boys' progress slowed to the point they could only inch forward, even crawling in some places. This means we're almost there now, Craig announced as he absent-mindedly pushed aside a thorn bush and the tendril whipped back like a spring. It would have torn across Ian's face if he hadn't ducked aside. Craig carried forward, oblivious. The shrieks of laughter grew louder, and occasionally the ground would resonate as one or another of the gang must have jumped from a considerable height, slammed to the dirt floor below, and planted his feet hard and firm as he landed. Ian slid against a pine and sat, quietly listening. The voices were mostly clear. Jack and Jimmy, Stu, Woody, Brian, and maybe another he wasn't yet sure of, but must be Big Dan. A shiver ran down his back as their screaming came to him. The boys, sticks and rocks in hand, faces masked in gray mud and something red, dancing in a frenzied clamor as they scream and howl around the fire. He shook his head hard to dispel the image. This was not the same, he told himself. Not the same. Craig wouldn't be party to anything like that. He wouldn't lie about something so inconceivable. Craig was his friend. He wouldn't lead him into danger. "Hey, wait up!" he whisper-shouted as Craig was disappearing beneath the heavy undergrowth just ahead of him. Ian pressed through the same, and in a moment the two were on the edge of a copse of silvery white birch trees, which formed a kind of lopsided cluster around one monumental beech that stretched high above the rest of the forest. Ian settled low within the brush beneath one of the birches, and found himself marveling at the curtain of light which illuminated this place, so dissonant to the duskiness of the wood they'd just traversed. Bright rays of sunshine pierced the forest canopy all around them. It shone like hundreds of translucent arrows through the dust eddies kicked up by the boys' game of tree tag, dispelling the dimness in shiny pinpoints in every direction. It was almost magical. "The beech nut," Craig informed flatly in a semi-whispered voice, laying prone and pointing. "It's been here a while, apparently. I remember hearing some older guys, a long time ago, mentioning something about it, and how they used to hang out here. No idea why they stopped. But I guess Jack and the gang found it too, after the whole Matt thing in the Little Woods, and they thought it was pretty cool as a new hangout spot." Ian raised a nervous eyebrow, and Craig laughed at the look that was comical but wasn't meant to be. "Shush, you idiot." Ian held a finger to his lips in condemnation. "They'll hear us." They peered through the undergrowth, following glimpses of motion as they caught flashes of the boys' game through gaps between the brush and trees. Big Dan was pulling himself upright onto a long, thick branch of the big beech tree, Stu jumping frantically up and down on the ground to reach him. Stretching as much as his body would allow, Stu managed to slap the bark firmly as he chased Dan's dancing feet down the limb, and the sound emitted a satisfying thwack as he did. "Go on, Big Dan! Danny boy!" Woody cheered as Dan worked his way unsteadily along the branch. "Get out of there, boy! Woo! Go on!" Stu tagged him soon after, despite several opportunities to pass the it on to Jack, who blatantly flaunted this alliance each time, and nearly sent him flying from a rickety old tree stand in the large beech tree, a relic of someone's hunting days long ago. Big Dan, however, found it quite difficult today to pass on the it to anybody, only managing to achieve it by eventually skimming, just barely, a mat of hair on the back of Brian's head. To be fair, he did so quite acrobatically, not just for Big Dan but by anybody's standards, hanging from a limb by the inside of his knees and stretching down as Brian clambered along a branch underneath. Dan loosed a rebel yell and asserted most vehemently that hair counted as part of the body, and so Brian had been tagged fair and square. Not much anyone could say to argue that, and besides, it was rather impressive. Brian then tagged Jack quickly about 3 minutes later, but fell to the ground as he did. He was therefore out of bounds, the tag rendered void by the rules. You had to stay in the air at all times. Even if you didn't tag Jack, Woody interjected, you'd still be it because you touched the ground. After all, rules are rules. And what would society be without rules? If the ground were to be considered in bounds or fair game, Woody continued to argue, becoming more and more vexed as he spoke, then it wasn't really tree tag now, was it? It would just be regular old tag. And that's just gay, Woody added in conclusion, and that sealed the deal for everyone. Brian accepted this decision of his peers, but did so under some rather vocal protest. He could tell the game was nearly coming to a close. The boys were all getting a little testy, a little tired, and a whole lot hungry. And if they called it a day before he could tag someone else, he would still be it tomorrow when it resumed. And that kind of embarrassment just wouldn't do. So, per the rules, Brian climbed the large beech tree before he was allowed to make his way, through the air only, to any of the thinner but infinitely more elaborate branch systems of the encircling birches. Filled with steely determination to not be stuck with the it until tomorrow, he worked swiftly to the end of a large branch, and in one single, eloquent move, leapt across a sizable gap to one of the thinnest birches of them all, where Woody was perched, already swaying precariously halfway up the young tree. Thinking the tree too thin and flimsy for anyone else to even attempt to add a second person, Woody had been there for a great chunk of the day's game. Not very exciting maybe, but effective. Brian didn't agree. He flew through the air and stuck the landing perfectly, wrapping his legs around the birch's thin trunk and throwing his arms into its network of small branches for an unshakable purchase. The whole tree bent back with the force of his momentum, and with the burden of now supporting not one, but two boys, it bowed so far back that its top nearly touched the ground. Halfway up, or as it were now halfway across, the trunk, Woody scrabbled to keep his hold, finding himself suddenly hanging from the tree at arm's length, his legs dangling, feet kicking to avoid touching the ground. Always tall and lanky on the best of days, Woody, now stretched so long and in such a comical fashion, was the spitting image of that frazzled cat on the motivational poster that read, "Hang in there, baby." Brian started chortling, and then the young, malleable wood of the birch made it rebound like a rubber band. Hugging the tree like a koala, Brian held his grip, but Woody lost his and went zinging through the air like a frog from a slingshot, arms and legs akimbo. He hit the ground and tumbled violently across the leaves and dirt. He did not make a sound, only laid motionless and more than a little bent. The beech nut went silent. All eyes were on their friend as he lay there, sprawled across the ground in a cloud of dust and drifting debris. When he jumped up with a resilient, "I'm okay," the boys erupted in shameless, unabashed whoops and guffaws. "Dude!" Brian shouted down between belly laughs, still swaying in the birch like a metronome. "Ground's out of bounds, motherfucker. You're it, roly-poly." Even Woody cracked a smile at that. He may be it now, but he didn't care. He had to admit that shit was just too damn funny. Still hiding in the undergrowth with Ian at the edge of the beech nut, Craig giggled. "See, Ian? I told ya," he declared loudly, whispering no longer a concern. "Come on, let's join them." Ian tried to hold him back, but only managed to snag the back of Craig's t-shirt, the material sliding easily between his fingers as Craig trotted out into the open. "Craig, no!" he shouted through gritted teeth. But it was too late. Craig had run into the clearing. Every head turned.
Woohoo! Hey, look! Jack shouted as he hung from a branch by one hand, still laughing. It's Scrotbag's friend! Brian knew without looking who Jack was referring to, and the joy in his face dissolved immediately into stark uneasiness. Way hey, buddy, Jack reiterated as he hopped to the ground and dusted himself off. How's it hanging, little dude? Craig grinned and self-consciously waved even though they were only feet apart. Hey, Brian demanded as he hopped to the ground as well, the birch bending down and again snapping back. Craig, where's Ian? Not sure how to reply, Craig said nothing, only shrugging with an impish smile. Brian strutted across the clearing and squared up to him, their noses virtually touching. I'll ask a second time, Craigie poos, but I won't ask a third. Over there, Craig said skittishly as he thumbed over his shoulder, behind his back to the brush where he and Ian had been hiding. Brian pushed him out of the way and trod to the edge of the beech nut as Jack shouted after him, taunting. Yeah, that's right. Bring out your little brother, Cockerton. Let's play a game with him. He began jumping up and down on his branch like a monkey. Stu followed Jack's lead and started making exaggerated chimpanzee sounds, hopping up and down on the rickety old tree stand. The rest joined in until the air was filled with shrieking, hollering monkey boys. Suddenly Craig, standing alone in the center of it all, felt unexpectedly vulnerable and very frightened. While at the edge of the beech nut, Brian grabbed his younger brother by the shirt and yanked him up from the weeds. What are you doing here? His anger contorted his lips so that they curled as he spoke, the words pressing out in a hushed gust of air. It's none of your business, Ian defiantly replied as he prized his brother's hands from his t-shirt and shoved Brian away. What do you care anyway? Brian rocked on his heels, still clutching Ian's t-shirt. He gained his balance and pulled Ian even closer. Look, you don't belong here. Understand? This is for the big guys, not little craps like you and your creepy little buddy there. Come on, Cockerton. Bring out your dead, Stu hollered in Monty Python-esque style from the tree stand, clapping his hands in an exaggerated, disturbing fashion. Dan mimicked him, and together they chanted over and over, Bring out your dead! Bring out your dead! Bring out your dead! Yeah, come on, Cockerton, Jack beckoned. Bring him out. You're an idiot, Brian reprimanded his brother in an angry, whispering tone as he pressed his face so close to him that Ian sucked in his exhalations. Why do you think I wouldn't bring you here, or even tell you about it? The condemnation rang deep into Ian's heart, and he realized in an instant that maybe this had been a mistake. A big mistake. Why couldn't you just let it go, like all the others had? Brian said, and dragged his brother into the center of the beech nut to present to Jack Raker, who had climbed down from his tree. Now come on, and be cool. Hello, Cockerton number 2. Jack extended his right arm, offering a handshake that Ian refused. Fine. No problem. It's cool, little Cockerton. I understand. His voice was calm and deep and sounded sincere, and the unexpected congeniality made an electric tingle run down the back of Ian's neck. You little shit, Cockerton, Stu shouted from high in the beech tree, waving a fist. I'm gonna mess you up, you little fucker. Stu cut the threat short, ducking to avoid a stone winging past him. It rebounded off one of the tree stand supports. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Jack regaining his stance, having been the one who threw it. Ian stood perplexed, but Jack nodded. It was a reassuring gesture Ian had never received from the older Raker boy before. Don't worry about him, Jack added. You're okay by me, Ian. Jack jumped and hoisted himself back into the beech tree. As he climbed, he looked over his shoulder. You'll be okay here, really. Craig, who had been watching anxiously from the center, sighed melodramatically, then picked a birch of his own and climbed into it. He chuckled in nervous relief. Brian placed his arm around his brother's shoulders. See that tree? He asked, directing Ian's attention to a silvery birch with strong, solid limbs extending in all directions. That's a good one. It's yours now, Ian. Go take it. Again the beech nut became a chorus of noise as the boys shouted and jumped to and fro, chasing each other around the trees, laughing and cajoling one another until the sun dipped below the tree line, and Ian joined them. 3. The boys began the walk home as the low summer sun began to cool, making their way through the woods and into a meadow at the bottom of the neighborhood. The sky was a warm cerise, washing over the field and tinting it with color. Craig and Ian separated from the rest by walking ahead. Occasionally, a small field mouse would run from the path ahead of them, bending the grass as it scuttled underneath. "Well, my friend, when I'm right, I'm right," Craig sniggered and scrunched up his nose, still on a natural high. "Don't you think?" Reluctantly, Ian nodded. "Okay already. I said so 1,000,000 times, and we've only just started walking. Give it a rest, will ya?" He reached over Craig's shoulder and pulled the rucksack from his friend's back. He hadn't drank the Coke from that morning, and although now thin and warm, it was still refreshing as he gulped it down. "Like, don't offer me any," Craig advised him sarcastically. And so Ian didn't. That evening, Mr. Cockerton came home and decided maybe tonight was the perfect night to take the family out to dinner. He was pleased that Ian was coming back to some form of normality, and even more pleased by the change it was effecting in his wife. "I told you it'd be all right," he said to her, but not in a boastful manner. He pulled her close and hugged her from behind as she stood in front of the bedroom mirror. All it took was some time. Veronica reached behind her and clasped her hands around him. "I know. And I'm glad. You don't know how relieved." "Well, never mind that now," Herr Cockerton mumbled wryly as he gently pulled himself away. Sometimes his wife's depth of feeling made him uncomfortable, and he had to distance himself from it. He didn't really know why. In later years, he would consider this over and over, and quite frankly wonder why she had put up with it, or him, at all. The only thing he could say to himself to assuage the remorse was that sometimes the amount of stress piled atop him at work was simply too much. Any additional emotion, good, bad, or ugly, was just one straw too many. In the back of his mind, though, he always knew this must be difficult for Veronica, having no one to speak with day in and day out. What a pressure valve he must be for her when he finally walked through that door each evening. "Come on, then. Let's go," he beckoned her. "Just one moment, sweetie. I've got to fix my hair. It's a real mess. You go on and get the boys. I'll be right down." She waved him off and sat down at the dressing table, running a thick brush quickly and repeatedly over her head. In the doorway, Harold stopped to silently observe the routine. It made him feel safe, though he couldn't have vocalized it at the time. "Go on, then," she ordered as she spied him in the mirror, waving an impeccably manicured hand. "Shoo!" Harold Cockerton chased the boys away from the TV, a rerun of the Brady Bunch which had captivated them as they stared mindlessly at the screen and munched on peanut butter crackers. "Whoa there! We're off to eat in a minute. Don't go filling yourselves up now. Where do you fancy going?" They shrugged non-committally, without turning. "Come on, the pair of you. We haven't been out for ages as a family. Where would you like to go? Taco Bell? Burger King? You name it." Ian forced his attention away from the television at a commercial break while Brian continued munching. "Anywhere?" he asked. "You name it, and we're there." "How about Poppy's?" "You got it, pal. Poppy's it is." Hare reached over the sofa and playfully wrapped his arms around Brian's chest in a bear hug, pulling his face close so he could bristle him with his 5 o'clock shadow. Brian made a dissatisfied face but said nothing. "That okay with you, sport? Poppy's?" Brian only shrugged but somehow managed to convey a, "Yeah, that's all right with me," response in the gesture. Ian chuckled. It was great at Poppy's old-time pizza parlor. At least Ian thought so. It was one of those new pizza joints that was really a restaurant. In truth, it was big enough to seat several hundred people, and more than one birthday party if needs be. But it was laid out in intimate sections like a small, local, old-fashioned pizza place. All the waitresses wore red and white pinstripe aprons over crisp white blouses and black trousers, and they all had to wear this styrofoam hat that was meant to look like an old straw hat you'd see in pictures of barbershop quartets. They would serve the drink order, Harold Cockerton never missed this rare treat of splitting an ice-cold pitcher of their excellent beer between his wife and himself, then told the kids in the group that if you wanted to, you could go watch your pizza being made in the Spin Kitchen. The Spin Kitchen was where you could see, behind this enormous glass window, this guy grabbing the balls of dough, kneading them, then throwing them in the air, sometimes behind his back, and catching them as the newly forming pies spun like frisbees. They were magically bigger and flatter each time he threw them, and Ian and Brian often sat there so long that their own pizzas went cold on the table before they got bored and rejoined their parents. Tonight, Brian ignored the waitress's offer and sat glumly with his parents, while Ian went up to kneel on the bench and watch. "What's the matter, sweetheart?" Mrs. Cockerton asked gently. Again, Brian shrugged dismissively. "Dunno. Nothing much, really." Herr Cockerton leaned back and took a sip from his frosted glass. Brian watched as his father's fingertips dispelled the mistiness from the outside of the thick mug to leave small circular impressions. "Maybe I don't feel very well. I'm not sure." "Do you want to go home?" His mother was already out of her seat before she finished the question. "Sit down, Veronica. We're going nowhere." Mr. Cockerton told her brusquely and immediately relented. "I'm sorry, but we've only just got here a minute ago, Veronica. For heaven's sake, the boy's fine. Stop babying him. Please." Brian actually agreed. "Yeah, Mom, I'm fine. I suppose I'm just not that hungry." Mr. Cockerton reached across the table and ruffled his hair as the waitress appeared with the 3 round metal trays. "1 large Poppy's special, a small mushroom, 1 small pepperoni," Mandy, as her name tag proclaimed, read from her notebook. She sliced a piece from both of the smaller ones, then 2 from the large, placing them carefully onto each plate. "Enjoy your pizza, guys. Shout if you need anything else." She smiled, mostly at Mr. Cockerton, who happily reciprocated, which also did not go unnoticed by Veronica Cockerton. 4. They went to a movie afterwards, not to the new multiplex downtown with the array of screens, but the old drive-in at Richmond, the one where it was only $1.50 for the kids and $2 for adults. Even so, the occasional teenager would get busted for smuggling in his pals, hidden beneath a blanket in the back seat, or Ian's personal favorite, and the one that made him laugh the most when the stupid kids would get busted, all contorted in the trunk. The best seats in the house were the parking spots dead center to the screen and about 5 rows down from the concession stand, close enough to run to the bathroom or grab another candy bar without missing too much of the movie, but not so close that you had dumb teenagers walking back and forth in front of your car all night long. Now, if you were lucky, you came in a pickup truck and backed into your spot. Boy, was that the ticket. You could lay a sleeping bag or some blankets in the bed and everyone could lounge in the lap of luxury while also being too high up for any passerby to interrupt your viewing. Maybe the odd super tall kid here and there, but even then you only caught the top tuft of his hair, so no biggie. The sound for the movies came from this clunky, heavy speaker built out of something that felt like military-grade metal. You had to pull it in, latch it to your car window, then wind the window up so it stayed put. Forget about surround sound, or even stereo. This was mono sound at its fuzzy, tinny best. And that was if you got one that worked. More than once, Herr Cockerton had procured that perfect space, loaded up both arms with goodies from the concession stand, got everyone nicely situated, only to discover the speaker just burbled and reverberated incomprehensibly, much the way the adults' voices sound on the Charlie Brown TV specials. Of course, by that time, any parking spot with half-decent visibility had long been snatched up, and you'd end up watching the double feature at an odd, oblique angle that somehow made the movie feel different. But it didn't matter to the boys. The atmosphere was great, and you got loads of popcorn in your bucket. And the fact that it didn't rain tonight only made the event all the better. Even Brian managed to perk up as dusk fell and the screen came alight, even though the projector would cast a little more than a semi-transparent image until a good quarter of the way through the first movie. At least by then the rain had stopped. With popcorn and chocolates passed around, the Cockertons settled in for a night of cinematic entertainment. Cartoons. Ian loved the Tasmanian Devil ones the best, whereas Brian preferred the old black and white Disneys.
First movie, Burt Reynolds as this guy called Bandit, who is basically a trafficker of contraband beer to Georgia while being pursued by a hapless and overzealous sheriff. Hare and Veronica Cockerton thought it was a bit inane and perhaps a little too mature in parts, but the boys liked it and laughed a lot, so that made them happy. Second movie, Paul Newman as the captain of a ragtag hockey team desperate for glory in some small, dead-end town. Although rated R, it didn't much matter as Ian was sound asleep before the opening credits. Brian was awake a little longer, but out like a light before the Hanson brothers threw their first fists. The drive home was late and quiet. Not much traffic on the roads, and both boys dead asleep, leaning into each other with the travel rug wrapped unevenly between them, Brian having most of it. Veronica sighed and rested her head against the seat. "It was a great night, Hare. Thank you." She admired how the orange glow of each street lamp they passed played rhythmically across her husband's strong features, his strong cheekbones, masculine chin, and she ran the back of her hand lightly against his cheek, playfully fingering his neck with her nails. Mr. Cockerton glanced briefly at her, smiled, then returned his concentration to the road. "It was nice to spring it on us," she reiterated. "I think we all needed a little, I don't know, a little something. But I still can't." She stopped herself short. She knew it was a mistake to even think what she was, let alone mention it. "Can't what?" Harold broke his gaze from the road once more, this time slightly longer. Veronica turned away, staring out the window. A light drizzle began to speckle the glass. "Nothing, dear. Pay me no attention. It's starting to rain." Harold slowed the car and began pulling carefully toward the verge. The boys were sound asleep, so taking a few extra minutes to get home wouldn't matter. And besides, Hare didn't really feel like having this conversation later when he was trying to quiet his mind for sleep. Better to hear her out now, and get it out in the open, whatever it was, and go home, and to bed, happy. He slowed the Ford and edged over, preparing to stop. A boy racer in a souped-up Cuda had a different idea. The muscle car's engine growled loudly as the boy behind the wheel stepped on the accelerator and clutch at the same time, announcing in no uncertain terms his displeasure at their current speed. He inched up until Harold was certain they must be about to kiss bumpers. "Come on, Grandpa, out of the way!" the boy shouted, shoving his head out the open driver's side window despite the growing rain. He simultaneously flashed his high beams in case his discontent weren't yet obvious enough. The hot blacktop sizzled as the rain increased, and Harold could feel the traction of the Ford's tires shifting out of balance. The front passenger side started to crunch across loose gravel, the driver's side fighting for purchase on the quickly slicking blacktop. If the kid were to bump them now, whether deliberately or by mistake wouldn't matter. He'd send their Ford into a dangerous fishtail that would careen them across the road out of control. So Harold pressed his foot on the gas and pulled the wheel gently to the left. The passenger tire screeched as the wheel bumped back up onto the paved surface and momentarily spun until it matched the speed of the driver's side. Harold tightened his grip on the steering wheel and pressed his right foot further down. The Ford straightened and accelerated, quickly creating a breathable gap between the cars. The family sedan may have been fast, but the Plymouth was faster. Within seconds, the racer was on them again, bumper to bumper as they approached the blind crest of Hamburger Hill, so named because of its array of neon-lit hamburger and fast food joints, as opposed to the famously bloody battleground in Vietnam 8 years earlier. Another moment and the kid was pulling out to pass them. The Cuda roared next to them in the oncoming lane, and through his periphery, Harold caught the kid grinning as he whipped them the finger. Then came the glow of headlights in the opposite direction. In an instant, they flooded the apex of the hill in blinding prisms which reflected off the streaking rain. Then the tractor-trailer itself came into view, barreling up the hill towards them at incredible speed behind those brilliant high beams. Harold slammed on his brakes. The Ford buffeted from side to side as each tire fought inanely for purchase on the wet asphalt. A moment later, the suspension loosened and the sedan slid sideways as the truck crested the hill. Fully alongside their Ford, the engine in the boy racer's car screamed in protest as the kid jammed his foot all the way down to the floor and slapped the quick shifter down into second. The Cuda shot forward,
sliced in front of the Cockerton's car at an angle, and all but kissed the Ford's front driver's side fender before righting itself as the truck driver brayed the air horn furiously, but did not slow. The truck flew past. Harold gained control of the Ford as the semi's tail lights disappeared in his rearview mirror, the boy racer's rear lights blending into a curtain of rain and exhaust ahead of him. He was still shaking as he pulled into the parking lot of the Savings and Loan at the bottom of the hill, his fingers trembling as he placed the gear shift into park. He hadn't yet steadied his nerves or his frantic breaths before attempting to ease the tension by saying to his wife in a broken, nervous warble, "You were saying?" Veronica Cockerton could only stare, pie-eyed and quivering. Surprisingly, the boy slept through the incident almost entirely. Brian woke only when the truck driver blasted his horn, and then only briefly. Ian managed to sleep throughout. Once confident everyone was okay, Harold Cockerton gathered himself and stepped out to assess the damage. Again, surprisingly, only a small scratch, hardly noticeable in what little light was shed by the bank's luminous LED sign that vacillated interminably between the present time and present temperature. Why do banks always have those? He couldn't help but think as he shielded his eyes from the rain. 5. The boys walked slowly in a daze to their rooms, not really waking for the job, but allowing muscle memory to do the walking. Mrs. Cockerton merely had to point them in the right direction, and, like huge wind-up toys, they stepped mechanically up the stairs and collapsed onto their beds in the dark. She would have preferred they change out of their clothes, but doubted highly that they would. Rubbing his hands over his arms, Harold Cockerton turned up the thermostat to dispel the lingering dampness, and before long he and Veronica were also tucked comfortably into bed. Ian, fully atop his quilted down comforter, succumbed easily to warm, beckoning sleep. He did not stir as the radiators in his room began to click, the hot water churning through the cool pipes. As the water pressed more forcefully through and the pipes began to ring gently in a soft whistling chorus, Ian twitched. Lightly. Behind closed eyes, his mind opened to somewhere familiar, yet also very strange to him. A cliff top, overlooking a beach as the waves pound over the rocks. His friend Craig is with him, though Craig, too, is not exactly the same. The boy walking by his side is an idea of Craig more than an entity. It is a warm and comfortable presence, however, and the two chat and laugh. Then comes the woman, a beautiful and caring woman. Ian senses Craig is still with him, but is also not there as his focus is drawn more intently upon this woman who seems to melt into many different women. The faces waver in and out and dissolve together, and suddenly he is elsewhere. This place is dark and cool, the moon full and bright. He is now looking down upon a quiet wilderness below, and also upon himself, watching his body float in space. Together he and Craig fly, the air moving in currents around them as they turn freely in all dimensions of space, the boundaries and ties of the ground no longer a factor. In the distance, a light flashes dark amber, and they glide to follow it. It glows from below within a wood, and without moving they are already there. No longer gliding, they walk to the light as a new sensation of bitter cold snaps the air crisply. The cartoon ranger pops up from nowhere, a comical appearance, and they laugh and sing, and this joy carries them far, far away from the glow. But they are curious about the entrancing dark light and must go back. The ranger shakes his head. No, they must not go. But they do not listen and turn from him. The cold has become fierce now, and the glow in the woods draws them, promising warmth. The ranger has followed faithfully behind and pleads as a whistling like countless flutes starts to sing. But the boys ignore his words, even pressing him away. They are upon the glow, where the flames lick high into the air and eradicate the darkness, beating back the cold, windless air. Other boys materialize and join them around the fire, laughing and shouting and nearly crying with excitement. They are eating something pinkish, like strips of firm cotton candy. Then the beast bear is in the tree.
It opens its gargantuan jaws, and the black hole of its mouth unleashes a scream like nothing Ian has ever heard. The piercing cry slices through the very fabric of the air around them as the beast launches from the tree. Instantly, it is upon the boys and has one of them in its massive, twisted claws. Blood spurts and sprays the camp, speckling the others as the boy's headless body stands momentarily before shuddering to the floor, slapping to the dirt like a dead fish. The beast bear now turns to Ian and Craig and opens its face once more, creatures within the catacomb of its throat catapulting out and onto them. They burrow and writhe into their skin. Craig screams and falls to the ground, and now Craig becomes the cartoon ranger as the creatures bury into his torso. They multiply and cover him, Craig's eyes bulging as the silvery parasites crawl and tunnel behind his eyelids. Ian flailed out of the nightmare, bolting upright in his bed. A scream tried to force its way out but never did, stifled instead within his throat as his heart beat fast and hard in his chest. He swallowed and gasped for air, clawing the bed quilt into bunches. Only a dream. It was only a dream, he assured himself over and over. His lips were sore and dry, and his tongue felt thick and at the back of his throat. The room and its varying grades of black swam before his eyes until, slowly, its comforting reality dissolved the dream and his breathing settled, and his heart rate calmed, the painful pounding in his chest subsiding. Near the little ivory Buddha on his bookshelf, the bold numbers of Ian's LCD clock glowed weakly orange, announcing some time he couldn't make out. He blinked his eyes to clear them and concentrated on the 2 blinking dots which separated the hour from the minutes. They pulsed in and out with each passing second. 2:22 swam into focus. He took a deep breath and steadied himself against the soothing, solid certainty of the wooden headboard pressed against his back. 6. Craig Dalton had really wanted to go to the drive-in movies with Ian, but had been told it was a family night out, so Ian wasn't allowed to invite him. Which really sucked fat ones, because they were probably going to hit Poppy's Pizza first. And man, Craig could sure go for one of those thin, greasy slices right now. Plus, those waitresses with their uniforms would be a yummy sight. Especially that one with the bodacious boobies. He didn't actually know her name, but called her Campbell's because she was good. Now he was hungry. And a little horny. I'm such a horn dog. Which made him think of wieners. So he threw a couple cheese-stuffed hot dogs in this cool new microwave oven appliance his father had paid a couple of guys to install above the stove a few weeks ago. Craig didn't know how it worked, but it somehow cooked food super fast. Zapped it with some kind of raise or something. It dinged after 2 minutes, and Craig pulled out the steaming wieners, laughing at how they had bulged and blistered irregularly, one of them having swollen quite considerably at one particular end so that it looked unmistakably like something else. He was still laughing as he slathered the dogs with mustard and sauerkraut and plopped down on the couch to scarf them both up as he watched Charlie's Angels. Halfway through the show, he ran to the kitchen. By the time he returned with a round tray of Jiffy Pop popcorn, he'd missed the whole storyline explaining who this guy was that was stalking Kelly on the beach. So that was pretty annoying. Next time he'd have to tell his mom to get some of that new microwave popcorn. He figured that would have popped and been done before the commercials were even over. Luckily, Craig didn't find it all that cerebrally taxing and managed to catch up before the next break. Anyhow, he didn't exactly watch it for the show's twisting plot lines. The chance to leer over Farrah Fawcett and Jacqueline Smith for an hour may have had something a little more to do with it. That other one was hot too, Craig guessed, the one who played Sabrina with the more nasally voice, but her character's hair was always just a little too short for his personal tastes, so he was never bothered to make the effort to remember the actress's name. The first of his friends to have cable TV, he flicked aimlessly through something like 50 channels, stopping any time there was a girl in a skimpy outfit or tight little bathing suit. Of course, these scenes never lasted more than a minute or two, and so the whole process was quickly becoming rather laborious, which gave him the next idea. Craig's parents had gone out to dinner, his mom reassuring him they wouldn't be too late, although they would likely go out dancing for a bit afterwards, which really meant that Kathy and Charlie Dalton wouldn't be home for hours. They had been taking disco lessons, practicing their moves in the basement, and Kathy Dalton exploited every opportunity to flaunt those new moves on the actual dance floor whenever possible. Charlie Dalton wasn't so keen, but he loved his wife. He loved even more the fact that he was the guy Kathy would be draped over as they walked out the door together at the end of the night, reveling in the envious looks from all the other men who had been admiring his wife the whole time. To Charlie, that elevated feeling of masculine superiority was a pretty even trade. Certain he had a good hour or more before they would be home, Craig fiddled with a few buttons on his black Casio watch, then bounded upstairs and tried the door to his parents' bedroom. He grinned as the knob turned and the door swung open, his old man having forgotten to lock it again. His father was always forgetting, despite his mom's audible insistence that they keep their room safe from prying eyes. "Well, mother dear," Craig narrated to himself, "these eyes are going a-prying." He was waggling his fingers in front of him like some cartoon baddie as he tiptoed through the room. It didn't take more than a moment or two of rifling through his dad's closet before he found the stash of dirty magazines in an old boot box. Delighted, he fanned them out on the carpeted floor and sat Indian style, flicking judiciously through each one in timeless rapture as he searched for just that perfect one. He recoiled when his beeping Casio brashly broke the silence, the timer he'd set alerting him to the fact that 30 minutes had so quickly passed. He silenced the watch, thankful for his own foresight to manage the time, and quickly placed all but one of the magazines neatly back in their box. He retired excitedly to his own bedroom and leered at Amber May, a buxom redhead with skin like porcelain who was that issue's centerfold model. First, Amber May was topless on a beach, then topless and bottomless, and looking rather hungry, on a rock. Oh, yeah, sweet, delicious Amber, yummy like honey. But his personal favorite was the model sprawled forlorn in the sand across 2 full pages, leaving absolutely nothing to the imagination. Her fingertips were pressed playfully to her mouth, one of them pulling down her bottom lip so that she was sulking because she was all alone and only wished that someone was with her, naked, together, in the sand. "If only you were here with me, Craig. You know you are all the man I would ever need." He could hear her voice, the longing in it as Amber moaned for him to be with her. He could smell her salty skin, and he was now inside that photograph with her, on that beach, pressing up against her smooth, faultless body, running his hand up her leg. Then the random thought of how that scratchy sand would feel as they'd roll around in it completely burst the bubble of fantasy. Man, that would be like 80 grit sandpaper. And just like that, he was back in his bedroom, and Amber May was again just a photo of a woman on a magazine page. Good thing, Craig reassured himself. We might go down to that beach as Amber May and Craig Dalton, but if we did it right there on that sand, we'd be going home as Sandy Crotch and Dick Gritty. He burst out laughing at his own sophomoric wit as he changed into his pajamas. 7. Sleep came easily, and Craig was already dreaming when his parents returned home. Kathy Dalton stealthily opened the bedroom door to peek through, and could tell from the gentle snores amid sporadic mumblings of something unintelligible that her son was all tucked up in bed and asleep like the good boy he was. In his dreams, Craig wasn't tucked up into his bed at all, but back at the beach. He's on a cliff top. This place is dark and cool, the moon full and bright. Yet somehow it is hot and breezy as the waves pound over the rocks. Then comes the woman, a beautiful woman who seems to melt into many different women and girls. The faces waver in and out and dissolve together, and suddenly he is elsewhere. The amalgamation of the woman leans into him and touches his face, her fingers lightly pressed to his lips. When she kisses him, he becomes alight with fire. Real fire. Flames erupt from his mouth, singeing his lips and licking up his face. His hair ignites like a torch, and he beats hysterically at the flames, crying out as the searing pain is more than he can bear. Craig jarred awake as he mercilessly beat himself about his own face and head, the slapping palms reddening his cheeks and issuing a thin stream of blood from his right nostril.
He held his hands before him, shaking as he gazed incredulously upon them, shying away as if they might attack again at any moment. They felt numb and thick, and not like his own hands at all. When he tested this fear by making his brain command his fingers to flex, which of course they dutifully did, he dropped his hands lifelessly to the bed covers and began to sob. When he finally trusted, at least enough to be fairly certain, that his own hands were no longer a threat, Craig rubbed the tears from his eyes and swiped the snot and congealing blood from his upper lip. Leaning across his bedside table, he snatched a tissue from the dispenser his mom had placed there. Never once had Craig considered that the sudden appearance of the box corresponded less with his mom's anticipation of tears or runny noses than it did the other things Kathy Dalton expected a boy his age might want to clean up, as well as a desire to protect the rich Egyptian cotton sheets she'd only recently purchased to replace his old, perpetually stained ones. Craig blew his nose and rubbed the blurriness from his eyes, balling up the tissues and tossing it in the general direction of the trash can beside his chest of drawers. The LCD clock atop them blinked weakly orange, and 2:22 swam into focus, as did the figure standing in the corner, motionless, watching, softly giggling. Barely visible in the wan, pulsating orange glow, at first the shape was little more than an area of deeper black against the other blacks and grays of the room. Craig blinked hard, then opened his eyes wide, forcing his pupils to drink in the trace amount of light. The figure became more clear, strobing in and out of focus with every blinking second of the clock's faint display. It stared back at him. Craig sucked air into his lungs that he could not release as he pressed himself so hard against his ship's wheel headboard that one of the spindles cracked the plaster wall behind. He wrapped his arms around his legs and pulled his knees to his chin, shutting his eyes tightly as his mind cried out that he must still be dreaming. Still dreaming, wake up. Still dreaming, wake up, wake up, as the shape emerged from the background and moved towards the bed. Passing closer to the clock as it neared him, the shape, colors and features wavered in and out, just as the woman's had done in his dream until her myriad of faces had become one. The figure began to solidify, the vacillating colors becoming vibrant and clear, the outline precisely defined. Matt Chauncey was standing beside Craig's bed, gazing down upon him, grinning. "It's okay, Craig. I'm here now." Matt reached for him with a wizened hand. Charred fingers extended from the muddied cuff of the blue suit which had adorned the boy's body in the casket, and the air exploded from Craig's lungs in a harrowing scream. 11. 1995. Standing in silence at the bottom of the neighborhood, the rain continued to pelt Brian and Ian until it soaked their clothes completely. Brian tugged lightly on his brother's arm. "Come on. We're getting drenched. Let's get back." He lowered his head to try and make contact with his brother's distant gaze across the fields. "Ian, it's really coming down now. We could talk